Are you ready?
Okay, another day, another time. It's been it's been a very, very busy day and a very, very interesting one at that. We all saw what happened today at the court with Nnamdi Kanu. And it is what it is. There's been a lot of reaction that has trailed that. Also, interestingly, today also there was what will I call it? Yeah, there was an hearing that happened either yesterday or today with respect to Nigeria being designated as a country of a particular concern. And it is what it is. I'm going to start with the aftermath of what happened. Okay. And it is. Let's look at first reaction here. Okay, so this guy is talking. Come on, let me just close this one. I put this one here. Sorry about that. I'm gonna watch this full reaction.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member
let me
Jacobs,
start with this.
distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to share my views before this committee today. Just want to state that CSIS does not take policy positions, so the views represented in this testimony are my own and not those of my employer. In this testimony, I would like to reinforce the recommendations that I made before this committee in March. In addition, I would like to reflect on how this tenuous moment in US-Nigeria relations provide an opportunity for both countries to work together to address the critical threats of jihadist violence and insecurity in Nigeria, and to develop a more strategic partnership. The United States and Nigeria have a complicated bilateral relationship with shared interest in counterterrorism and economic development. But this relationship is often marked by periods of friction. Nigeria wields significant continental and regional influence, but grapples with violent extremism and internal security. Nigeria's leadership in West Africa is crucial, and its ability to address its governance and security challenges will impact not only its future, but the wider region. Nigeria's instability stems from a key shortcoming. Despite 64 years of independence, it has yet to establish a national identity grounded in basic freedoms and dignity. Currently, ethnicity, religion, and language, rather than nationality, define the identity of its diverse population.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Understanding the violence in Nigeria requires looking beyond its apparent religious and ethnic motivations. For me, growing up in Jos Plateau State, I've witnessed the impacts of these ongoing conflicts on vibrant communities.
Now, and again, I must add that has been happening since forever. I mean, it's been crazy, like not even 1 year, 2 years, no, 10 years or 15 years ago. Violence in Jos has been something that has spanned through decades. So what are we talking about?
In addition, coming from a family involved in Christian missionary work, I recognize the shared faith between Christian communities in Nigeria's Middle Belt and those in the US, rooted in the history of American missionary efforts. However, a narrow narrative that reduces Nigeria's security situation to a single story and frames it solely as the persecution of Christians oversimplifies the issue. Religious and ethnic violence is driven more by governance failures and is worsened by hate speech and conspiracy theories rather than being just a singular conflict. Nigeria is facing multiple security crises due to religious extremism, banditry, criminality, resource competition, communal disputes, and separatist agitation.
Well, what's happening?
Issues are intertwined with history, poverty.
X is breaking. X is breaking. Unfortunately, X is breaking. So that's it. I would like to ask a question here. Who is killing the Muslims up north? Bishop, okay, testifying at the U.S. court hearing. I think it's better that I just listen to the whole thing. But before that, I just want to look at what the reaction to this guy who, at the end of the day, we've seen a lot of theater with respect to Nnamdi Kanu. He's been grandstanding also in court. Okay, so we're right. Don't cry for Mazi Kanu. Cry for those who, from east to west, north to south, conspired to betray the cause of justice. Cry for those who celebrate injustice, thinking it strengthens their hand. We've been here before, and history teaches that they have never won in the end. Okay, yeah. Okay, it is what it is. Islander is actually appealed the ruling. The call for justice for Nnamdi Kanu is bigger than politics. It speaks to the soul of our nation. No society can claim progress while selectively applying the law of suppressing voices it disagrees with. Again, it's not just about voices it disagrees with. There are issues of violence that this guy, was fingered in. The only problem I have is that there are people killing and doing a lot of acts of violence in the north right now that are roaming free and exchanging pleasantry with our politicians and the military officers. That's where I kind of feel like he's been treated unjustly compared to the rest. I read, earlier today, those that have been sentenced just this year, 2 Boko Haram, 1 ISWAP swap, and Simon Ekpa, and then you have Nnamdi Kanu. So the Nnamdi Kanu's case seems to be the one that got the brutal and the harsh sentences. Life imprisonment. Simon Ekpa got 6 years. One of the Boko Haram terrorists got 15 years. Another one, ISWAP, got 20 years. So at the end of the day, out of all of them, in terms of them directly influencing violence and the likes, almost all the other people have much more critical offenses or critical violence compared to Nnamdi Kanu. And it is what it is. Life imprisonment, let me see this. So I saw people come to my channel this morning talking about how Nigeria is going to break and all of those. Well, I don't know. It's just crazy. There's a law called a certain day. Manson Andela was sentenced to life imprisonment. Then a certain day came, General Olusegun Obasanjo had to go to prison. Then a certain day came, and May 29 was birth. Revolution becomes bigger in life imprisonment. Then a certain day comes. Okay, yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but it's kind
very
of
bad.
crazy.
Not only me, I feel sad. My colleague is here. All of us, we feel very bad. It's a very bad day for judiciary. It's a very bad day for the criminal justice system in Nigeria. This is the first time in my entire life as a lawyer that I have seen a man being convicted for the mere words he uttered. Just like someone can say, "Don't be silly."
No, it wasn't just mere words. From what I heard, from what I saw, from what was presented, if it was just mere words, then we're gonna know at appeal. Because again, the defense were not allowed to present their case, and Nnamdi Kanu decided to stand for himself. It's a messed up situation, but I don't think they were just sentencing him because of mere words. It wasn't mere words.
and you say he committed an offense, and somebody say, just go and die, and you say he committed an offense. In law, we call those things mere puffery. They are harmless speeches. And you accuse a man of making broadcasts from a location somewhere around the world that he didn't name, and you could not tie any of those broadcasts directly to any criminal activity in Nigeria, and he stands convicted. That is.
I believe if he goes to appeal, when he goes to appeal, because it's going to be appealed, he should get a very good lawyer. And he should allow the lawyers to do their job. I mean, that's just me. He doesn't need to accept my advice. Get a very good lawyer and let the lawyers do their job. All this charade at the law court would not serve him well.
It's very bad. So it kind of lends credence to this very narrative that the Igbo man faces another type of justice in Nigeria, other than from the one that is being faced by others.
Sorry to interject. Are you saying those words of incitement as found by the court were just commentary or buffers, as you rightly mentioned?
They are mere puffery. A lot of people make empty threats.
Whoa. I don't think so.
Every day.
I don't think it's just mere stuff. So where are we getting all those IPOB army, IPOB soldiers? Where? Did they just appear from nowhere? I mean, that's a question. That's a question.
You fight with a man or you fight with your fellow woman, and she says to you, okay, go and die, I'll come and kill you, this and that, don't be silly, accident, Amadi or let thunder fire you. Are you supposed to be convicted for that?
Okay, sir, so we are now at this point where the court has delivered its judgment. Mm-hmm. What is the next line of action? Although Mr. Kanu does not have a lawyer as it stands, because you all are his consultant, so what would you advise him to do? And despite the killings happening in the southern eastern part of Nigeria?
Well, we're heading to the Court of Appeal, but as a responsible citizen, I'll see this opportunity to call for calm. I don't want anybody to get so angry in the southeast that some violence will start occurring from here and there. Let everybody be calm. This situation can be controlled. We have the next court in the chain, which is the Court of Appeal, and we're heading to the Court of Appeal.
Okay, so it's going to be appealed.
And how optimistic are you that the Court of Appeal would either upturn or upheld this judgment?
Can my colleague take that question?
Yes, please.
Sure, please.
Well, thank you very much. We are very optimistic because in the first place, from the analysis my Lord gave, you will find that my Lord was not able to pinpoint at any one single person who carried out any of the acts that Nnamdi Kanu is said to have incited.
And that might be a valid argument. Show me the evidences where Nnamdi Kanu at certain point in time was responsible for setting up some of these Biafra armies that ended up going out to kill people. The only problem I have is that, again, he wants to liberate his people, okay, which is, I mean, a good cause, but how come the people that are paying the FT price are also Southeasterners? I mean, that's the question. Like, if I want to liberate my people, the least place that there should be violence should be in my own community, in my own tribe, in my own region. So what's up with all this kidnapping? What's up with all this stuff happening? Again, I mentioned this morning that Soludo came and said 90-something% of all the atrocities that is happening in the Southeast, that it's not done by Fulani herdsmen. Now, you don't need to fight me on that. That was what a governor in the Southeast said. Okay, that's not me. I could care less whatever is happening there. The only reason why I care is still part of Nigeria, and I believe that no inch of the country should be subservient to terrorism or act of violence as a whole nation. So again, this is a valid point. Where can we point out to individuals that you could directly link? Now, it's not a matter of just immediate broadcast. Because if it's just immediate broadcast or he said something and someone else carried out those orders, then that person should be given the exact judgment that they're giving Nnamdi. And the fact that it's only Nnamdi Kanu per se, that he's been tried literally, and I'm not talking about Simon Ekpa because that's another case entirely, and it wasn't even tried in Nigeria, and he's been given 6 years in Finland, okay? So Yeah, I don't know, bro.
You said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu incited killing. You didn't bring one single person who said, yes, I was the one who was incited. So, to me, I felt that it was the court.
That was a valid case.
Giving evidence.
Yep.
I felt that it was the court giving evidence.
Yeah, again, that's a good one. Frame 1, 20 years in prison. This was the guy, that was one I was talking about. ISWAP, whatever that name is. Islamic State West African Province. Okay. Yeah, and then you have 2, okay, life imprisonment, a tale of Nigerian justice system. It's crazy. Anyone saying Tinubu is doing well, God will punish them and their family.
You're not fun again.
Make I move on. The prophet who saw today's Nigeria yesterday.
Do you live in the forest in the north? The Igbo people are in Sabongeri in Kanu. Are they living of course it's Hausa land. Are they living in the forest? They came to the town. They work very hard. They build houses. They build mansions. They develop the entire place. Is that not what they do? What are Fulani people doing in our forest? Nobody can answer that question. They say that they're pastoralists. World aspiring to be a member of the UN Security Council, where you move cattle from place to place. Are you people well at all? You so-called Nigerians, are you normal in the brain? I'm asking you a simple question. Show me a country that aspires to be in the 21st century, moving cattle from place to place, telling me they're grazing. Which country is that? Please tell me. These are people they have prepared for you to sell you down the drain. By the time the Fulanis are done with you, believe you me, if you don't rise up now to fight for your freedom, by the time Fulanis are done with you, you'll be more useless than a Hausa peasant. People must come out to...
You know, you may not like this guy, and I don't necessarily like this guy. Okay, let's just put it that way. But we cannot fault some of the points that he's been raising for all these years. You can see what's happening in Kwara. Like, for the life of me, I don't even understand the mere fact where people with their right senses would say, we need to declare certain expanse of land for the Fulani's herders. It doesn't even make any sense. Except everybody seems to be retarded in that sense. Because if I have a poultry in the Southwest, I have to go fund my land, the pen, the fowl, the everything. If I have a piggery, I have to build a pen for the pigs. If I have a cow, even in Southwest, I have to buy lands. I have to do rotational grazing for them within a confined region. Obasanjo is rearing, he has all these cows and all that. You don't see his headmen moving around from one street to another. So at what point does it even become an argument that all these headmen have to be moving around, terrorizing farmers and all that? Last time I checked, they are very close to the Southwest. In fact, they were in Owo. They attacked a church in Owo a few years ago, like 3 years ago. Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment, but an ISWAP leader was only jailed for 20 years. And this ISWAP leader actually did fund terrorism, actually coordinated multiple bombing. He was actually caught in the act. So I'm going to still listen to the full US Congress opening, but I want you guys to listen to this guy is condemning the verdict that was handed over to Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear.
Yeah, again, I'm going to listen to the full thing, not now, just still going through the reactions with respect to what happened. Okay, Nnamdi Kanu's wife breaks silence after her husband was sentenced to life imprisonment. Oh, this is the wife, right? This is the wife. Let's listen.
A day that we knew that would come sometime, at some point.
This is Nnamdi Kanu's wife speaking, okay?
I just had to wait for Nnamdi Kim to go back into the house because I haven't told him what happened. He's asked me about the court, and I said, it's the usual nonsense going on. And he said, okay.
Let me see if I can increase the volume, all right? Okay, the volume is high already. Okay. Oh my God.
Sorry, I'm just getting a call on. I have been on calls.
Yeah, I know. Our phone is gonna be buzzing like forever, right? Like our phone is gonna be buzzing right now. I'm not even sure he's allowed to speak because they said Nnamdi Kanu cannot even be near any digital stuff. So how does it make statements? But let's listen.
Last night, I have not slept. Considering that I'm still recovering, I have not slept not one bit, and I have been on calls and meetings, and some people were calling me that they were on high blood pressure and things, and I thought to myself, what do you want me to do? What do you expect me to do?
Yeah, fair question.
We have seen what transpired today in the court between Mazin Nnamdi Kanu and the kakistocratic. I have always called Nigerian government kakistocratic government of Nigeria.
Okay.
What happened today is not something unprecedented. It is something that we know that this is what they want to do, even though some people don't realize that, but this is
we got
something
leaks,
that
right?
has been planned, prepared a long time ago. Although at some point we would have averted or evaded this type of behavior in the past, but notwithstanding, God alone understands why it has to come this way or go this way. Mind you, this is not about some political misunderstanding or misconception happening anywhere. This is about Biafra. So if we understand what Biafra is and understand what it entails and understand the people behind Biafra, the unseen hands and the seen hands, then we will understand what this whole thing is about. Also, if we understand who we are as the Igbo people, Igbo, there is something about us that the enemy does not want to board.
What about it?
We are very special. I keep saying that.
Okay, so now we go to the old we're special, we're distant and all that. I mean, I want something that speaks to what's happening today and the road forward. Yeah, you can be special. And again, if any tribe or any region wants to not be part of Nigeria, they're welcome to do so, okay? But your leaders have to lobby. There are a lot of Ohaneze group and all that. They have to push it out there because I don't see the state governors believing that would happen. I don't see even the elites. I mean, they even came out to say, you know what, 2027, nobody's going to move against Tinubu. And I'm like, that shouldn't be done. Even in the Southwest, nobody's saying that nobody can contest. So where's going to contest anyways? So why would Ohaneze come and say that 2027, no Igbo person should contest against Tinubu? So again, if you want to achieve your Biafra stuff, I mean, that's one thing, but let's listen because this is the wife speaking, okay? This is the wife. So I just want to know what she's talking about. Again, she's going all rabbit hole of Biafra, which is fine, okay? I don't have any opinion about that or not. Otherwise.
And at some point, God, in his infinite mercy, would make us known as he has purposed us to be.
Okay, yeah. You don't fight government. You just have to calm down whenever you are with this wicked. You make things worse every day. Everybody saw that stuff. Okay, number one, he didn't allow any lawyers. Number two, we saw all the altercation and all of that. And to be honest with you, a common citizen can never do what he did in court. To be honest. Now, the question would be, if it was just a common citizen, will he have been arrested? Because that might be another point of view. But again, yeah, you're right. I mean, he played into their hands, right? And now they're going to appeal, which eventually they're just going to delay this thing.
So I need to be fast so I can go back in. I'm in the car trying to make this quick video before going back in, because Nnamdi Kim will come out now. I don't want him to hear me. In Nigeria, a judge cannot ask a defendant to open a defense on terrorism-related charges without reading out the written law under which the court is trying that person. Okay, so the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, Section 36. I mean, I'm sure that is very familiar to everyone now. It provides that a person shall not be convicted of a criminal offense unless the offense is defined and the penalty prescribed as in a written law. So what Omotosho has done today is a written script for him to read out. Everyone could hear him. Everyone could see that he was reading a script handed over to him, and that he could barely read out some of the words in his.
Yeah, I need to add to that. Like, whoever was reading that, I think it was Omotosho or whatever. Yeah, the reading was a little, like, the guy was even not coherent, or no, it's not coherent, not audible when he was speaking. Like, even the reading was kind of a little bit all over the place. But again, it is what it is.
His own very written judgment. How interesting. How interesting. I've had to quickly tweet and post the travesty of justice today regarding how Omotosho ignored the Constitution's requirement that no one can be convicted under an unwritten or unknown offense. He forced Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to take a plea under a repealed law, which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu refused. So show me where it is written before I can enter into a defense. And that never happened. Omotosho refused blatantly, flagrantly, to issue written rulings on serious applications. So you could hear him reading, you could hear him counting thousands of lines of hours of account. But then he refused to issue a written ruling, which he ought to have done first, but never did. He told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to put all objections in a final address, then blocked the final address. So if you were Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you will.
Yeah, but the final address, I mean, we saw the behavior in the court. I'm not sure how they're going to give him that opportunity. Even though, let's assume the Omotosho guy was biased. Let's even assume that he's playing according to a script. For you to be able to deal with this kind of people, you've got to understand how they think, where they are, and you have to be a step ahead of them. You have to be a step ahead of them. I just saw that, I mean, everything was just being done and it played into their hands.
Be as outraged as Mazi was this afternoon. You cannot ask me to put my final address, put it down, write it down, and then you block it. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has right. Is his right. to put a final address down, to write it down. But Omotosho blocked that.
Yep.
And
Because
decided
of
to
his
read
behavior.
out those nonsense he called counts. And he refused to, first of all, decide whether he even had the power to try the case. We kept talking about jurisdiction. I have always talked about jurisdiction. Nigeria government has no right to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He who comes to law must come with equity. Or he who comes to equity must come with clean hands, rather. Excuse me. So, it's also in the spirit. If I'm going somewhere to lay a complaint about someone, I ought not to have done something, rather lay a complaint first. So Nigerian government decided to take Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, They kidnapped him, tortured him. After 8 days, they brought him to Nigeria, and then decided to try him under a repealed law, which we have refused. So a few gaps there where we should have stood on our discharge and acquitted and stood by it. Regardless, that would be revisited, and we are going to appeal. Of course, we are not going to sit down and fold our arms for Nigerian government to deliver something that they have planned, a verdict that they have written years before now. We won this case. They were not happy about it. They went to Supreme Court, even though the Supreme Court messed around with the whole judgment, but they did say to them, you are trialing him on a wrong law. Change it. Nigeria never changed it. Where is the treasonable felony gone? Where is the location of the crime? Where is the location of the crime? Did Omotosho mention it? No. One of the reasons I came on live is to point at just one single point or one single loophole. Omotosho cannot give a verdict on an evidence that was not inclusive in the previous, or the evidence tendered in court. Everyone keeps shouting, oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, burn down this, kill the policemen. What were the policemen doing? Policemen were shooting protesters who were...
You don't want to go into that one. I think she's making a good case with respect to jurisdiction and all that. Okay. And all of those things. Again, I'm saying that Nnamdi Kanu, having a very good lawyer, would have served them well. As they go to appeal, which they're going to go, he is also, he is also advised, and he doesn't need to take my advice, to get a very, very good lawyer. Because the higher you go in the law echelon, the more, you should be serious with your case. Okay? And there's all this story of, there was nothing he could have done to avert that. Number one, he decided to represent himself. That in itself was also a big mistake. And I mean, you may not agree with me, but I think that was also a big mistake. So that being said, I think the solution to this thing should be political. It's going to be political. The presidency should just have to step in and release him. Now, there are some people claiming that, what about all those people that have lost their lives based on, IPOB's activity in the Southeast and all of those? Well, it's messed up. Seriously.
Armed. But that aside, did any person come to court? Was that?
It did not play into whatever you are claiming. Okay.
Was there a witness in the court who came in to say, I committed this crime? Or was there a person that the police or the DSS or the Nigerian government brought into the court and said, this person committed this crime because Nnamdi Kanu incited them? None.
No, fair question.
None whatsoever.
Yeah, fair question. Yeah.
So, in Omotosho's verdict, he was counting everything, and he counted about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu wanting the British embassy to be burnt down and Katrina Lang murdered How on earth? How is that? So you see when...
Okay, so again, I got just 10 minutes of that. Again, yeah, I mean, the whole situation, because there is no point you're going to make here. Either you siding with the case or siding against the case, that it's not going to be polarizing. Let's be honest with that. And that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, is a political solution that will be the best. I know I've been called out a lot. Like, no, he didn't play into their hands. They already wanted to get him. Shorek came out like last week to say that, it was between the death sentence and the life imprisonment, which exactly played out as he had claimed in his tweet last week. And when he even brought that to, I said, that's not possible. How will we give him a death sentence? But the justice actually mentioned the death sentence stuff. He did mention it, and life imprisonment. And he was patting himself in the back, saying, you know what, I should have given him a death sentence, but I'm not going to give him a death sentence. Then he went to read the Bible in Matthew. And I'm like, what the hell is happening? Again, it's I don't know. I don't know. It's messed up. I think there should be a political solution to this. And Nnamdi Kanu has said if it's released, that it's going to bring peace to the Southeast. So why don't we use that and give him a condition? Say, you know what, go and bring peace to the Southeast. That's what I'm thinking. So this was the ruling.
Hereby sentence.
This was the ruling.
So 20 years imprisonment without no option or fine. For count 7, he sentenced to 5 years imprisonment without no option or fine. To extend the mercy, I hereby order that the sentence shall run concurrently. And due to the nature of the offenses that borders on terrorism and the attitude, violent nature of the defendants that I have taken judicial notice. The last adjourned date, he was so unruly and expressed violence, even was about to beat the security officers there.
Again, yeah, that's that. Whether life imprisonment or death sentence, Biafra restoration is inevitable. Nigeria must divide. Again, I'm saying that there are ways to go about this. If you really want to. Okay, so this is the full video. Let me see if I can get to 10 minutes.
Murdered. How on earth? How is that? So you see, when I say that the Nigerian government and all their nonsense is of kakistocratic nature, it is not a joke.
I agree.
It is not a joke. So with all the maxed people in the court who kept saying, I'm unaware, I don't know, this is where Nigerian government wants to go. This is where they want to go to. Or life imprisonment. He would have mentioned death sentence then. Why didn't he mention it? He should have said death sentence.
So for those who don't know, this is the wife of Nnamdi Kanu that was just sentenced to life imprisonment today. Just giving our own side of the story. You could say that she's not happy with the verdict. And she also said, well, they prepared for it because they knew it was going to come to this at some point.
The thing is, we're not here to make any noise, but to continue to tell our people that this is an orchestrated pattern. We know the hands behind this. The British government being brought into this very case in order to say, oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is international, take this point, international terrorist. They are stupid. You know, this is the kind of person who would be in an examination hall. They would give him copied whatever, and he will copy both the person, his matriculation number, and the person who gave him a note to copy from. He would copy everything. So even though you can see that Omotosho was reading a script handed over to him just this morning or last night, he was just coming to court to read it out, not to analyze anything, not to actually pass judgment. It is right there before. They think Trump is not intelligent? Is that what they think? They think the American government is as characteristic as they are? No. For them to rise and say that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria, it means that they have done their work. They have all the evidence. So these scripts, when someone gives you a script to read, you have to act the part. These people are so characteristic, they cannot even act a script. Omotosho could barely read out the verdict. He didn't know the words. They were handed over to him, and he was reading something that was never ever mentioned in the court. You cannot pass a judgment based on excluded evidence. You cannot just by yourself put in something that you feel you need to add to pass judgment on an innocent man. Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. There are terrorists running around in Omotosho's village. Is it Eruka? They recently attacked location by ISWAP. We have one of our brothers who was just murdered 2 days ago by the same ISWAP. How many of them have they convicted?
Animal
None
Kingdom.
whatsoever.
Okay.
None.
I don't know about that
But it is
one.
Muslim.
But yeah, you have your I mean,
right
there's some sense to what you're saying. But it's just crazy. Yeah, there's some sense into what you're saying, but it's just crazy.
You cannot, because you have no evidence of no shred or no proof, no shred.
Most likely, this thing gets to the appeal court, and they either substantially reduce the sentences. Okay, he's not going to go to life imprisonment. I mean, we all know that it's not going to go. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Not even when they just a few weeks ago they were meeting with all these killers in the north, the terrorists, and all those other guys, right? So it's not gonna happen. He's not gonna spend life in jail. But again, this guy has been in custody for how long? So they're just gonna keep pushing that thing for a while. I think a political solution should be the best. But again, I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of him. Yeah, but it is what it is.
I'm just too tired.
No justice in Nigeria because the terrorists are there killing Nigerians. No one owes them responsible. I agree with that statement because I said 2 days ago, and even yesterday and earlier this morning also, repeating the fact that there are actively people killing people in the north right now. And they met with the generals. They met with the, like, how do you have a peace meeting with terrorists and you expect the army, the military to go clear them out tomorrow? It doesn't even make sense. How do you have a meeting with them? And, when they come for their meeting, it's so kind of full of so much gesture. Like, they know these military people, like they work together hand in hand. And when they're done, when they're going back, it's like they just finished a service. They go in groups and all that. So it cannot be that we don't know where these people are. It cannot be that these people are just in one village somewhere or in one bush somewhere. No. With the weapons, with whatever it is that they use to operate, they move things around, they move cash around. And it's quite unfortunate. So a part of me is saying, even if you're going to convict this guy, other people are doing worse stuff and they're being rewarded.
So this is a written script. They have interpreted it the way they have chosen, but we will fight it. Yeah. I got his share. I got the dog. I got his share. Hama, they don't know what they are in for. They are angry that Nnamdi Kanu is courageous. You can see that bit they keep talking about this. You cannot convict a man who is innocent. You have no proof whatsoever. So this script they are tagging, you're using somebody who has killed Igbo people. You're using, all of a sudden you're raising his face that he's a pro-Biafran. That boy in Finland is not a pro-Biafran.
Hold on, that's Simon Ekpa. But there were meetings that he had with Nnamdi Kanu. And again, I think, rightly so, he was just somebody that just came in to just ride on the wave of, pro-Biafra thing. And that's another question I want to ask people, because they also moved along with this guy when he was doing his sit-at-home stuff, when he was, directing a lot of stuff. Now, the guy was bagged, was given a 6-year imprisonment. At some point, we need to know who are the true faces of this movement. Because when everybody comes up and then they have their own militia and they do havoc, they still name them. Some of them name themselves IPOP. Now we have the ESM, we have different stuff. It's just messed up.
If it's anything. So these are all propagandas. I want our people to understand how the government operates, how they work. And there are some certain information that we will not be able to release out here in the public. But no, begin to reason deeper than you do to be able to understand how governments operate. There's something I wrote in the past. There is narcissism in the world, but then there's also narcissism in the government. How they operate, especially the Nigerian government, where they have a problem with inference. You can imagine a foreign minister right there in front of the whole world, saying that he does not have enough, or he didn't have enough data of number of Christians killed in Nigeria. And the point is it about Christians being killed, or is it about Muslims being killed? What is the point? Or is it about the human lives being wasted every single day in this country? Innocent lives, children who should be protected, guarded, and safeguarded with everything possible in life. They have no idea what to do with human lives. So terrorists are in their villages, burning down places, kidnapping people, killing people, and all of a sudden they want to tell it that, oh, this is IPOB who are now killing people. They should know that the world is USA is much more intelligent than they are. Look at the country that wants to be included in the United Nations Security Council. How can you be in a Security Council when you cannot safeguard tiny bit of life like this? The newly born baby's life. You can't safeguard it. And that is what Nnamdi Kanu speaks about. And that is why they're upset. But you cannot fight someone you don't understand the entirety of their embodiment. God has positioned Nnamdi Kanu, has brought out Nnamdi Kanu for this purpose. And the earlier these people understand this, the better for every one of them.
Okay.
The better for every one of them. I will let this, I need to go to Sutton that we came out and catch some sleep. I've not slept for the past 24 hours now. But I want you all to remain strong and focused. Please, this is a time for us to come together. There is no need, there's no need for any squabbles at the moment, or for now, because this is a very critical and perilous time that we're in. Okay, please, no.
Okay, so
blames,
that's
no cursing, no quarrels. Let us come together as one, because these people know the strength that we have.
Okay.
They know who we are and what we are capable of if we stand as one. That will be our strength, and that will be their undoing. We're not in war with anybody. All we are asking is that the way you reason is different from the way I reason. Because of this, I want to reason in my own small ecosystem, sit there by myself and reason the way I reason, because we can't coexist. We Igbos, we are not terrorists. Nnamdi Kanu is not terrorist.
No, nobody's calling Igbo terrorist, right? And even Nnamdi Kanu, they didn't say he was a terrorist. from what they read, they didn't call him a terrorist. Okay, I'm just saying, and nobody's calling Igbo a terrorist. But again, there should be a better way. I don't like the way the Saudis is. People don't even go back home again because of the security issue there. And it's quite bad.
Terrorists. And we're not going to begin now. We're not going to start now. We take human life very seriously. We protect lives. We guard lives because we understand the meaning of spilling of blood. Innocent blood, most especially. So this is not something that we joke with.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're not going anywhere. We are just starting. So God bless you all, those calling and sending me messages. I thank you. It is not easy, but we're here. We will continue to be here until God decides. So thank you, everyone, and keep strong.
Yeah, that's it.
God bless you.
That's it. That's it. So yeah. Let me just take you through the timelines here. Okay, so 2009 to 2011, Nnamdi Kanu began broadcasting on Radio Biafra from London. So that was where he goes in and abuses everybody, calls all the Yoruba pastor imbecile. I mean, that's his own word, not me. That's where he calls everybody like, animals and all that, and says anybody that has a Yoruba pastor is a fool. We saw all of those recordings. I'm not going to play it here. 2012 officially established IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra, as a formal organization. 2013 to 2014, IPOB grows rapidly in southeastern Nigeria and among the Igbos in diaspora. So it became like a well-known figure. 2015, Kanu returns to Nigeria, holds massive rallies, and arrested in Lagos in October 2015. 2017, he was granted bail. Later, he jumped bail and flees Nigeria. So he escaped. He jailbroke. Did a prison break stuff and he left. 2021, rendition from what? Extradited from Kenya, rearrested, and trial resumed. And then today, in 2025, the year of our Lord, convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. IPOB was created as a non-violent pressure group advocating for the independence of Biafra, mainly the Southeast and part of South-South. I don't know if that's going to be possible in Nigeria. In September 2017, the Nigerian government under President Buhari proscribed IPOB and designated it a terrorist organization through a court order. This designation remained highly controversial and has been criticized by human rights groups and some court. Nnamdi Kanu has consistently maintained that he is the sole founder and leader of IPOB. Yeah, I remember he was repeating that when Simon Ekpa was even also getting into stuffs, and that was what he said. So yeah, he single-handedly created IPOB.
My people, now good evening. Just because many of you have been calling me, let everybody calm down. We are filing our notice appeal tomorrow, and be rest assured, the judgment is going to be set aside because this is not judgment at all. If you are doubting me, I will get the cities of the judgment tomorrow. I will give it to you and the record of proceedings. You will now discover that the judge left what issues that we raised. He left everything that we are talking about and be writing another thing. So that judgment, it was predicated on anger. It just, Mazin and Carlo has insulted me. I will show him that I'm a judge. That's all. That's all. It's not predicated on law at all. A matter that was not investigated, the judge, you rejected the statement of Mazin and Carlo, the DSS wanted to tender. Now, if a matter that was not investigated, there was no statement, there was no investigation report, on what basis are you giving judgment? Issues of the whole Mazin and Carlo, you did not even address it. You are talking about Britain, British High Commission, bombing American Embassy. All those things doesn't make sense at all. We are filing our appeal tomorrow. We are going to set it aside. Let everybody calm down. Thank you and God bless you. My people, now good evening.
So that's it. So tomorrow they're going to file the appeal. I will see how that goes. Again, I'm saying that when you go to the Court of Appeal this time around, because I think this is one court that you just don't want all the display that we saw in the High Court. I mean, when you go to the Court of Appeal, and I'm not sure it's going to be televised, I would advise get a good lawyer. Get a good lawyer and plead your cause, and then let's see what happens. Yeah, I agree. This whole thing has been messed up. Seriously messed up. But we'll see what happens. Okay. I just want to see like the major reaction. I didn't drop bail and I shouldn't. Let me look at this one.
Most certainly, my Lord, and I'm most grateful. My point is a very simple one, my Lord. Very, very simple. My charge sheet, as presently constituted, does not reveal or disclose any written law in Nigeria as at this very morning.
Thank you.
It doesn't exist, my Lord. And very finally, I think it is very, very important that I allude to what my lords...
Please, defendants, at this point, you won't go and make references. I just ask you to reply on point of law.
It is, my lord. I'm trying to explain exactly what the point of law is all about. We respect what he has just said.
Yes, let me hear the point of law.
My lord, I cite Eze v.
I'm coming. Consultants, you may guide him properly. Thank you. Let the consultant sit with his client. Or do we have all the consultants? Do they want to sit with their clients? Okay, let me see. Are you here? Mandela, you are here. Opara is okay. Where are the others? Ejiofor? Where are the others?
Okay, so that's that about that. Yeah, and this was the picture of him when it was when they were reading the verdict. Again, I mean, wow. Because the cockroach said, okay, let's see. How could one man dictate what happened in the entire Southeast? Okay, that's fine. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's really polarizing. It's really polarizing. It's really polarizing, but it is what it is. It is what it is, right? You've seen this woman. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I've gone through all of this. Let's see. Okay, let's look at this.
To be on flames, breach the perimeter fence.
So this guy is saying Justice Omotosh actually showed mercy to Nnamdi Kanu by giving him life imprisonment. It could have been worse. What is he talking about? Let's see.
Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Motor Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then
so this was the NSAS video, okay? He was doing the podcast and then he was saying that they should keep burning things and all of that. Now, again, you know, the wife spoke and said, well, there is no actual link between whoever was doing whatever they were doing and Nnamdi Kanu. That's one of the arguments from the wife right now. But again, this is a video of him live on here telling people, instigating the mob with respect to what happened That fit for you.
World will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janja, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't know them. You don't know them. Are they not killing people? The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, please. Good evening to you. Yes, go ahead.
Well, my name is Chideverugu, calling from Lagos.
What is happening where you are?
So that's Lagos, right?
Just to be on flames. You kill. How many police or army did you?
People that they killed. This is that Oshogapapa Expressway. They were shooting us there. It's 5 people that they killed this evening.
How many policemen died? I don't want to hear they kill us, they kill us. How many did you kill? How many police or army did you kill? How many?
They have burned the Lassa police station. They have burned it down. They burned the Select police station. They burned the Urile police station down. Everything is down now as I'm speaking.
Thank you very much.
So that's it again, you know.
Just to be on since if you go to my page, you will see a flag there. Nigerian flag stained with blood. So the flag that people should be carrying should no longer be green, white, green, but green, white, and red.
Okay, so again, so this guy is saying that based on just that audio alone, he can be given life. Wow. Again, it's messed up. That's what I'm saying, but it's just crazy. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Now, federal government explained to Nigeria why you would sentence Kanu to life imprisonment while granting press conference to heavily armed terrorists. This is a terrorist. Look at the rounds, look at the guns, and it's giving a press conference.
za a yi mu a kama zubar da jinin mu ku yi tunanin za ku zanna lahiya wallahi ba za ku zanna sai dai jiran lokaci kawai da kuma ce Allah ne ya faɗi da a zubar da ban sanan ma ko wani ba amma ni dai ga yadda nake jin rayuwa in ma biya wallahi mutu sai ka mutu me ma ba lokacin da za a tare za a tashi gida biyu ne da in ba mu tabbata duniyan nan.
So they're asking the question, why is this guy not given a life imprisonment or even a death sentence? Can you explain to Nigeria why? And you want to sentence Nnamdi Kanu to life? Okay? It's crazy. Yeah. So again, it is what it is. Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment. It remains Bello Turji now. Kanu was outside Nigeria. Yeah, they caught him when they really wanted him. But Bello Turji is in Nigeria, killing innocent people, yet is still not arrested. I guess that's what they wanted to write there. Okay. And as we speak about that, the terrorists abducted my sister and her 3 children during the attack at CAC Church in Kwara State. Lady cries out to President Tinubu and to Nigerians for help.
Goodness, that I'm more loud. They took away my sister with tearing. What my loss you see?
Again, I don't understand. That's the plan. It should piss you off, really, to be honest. It should. It should. Okay. So this guy says Nnamdi Kanu will be sent to life imprisonment like Barrow alone. Now, again, these are APC's data guys, right? Even you might hand up there. Are you the judge? Why preempting the court? The president is a Yoruba, Attorney General is a Yoruba, prosecutors are Yoruba, social media prosecutors are Yoruba, the trial judge is a Yoruba. Trial human history, no human being has ever succeeded in destroying the will of man. This will live in infamy. Look at that. All of this happening. And see Gumi right in the midst of them. What are we talking about? See them with grenades and all of those. Can you see that? But they are not terrorists. They are not to be given life sentences. They are to be celebrated. See them, they now stream their atrocity and their evil works. Okay, I guess I'm gonna move on. Let me see. Let me see what the Senate is doing. I see Akpabio trending and the Senate trending. Let me see. Okay, this has nothing to do with Nigeria. I just don't want to break stuffs here. Akpabio. Gunmen abducted. Yeah, we've seen that one. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate. We remember this. This case ended here that day. Nigeria never followed up. Akpabio is now the head of the National Assembly. Nigeria is a crime scene. And that's crazy. Okay, let's look at this.
The necessary pressure now will apply to the necessary pressure to the government to reduce these persecutions.
Thank you very much. We are putting together, as I mentioned, a comprehensive plan to use all the tools available. And so I expect, as we're cooperating with the government of Nigeria on what those tools will be, if there is specific U.S. government programs or assistance that will require a waiver, and through agreement in our cooperative relationship with the government of Nigeria on what will be effective and
now.
Yeah, at some point, because we've shown that we're not capable of leading ourselves in Nigeria. I mean, we've shown that. So they will come in. And if they take your oil, if they take your gold, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. I want to go and actually listen, and it's going to be a long one. The full, because I need to listen to the full hearing, okay, with respect to Nigeria being designated as a country of concern. I thought I saved this. I'm going to look for it. Let me see. I'm going to look for it. Well, let me start with this. Just Nicki Minaj talking about Nigeria. I don't know what she knows about Nigeria, but let me listen.
Please welcome Pastor Timothy McMurtry, who will lead us in an opening prayer.
Good afternoon, everyone. As has been mentioned, my name is Tim McMurtry. I serve as Wisconsin State Coordinator for Christians United for Israel. I also serve as North Campus Pastor for World Outreach and Bible Training Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It gives me great pleasure and honor to be with you all here on today. I thank you for Ambassador for having this event. I also want to thank Ms. Morgan Ortegas for the invitation, and thank Ms. Minaj for coming in and really showing her courage and standing up for this serious issue. With that, I'm going to lead us in prayer. Father God of heaven and earth, we thank you and we bless you for this day. For this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. Father, we stand in the gap for our Christian brothers and sisters in Nigeria. And you said in your word, Father, that you would never leave us nor forsake us. So we thank you for your hedge of protection. We thank you now, Father, for miracle signs and wonders, breaking, Father God, the spirit of attack and murder that they are facing right now. Father, we come to you boldly before the throne of grace to obtain mercy in our time of need. And we thank you for living up to your word and never leaving us nor forsaking us, like your word says. And on today, Father, let every speaker that comes today, every panelist, fill them with the spirit of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of you, opening the eyes of our understanding, showing us, Father, ways, strategies, methodologies that we can make an impact and a difference in this situation right now. Father, you said for us to be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving to make our requests made known unto you. So we appeal to you now, Father, as Christians, as faith people, as believers of God, to intervene now as only you can. And finally, Father, this is the confidence that we have in you, that if we ask anything according to your will, you hear us. And if we know that you hear us, we know that we have the petitions which we have requested of you. So we thank you for a supernatural move of God intervening in Nigeria on the behalf of our Christians, brothers and sisters, even now, in this time, in this season. And we thank you, Father, for a fruitful, productive meeting on today. And we thank you for outcomes and fruit that remains coming as a result of this meeting. We thank you for this. And we believe, expect, and receive it in the matchless name of Jesus the Christ. Amen. And amen again.
Please welcome the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for everyone who has joined us today, and for a number of our ambassadors and delegates who have joined us. Thank you for coming, to our faith leaders, survivors of some of these atrocities out of their school. I pray that we get them back, but what often happens is they're sold into sex slavery, they're forced to renounce their religion, they never see their homes or families again, and they literally disappear to the dark underbelly of extremism and sex slavery. Look, 10 years later, the horror continues. In the Middle Belt and in the North, churches burn, mothers bury their children for the crime of singing Amazing Grace. Pastors have been beheaded. Pastors have been beheaded for preaching the Sermon on the Mount. Entire villages wake up to gunfire because they dare to commit the crime of calling Jesus their Lord. People go to jail under blasphemy laws for simply wearing a cross. This is not random violence. This is genocide wearing the mask of chaos. Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation and a vibrant mosaic of cultures and faiths, but it is under siege. And in the northern region, you have 12 Muslim-majority states that are enforcing Sharia law and have enforced it since 1999. Jihadi groups like Boko Haram and the Fulani militias continue to unleash targeted violence. It is targeted, it is specific on these Christian communities. This year alone, the NGO, the nonprofit Open Doors, reports a very sharp rise in attacks. They're reporting 80%. 80%.
Isn't it interesting that these people are speaking, giving you data, and the Nigerian government does not even really have, doesn't even have any articulated position or point or strategy? Again, you might say, oh, they're interested in the mineral resources, they're interested in the oil and all that. To be honest with you, that's just a very dumb analysis of this whole thing. Show me where Tinubu was actually fully engaged, fully talking to people, talking to the citizens, telling them this is what he's doing to combat that. I mean, I don't know. So these people are taking it more serious. And then I saw some pastors saying that why is the West suddenly interested in Nigeria? Why are they interested in our resources? To be honest with you, those resources are nothing. We still saw attacks happening as far as this week. And again, there are different theories circulating. This was exactly what happened during Jonathan's time. Okay, when they kidnapped the Chibok girls. Why are this terrorism stuff, why is it escalating at this point? Okay, let's just go on.
Of the violence against Christians worldwide is occurring in Nigeria. thousands are displaced or killed in faith-based reprisals. So a few weeks ago, the United States designated Nigeria a country of particular concern for severe violations of religious freedom, spotlighting what can only be described as the government's failure to curb these atrocities. And while Nigerian officials maintain that terrorism strikes all faiths indiscriminately, and they do, there is a body of evidence, and you are going to hear that from our experts today, that paints a very grim picture of disproportionate suffering among Christians, where again, families are torn apart, clergy is repeatedly assassinated, and entire congregations, church congregations, and you see some of the images here, are driven into hiding. Yet in the face of this evil, one leader has refused to look away. President Trump has made the persecuted church his priority like no other president before him in American history. He was the first U.S. president to convene world leaders right here at the United Nations in 2019 to draw the world's attention to what is happening. He created the Religious Liberty Commission to fight for believers everywhere. And while Nigeria's Christians cried out, he answered, and he has answered loudly. He has reminded the world that protecting Christians is not about politics, it is a moral duty. So inspiration alone is not enough. We need voices that pierce the silence that we've heard from the international community, that humanizes these statistics that we keep hearing, and that demands accountability. And that's why we're here today, to hear from a pastor that will dial in through our embassy in Nigeria, and we're going to hear his firsthand accounts of the suffering. We're also going to hear from experts who have dedicated their lives to religious liberty. I especially want to thank my
What's happening?
My friend Harris Faulkner, who, in addition to just being an amazing person, is also the daughter of a U.S. Army colonel, so that makes her extra special in my heart. And she has spent much of her career protecting this most basic, folks, this is the most basic of liberties, to worship as one sees fit. But we are especially thrilled that we're going to hear from an especially powerful voice, a fearless advocate whose passion for justice transcends borders, and she uses her voice to defend the voiceless. Hers are not empty words, they are a clarion call, echoing the UN's, the United Nations' own Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which proclaims that, quote, everyone has the right to freedom of thought, to freedom of conscience, and to freedom of religion. She steps onto this world stage not as a celebrity, but as a witness. She uses and has used her influence to spotlight Nigeria's persecuted church, reaching out to her 28 million followers, her barbs, as I've now learned. And she uses this, and as she steps on this global stage, to fund emergency relief and to demand.
Hello, everyone. I must say I am very nervous, so please, well, I would like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for his leadership on the global stage and calling for urgent action to defend Christians in Nigeria, to combat extremism,
I can only do what he can do.
A stop to violence against those who simply want to exercise their natural right to freedom of religion or belief. I stand here as a proud New Yorker with a deep sense of gratitude that we live in a country where we can freely and safely worship God regardless of one's creed, background, or politics. No group should ever be persecuted for practicing their religion, like I recently stated on social media. And we don't have to share the same beliefs in order for us to respect each other. We're way beyond thinking or expecting or assuming for, the person sitting next to you to have the exact same beliefs. We're beyond that. That's ridiculous. But that shouldn't make one person feel less safe than anyone in any room. And I want to be clear. Protecting Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides or dividing people. It is about uniting humanity. Nigeria is a beautiful nation with deep faith traditions and lots of beautiful barbs that I can't wait to see. When one's church, mosque, or place of worship is destroyed, everyone's heart should break just a little bit. And the foundation of the United Nations, with its core mandate to ensure peace and security, should shake. I am joined here today by peace builders, by faith leaders, by those who saw violence, saw rising intolerance, saw the threats clearly before us, and chose not to look the other way. I am inspired by their work to build interfaith ties, to see the humanity.
Good morning from here. We Christians in Nigeria are surrounded by Islamic terrorists, and they're everywhere in our bushes from east part of Nigeria, from the eastern part. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. I know. I've been covering this story for a while now, and it's getting ridiculous. Yeah.
Humanity across the lines which might divide us, and to fight for security and liberty for all those who pray. I look forward to our discussion today, and I hope it will encourage deepened solidarity for us to urgently work together to ensure every person can enjoy the right to believe, to worship, and to live in peace. Barbs, I know you're somewhere listening. I love you so very much. You have been the ultimate light in my life and career for so long. I appreciate you, and I want to make it very clear once again that this isn't about taking sides. This is about standing up in the face of injustice. It's about what I've always stood for my entire career, and I will continue to stand for that for the rest of my life.
Trump come quickly to our rescue. Our government is complicit and had been accused of having the terrorists on their payroll. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of story with respect to that. That most of these guys, they're actually in the higher ups. It's quite crazy. Like, it becomes so much more difficult. And I think that's why it's important that other voices should lend their voice, their own voice to this. That's you have it. That's Nicki Minaj talking about at least using her voice in something that I can agree with respect to the genocide happening in Nigeria. Some people say, oh, it's not genocide. It's just Christians and Muslims are killed equally. But we all know how this thing operates. We all know how it works. We all know how it started. Okay? So nobody should.
6-time Emmy Award-winning Fox News anchor, Harris Faulkner. Senior Counsel for Global Religious Freedom with Alliance Defending Freedom International.
So there's a question, why are Nigerian Christians not supporting the victimized Christians? Muslim leaders, governors, senators, rep are funding the Islamic attack on churches in Nigeria. Why are the Nigerian Christians not? Because they face different realities, to be honest with you. And there's been some level of silence that I'm not comfortable with. And it's just crazy because, again, like, even some of them have come out to say, you know what, there's no genocide. Like, why is the United States now interested in Nigeria? There were some of them even saying that, what is US trying to do? Again, again, I don't even know, because the reality is quite different. The reality of Christians in the South is different from the realities of Christians in the North. In terms of putting their voice to speak about it, some of them do, maybe they do privately, but there's not been public pressure on the government as what we've seen coming from just one man, Trump. Okay? And Trump has been, in 2020, he did rescue a missionary in Nigeria while he was in his first time when he was leaving. Rescued a United States citizen that was kidnapped by all these terrorists. So again, it's not new to him. He understands perfectly the danger that these people pose, not just to Nigeria, but the world. Okay, so we have panelists here. This is Ari Faulkner.
John Nelson.
I don't know this one. Okay.
Former Deputy Assistant to the President and Senior Director at the White House National Security Council and Senior Advisor to the President on International Religious Freedom, Sarah Macon.
Well, I don't know Sarah. Okay.
And finally, joining us virtually from Abuja, Nigeria, Reverend Gabriel McConnell.
Okay, listen to your analysis. I think you are biased. You mentioned Soludo's comment recently as a compromised governor. I never called him a compromised governor, but failed to mention Hope. Who is Hope? And David. Who is David? Earlier, all our governors. Again, I was just referencing what Soludo said. I wasn't the one that said that. Soludo said that most of what happens in his state, because she is the number one chief security officer of Anambra State. So he was saying that most of the stuff, and again, you might say he's saying it for political purpose and all that, but I was just quoting what he said, that a lot of all those atrocities are not done by Fulani. That doesn't mean that those people, like most of those people doing all these attacks, are not, from the Fulani side for Anos Fulani, sorry about that. But again, yeah, I'm biased. Well, maybe I am. I wouldn't dispute that. But again, I just tell you what I think, and I'm not an authority in ethno stuff. But I also think that there are different groups, that is impacting the country negatively across different boards. But what we're seeing happening, or those that we're seeing that are actively, going to churches, kidnapping people, most of them are actually northern, from the north, northern terrorists. So again, it is what I think.
Well, thank you all for being here today. Nicki Minaj, wow. I wrote down what you said. Religious freedom means we all can sing our faith. So beautiful. So honored to be here with all of you. Reverend and Sarah and Sean, I want to give just a few scene-setting facts, if you'll grant me the grace to do so. Nigeria is the most populated country in Africa. As of 2025, so this is really up to date, an estimated 237.5 million people live in Nigeria. It's the 6th most populated country on the planet.
Yep.
And there is a lot at stake while we're here today.
And that's those 237 million people. And those are just people living in Nigeria. By the time you add people all around the world, because a lot of people have left. I mean, some are seeking asylum in Canada and in the United States too. Now, those that have moved in legally also. You talk about those that are actually just been in other parts of the world. By the time you add all these numbers together, I believe that we're way, way more than that number that she's quoted. Yeah.
Half of all Nigerians are under the age of 18. Only 7% of the population is over the age of 50. And that means life is short for many. So when we talk about the systematic killing of Nigerian Christians, you must know they are mostly young girls, young boys, to young parents. Who will protect the Christians? That's why we're here today. Who leads Nigeria is an interesting question. The Nigerian president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is a Muslim. It is a Muslim majority nation, about 53%. The other large religious group is Christian, about 44%, and sundry other faiths make up the smallest percentage. I note that Tinubu's wife, Remy, is a Christian, an ordained pastor. We'll see if that matters. We do know that Tinubu has rejected President Trump calling out the mass deaths in Nigeria, although the president has definitely gotten Tinubu's attention. Reportedly, in response to Trump, the Nigerian president has now recently promised to, quote unquote, fight terrorists through diplomatic engagement. And Ambassador Waltz and I were speaking.
The Fulani sacked and occupied 2 communities in Enugu State. Which community exactly? Do we know those communities? Because I'm going to look at it and try and fact check that. Again, I'm not disputing that. I'm just quoting what a governor said. It might be wrong, but he said from the report that he got. And I'm not saying that they're not in the eastern part. I learned that some of them have been pursued from Owerri. Just earlier today or yesterday, I saw a lot of the videos of some of these Hausa guys fleeing from Owerri. And I'm saying that all of these states, the governors should be really fully in charge of the security of their states. And if the federal government is not giving them the help, because I know that security forces are under the directives of the federal government. If the governors are not, able to secure their state, then maybe they shouldn't even be a governor. And I don't want to hear, it's the federal government that has all this police force, all this military and all that. As a governor, you can actually do a lot. So if the Fulanis is in Enugu State, okay, I'm just gonna take that now and put that in Grox. But let's continue.
Earlier, there is some movement. You spoke of that today. But there are more than 7,000 Christians who have died from just January to August of this year. So now in mid-November, you can make that number bigger. And sundry other faiths make up the smallest percentage. I note that Tinubu's wife, Remy, is a Christian, an ordained
I just have to repeat that part. I want to get something.
We'll see if that matters. We do know that Tinubu has rejected President Trump calling out the mass deaths in Nigeria, although the president has definitely gotten Tinubu's attention. Reportedly, in response to Trump, the Nigerian president has now recently promised to, quote unquote, fight terrorists through diplomatic engagement. And Ambassador Waltz and I were speaking earlier. There is some movement. You spoke of that today. But there are more than 7,000 Christians who have died from just January to August of this year. So now in mid-November,
wow, that's a lot of numbers.
You can make that number bigger.
That's a lot of numbers, yeah.
Sadly. So one might question Tinubu's timetable for those diplomatic conversations to happen.
Sorry, just one sec. So you're right. I'm just looking at this. The Fulani sacked and occupied certain part in Eastern community. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So they still occupy and are attacking from there on the farmers in an unspecified community in the area of Enugu State. What is the governor doing about that? Nimbo community, this was in 2016. I met more than 4 persons in Enugu community. 950 locations in Nigerian South is now occupied. Let me look at this. 950. Wow. I didn't know that. 950. In the region. This was as of June, okay? This was as of June, right? 950 location in Nigerian South is now occupied by jihadist Fulani. How true is this? Okay, I'm gonna dig deeper.
Happens since he seems to think that diplomatic engagement can end this. There are currently now 22 radical Islamic terror groups in the country of Nigeria. Can you imagine 22 of those groups in this country?
What? 22? We only know Boko Haram, ISWAP, and all that. Which other group? Wow. Okay.
Thousands of them, some aligned with ISIS.
Wow.
One more quick detail. Back to who holds the power in Nigeria. The area of north central Nigeria is one of incredible loss right now. You heard it referenced. They call it Middle Belt. where most Christians are being kidnapped and executed. The images and the stories are too horrible for our hearts to bear. That is why we're here today. Let's begin with that really hard part. And Reverend McCann, I come to you. What are the religious realities on the ground for Christians right now?
Well, thank you for...
Okay, so this guy's actually from Nigeria speaking. Yeah.
Let me first of all begin by expressing deep gratitude and appreciation to the U.S. Congress and President Trump for turning the spotlight on Nigeria at this time, as it has to do with violence against Christians. We've been experiencing this for a quarter of a century, and
that's 25 years.
It has been extremely a difficult experience for Christians. Jos, Plateau State, where I come from, is considered as the umbilical cord of Christianity in northern Nigeria. Jos is the host of, Western missionaries that have had calling to come and evangelize. So Jos is the umbilical cord for missionaries. And so Jos became like the first and primary target for Islamic extremism to launch their violence. And it has been a difficult experience because whole communities, villages, have been extinct as a result of this violence. I wish we have a lot of time because just in 2 counties, there are a whole lot of like 67 villages that have literally been wiped out because of the extremist
Wow, that's crazy, bro.
Especially by the Fulani militants. And of course, the Fulani militants are the foot soldiers for forceful advance and expansion of Islam in Nigeria. I don't know if I've said enough or I will still have the opportunity to say more.
I'll tell you that I want to go around the panel and then I'll come back, Reverend. I want to get a good idea, and Sean, maybe you can fill us in based on what you have seen.
Which comment? Read my comment out. Which comment is that? I didn't get that comment. I may have cleared it. If you wish, if you could put it back again, I'll read it out.
What actually is the motive for killing, particularly Christians? I mean, you can say, and I love the way that Nicki Minaj put it, this is not about picking sides, but it is about faith, and more Christians than anyone in that nation are being executed. Why?
That's absolutely right, and much of it started from 2009 with Boko Haram, when they became militant, began attacking, and as Ambassador Walton said, began kidnapping schoolgirls. That continues now, even to today, to raise funds or to buy weapons and all sorts of things. It could have started earlier when the Sharia criminal laws were passed. We're supporting a case right now at the Supreme Court of Nigeria that's being heard right now, so this is wonderful timing, to help overturn the death penalty blasphemy laws there. There's a young Sufi man, actually, Yahya Sharif Aminu, who's facing the death penalty for alleged blasphemy for song lyrics. So it could have started then.
For song lyrics?
For song lyrics shared over WhatsApp. That's absolutely right. At the Supreme Court, September 25th, a Kanu state lawyer said they plan to execute this young man for alleged blasphemy. So it could have started there.
Yeah, I learned that case also. Whatever he has done, you cannot execute someone because the person made jest of your God. Your God should be able to defend himself and not you defending your God. I don't even understand.
In the last 5 years, though, we've seen an extreme rise in that Middle Belt region. Thousands of Christians killed every single year, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, and now with 7,000 just this year. And since the president's designation, at least 78 have been killed across many states. When they come into these villages, they shout Allahu Akbar, they attack the
that's the code word.
I visited with one of the the communities, a number of the
That's the code word
that face these attacks just south of Jos, and spoke with a new pastor there because the previous pastor had been beheaded and his head was found behind a church. But they were still worshiping there that same morning. We went to another church where they had come back from the internally displaced persons camps, which were horrible. They were so terrible. They said, we're going to risk it being with these militants there. And I enter this church, it's empty, there's a white shining cross there, and there's no roof because it was burned off. And all of a sudden, hundreds of villagers come in and begin singing hymns, praising God. And it was just, you go there and we say we want to help them, but they're a witness to us as well of the power of their faith, of the power of Christ. So what they are going through is unimaginable across Plateau, Benue, Taraba, but their faith is so strong. That's a great encouragement that we can actually turn the tide of this persecution.
And Sarah, it's because of that so much is at stake here. I mean, if we let those lights of faith go out, and I know the Pope has even addressed this issue because Nigeria has the largest number of Catholics in all of Africa, and they're killing them. And so and by the way, I'm one of those journalists who talks about our faith openly, so if people are wondering, now they know. But I mean, I pray about this because covering it seems endless at this point. So you're looking at this. What makes a difference now?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here and for the voice that you so often give these issues. I'm grateful for that. I have to say to you, my sister, thank you, because your voice, and this is a direct answer to this question, we need people...
Okay, let's see. Okay, this is interesting. Because other governors have said that the killings were not caused by IPOB, but by politicians. The truth, I never said IPOB. I never said IPOB caused the killing. I said, okay, that Soludo said most of the killings were not done by the Fulani terrorists that was happening in Anambra. But maybe it's other people, but no, I didn't mention IPOB. Okay, so other governors said the killings were not caused by IPOB, but by politicians. So the politician might be using some other thugs to foment trouble. The truth is that the government sponsors the unrest in the Southeast. I kind of agree with you on that one. Yeah, I do agree. So again, even the Boko Haram issue and all some of these things, there are people inside the government that might be complicit in that. Okay, let's go on.
And of courage like you, who have platforms to stand up. And we're just so grateful. And I pray that you're blessed and that any persecution you face, you join a good list of those who've come before us who were persecuted for their faith. So thank you. You know, the reality is it is an incredibly dangerous situation, not just for Christians, but for all of Nigerians. And we see the rise in the abduction of girls in particular. There's a reason for that, right? Boko Haram essentially means Western education forbidden. And so these young girls are in school because...
Yeah, that's actually literally the meaning of Boko Haram. Boko means education. Haram means taboo. So Boko, education, Haram means taboo. So they are not against education. They're against Western education. But they can buy weapons from the Western overlords. They can buy communication. They stream using the devices. They're just so retarded. Using the devices that has been created by the Westerners to create havoc. But you don't want the Western education. How does that even work?
Christian, and they're allowed to go to school. And I've gone and seen this happened in Iraq when ISIS committed a genocide against Christians there and Yazidis. They went after the women and children in the horrific situation that these women find themselves in. And now we're seeing it here in Nigeria. And somebody has to say something. We have to use our voice. I'm so grateful that the president continues to speak about this. And for the record, this is not the first time he has done so. In 2018, when he met with then Nigerian President Buhari at the White House, he brought it up then, both publicly and then privately. And we saw the Nigerian government turn a little bit. I think they noticed, somebody's watching, and that made them a little nervous. Sadly, things didn't completely change, though the president did designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern in 2020. That was unfortunately undone by the following administration. But, you know, this is not a new thing. And I think to Ambassador Waltz's comments earlier, this isn't for politics. This is the right thing to do. The CPC designation opens a lot of levers and doors for us diplomatically and otherwise to really, you know, pressure the Nigerian government to do what it needs to do and protect its own people.
You say it's not political. Politics, unfortunately, are part of everything. So the politics being played here within that country, I have a lot of questions for the Nigerian president, why it takes so much pressure just to acknowledge that there's a problem. He has
That's
not
a fair question.
yet engaged his military to stop these 22 groups of terrorists, many of them aligned with ISIS. Now, we know how to deal with ISIS. It takes a military to deal with ISIS. There's no diplomatic engagement with ISIS.
And that's where the Nigerian government is getting it all wrong. Thinking you can actually have a welcome party with these guys and integrate them into the society. If you've killed someone, I'm sorry, it's better you take him out. Yeah. Whatever takes you to open fire on someone, then you should also be on the receiving end. So all these negotiation, all these pictures that we see of this terrorist gang coming in together, now they're even emboldened. Now they do selfies. Now they do streams of their terrorist act. That's how bad it has gotten. If you don't deal with them decisively and you don't deal with them intentionally, the extent at which the whole country will be turned upon its head, you won't want to be there. You won't want to even describe it.
I have a lot of questions around that. In the meantime, people die. So in the last 4 or 5 years, 4 years under the last president, Biden, the country, a particular concern, the CPC designation was wiped away. And imagine what terrorists do in that time. They build. They feast. They're like scorpions. Reverend McCann, I want to come back to you and ask you about all of the people who are dying, because Sarah's right about this. We know historically when one group is targeted, those who would even try to help or be neutral around that group are sometimes caught and executed as well. Is that a situation that could spread beyond the borders of Nigeria?
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, our borders are so porous, and we have all sorts of people migrate into the country unchecked. We don't know where they're coming from, but from the experience in country, we know that a lot of them come with harm, you know, in their hands and on their feet. And it's been so dangerous for those who speak up against these ills and these massive attacks that take place, because they too become targets of these insurgents. But the problem is, how do we continue to keep quiet, you know, when people are being killed day after day? Just within the last 3 weeks, there have been multiple attacks in Plateau, in southern Kaduna, in Benue, with 9 out of like 15 attacks in Plateau State.
Wow.
And that simply shows that, well, they believe that if they crush Plateau, they will crush Christianity, not just in the north, but in the whole of West Africa. And so we need help. We do need help internationally, because these radical groups are also internationally connected with other radical groups. This is why, you know, the announcement by President Trump and what the U.S. Congress has done has rekindled hope in Christians and even moderate Muslims who themselves have recently been victims of the attacks of the extremists. And so we are looking forward to some definite action being taken. The statement of our president about the situation is unfortunate, And we have minorities like that are in their comfort zones, and they are the naysayers. And some of them benefit directly or indirectly from the misfortunes that has befallen millions in this country. So we do need international intervention, whichever way. Millions of Nigerians are looking up to the Western nations for intervention.
Well, look, I know the clergy are like yourself. They are expressing gratitude for the American president who sees the suffering. Catholic Bishop Wilfred Shikba Angabi told Reuters, "I am happy that my cry, my prayers were answered, and I am particularly happy that the world has drawn the attention of Nigeria to look into the problem that is going on." Sean, I read a little bit about your background and how you see this kind of playing out. Is this about a caliphate? Why do they kill Christians? Is it a religious, spiritual warfare that we're seeing now waged on one side?
I believe it absolutely is. And we talked about the IS ideology, or the Al-Qaeda ideology, and that since that anybody who stands in the face of a totalizing and violent extremist view shouldn't be allowed to exist. They should be stamped out and wiped out. And of course, it means that you can also take their land. It means you can take their wives and their girls. You can take all those different things. But that's why you're going after it, right? Just because, climate change doesn't cause people to behead each other, right? These different excuses when the attackers themselves say we're aligned with IS, when they themselves say we will kill all Christians. The Christians who see that and experience that every day, they believe them because they know what's happening. And many of those communities, they feel like they're totally defenseless, that they don't have people listening. When they give early warnings to local army or law enforcement, and 90% of the time, nothing happens. 90% of the time...
Why do you think that is? Why isn't the military engaged? Why aren't the law enforcement? Is that the Nigerian government that's saying don't, is that a no-go zone because they don't want to get involved?
I think there certainly are some kinds of politics that may be involved in that. It's hard to say without being in those kinds of conversations. But the reality is that those early warnings are not being responded to, and dozens after dozens get killed because nobody goes and answers those warnings. Again, there's a big case, it was a Supreme Court case involving a Christian farmer named Sunday Jackson. He was attacked, slashed on his throat and on his legs by a Fulani militant on his own farm. He tried to run and escape, he couldn't. So he got in this fighting match with him and was able to kill his assailant. He got taken and convicted of first-degree murder. That was upheld at the Supreme Court. He's facing the death penalty for defending himself. That's how defenseless the Christian communities feel.
I heard about that case, and it pains me to the marrow, like how they would allow, someone, that defended himself to be given the death penalty. That is ridiculous. If nothing, changes, it's going to utterly destroy that country.
You go out and you see the Fulani militants that have weapons upon weapons, that begin to have drone technology, all sorts of things.
Where is that coming from?
That it seems to be coming from the porous borders that the Reverend has mentioned.
Wow.
But it is something where the Christian communities, they feel besieged. And so to have the U.S., to have people like Ms. Minaj speak out and say, we have to stop that. If the government is not willing to do it by themselves, then they need that pressure from the international community. It doesn't need to just be the U.S. It doesn't need to just be us. It should be the entire United Nations. It should be all within West Africa, all within Africa, in Europe, and around the world, because more Christians are killed there in Nigeria year after year than any other country, all other countries combined. And it's an atrocity. It's outrageous. It has to stop.
Sarah, listening to all of that,
it has to stop, bro.
That detail on what the battle is like, both legally and spiritually. I think of those young people in Nigeria, half the population under 18, most of them under 15. What happens to the future of Nigeria if you kill the children?
when I hear that, I think of one of the reasons why it's important for the United States to be a leader on this. I believe Secretary Rubio said that if something doesn't make us safer, stronger, and more prosperous, we're not going to focus on it, right? And I see this issue certainly as something of safety and security for us. That young population of people, those that are left, if we don't step in here and say this is unacceptable, then we allow radicalization to take place, and that country will be far more dangerous in the future than it even is today. So, from my perspective, this is an imperative for the U.S. government that we say the right thing and that we impose sanctions, that we use the levers and the tools that the CPC designation provides the president and the administration, and try to impact change here so that we don't see a worse off Nigeria in the future.
Can you go into detail just a little bit? So that the CPC designation, what does that allow President Trump to do that maybe we don't know about?
I think there are like 15 different levers that it essentially opens up. Diplomatic pressure, right? Again, I reference the president's comments to President Buhari back in 2018. Even him just saying the word, what's going on with the Christians in Nigeria? I hear you're killing Christians. It made a difference. So there's that. Sanctions, that we can open new sanctions, particularly against individuals who are witnessing this violence. And
we need help in Nigeria. Please, you people should. Again, this is kind of polarizing. Even in the United States hearing, and I'm going to go through the full stuff. I think it's 3 hours. There are some that are for it. There are some that are not against you. The United States also have its own internal politics dynamic. So if they're going to be getting into Nigeria, it has to be kind of bipartisan. And I don't see how Trump will be able to pull that off. I think what he can do is put a lot of pressure, but where they see that there are strong, concentration of terrorism, there's a way he could actually still do 1 or 2 strikes, but then he needs some level of approval, or at least a minimum of agreement within his own party, which is the Republican Party, to support that. So again, in his heart, maybe he wants to help, but it's not as simple as that. But I again, it is what it is, right?
So we can impose new sanctions beyond those that may already exist. And Sean, help me here. My dear friend Sean, who's so much more eloquent than I am, I'm so grateful to be here with him too. So diplomatic pressure, sanctions, there's a number of things that can be done, but I honestly believe the Nigerian government reacts most to the pressure, the public pressure that they feel. Right. There's a lot of industry there. They don't want to risk that and lose that. Oil, there's business. Once you become like on this bad list, companies don't want to go there and operate from there any longer. That'll be something they feel.
Also, I think the other thing is, the CPC designation is a wake-up call. And there are those things like removing different kinds of aid, saying we're not going to support these military efforts. But the U.S. has been a long-time partner with Nigeria. We want Nigeria and West Africa to be secure and prosperous, and that's a wonderful thing for both of our countries. And so I think it is an opportunity, if they can stop the denials and change course and take these things seriously, get things to the middle belt, then those sanctions don't necessarily have to happen, right? And that'll improve their own economy. It'll improve their food supply. It'll improve the lives of their everyday citizens, whether Christian or Muslim, any of those things. So I think it is an opportunity that the president is offering, but he wants the denials to stop.
Well, it's interesting because we talk about Nigerians' rich oil history and potentially future. They refine a lot of oil. We actually, the United States, are supplying them with some crude. So it's interesting timing to see another oil-rich country, maybe the richest in the world, Saudi Arabia's crown prince at the White House right now. Nigeria, no doubt, pays attention to our politics and our diplomacy. So I look for this day to make a lot of news on a lot of different fronts, and Nigeria is at the heart of it for a lot of reasons. Reverend McCann, I made a note.
Nigeria needs to be divided now before it's too late for Igbos and Christians. Again, I mean, I believe that everybody has a right to self-determination. I'm not the one that would say you have to remain in this big country and no matter what happens, you have to remain there. I mean, if it's a fair thing, you just have to be strategic about it. Okay, you just have to be strategic. If you have to lobby at the highest level, you have to also be able to persuade the top policy. So, for example, let's say Southeast wants to go on its own. There are governors in the Southeast. There are politicians in the Southeast. They need to lobby for that. The alternative of violence, of trying to create some sort of disagreement or some level of disunity won't really work, because we've tried that, which had a very bad checkered past in Nigerian history that I wouldn't want to go into. But again, I'm just saying that I think, everybody has a right to determine if he wants to be part. It shouldn't be something of so much, anxiety and so much, issue if a part of the country says, what, I want to be out. There should be a way, and I don't think we have that entrenched in our constitution, because what we've said in the constitution is that no, there's no secession, right? Nobody can secede. But really, I mean, I don't think we should just have it more like a closed loop. That's my thought, bro.
When you were talking before, and I had written this previously when I read your bio.
Yeah, fair enough, they're in the game for themselves, I agree.
Peacemakers.
That's why it becomes more difficult,
and
right?
Those of us who are Christians, those of us with strong faith. My husband is Jewish. We are ecumenical. We serve.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that.
Talk to us about the role that we can play as the faithful in peacemaking at this moment for Nigeria.
Well, I am a firm believer in the sanctity of human life.
Yep.
Our Creator assigns equal value to our lives regardless of our race or color. And so I believe that we ought to equally value humanity. I preach peace.
Well, these people don't. Clearly they don't.
Work for peace amongst men. I've been in it the past 25 years, and we haven't given up. While this violence takes place, we still preach peace. We are still open for peace. And we encourage that, without peace, there can be no development. And this is why we are crying out for intervention, because the violence is reducing the integrity and nobility of our nation. Let me use the opportunity to also call on the government of my country, pleading with the government of my country to humble itself and accept help that is coming from a stronger ally like the United States, and hopefully other Western nations too, because they have a stake in Nigeria.
I'm going to give Tinubu a warning right now. I hope he listens, and I hope those around him listens and pass that across to him. Trump it might be as if he just made those words. They're not empty threat. They're not empty threat. The guy behaves, once he's gone mad, he doesn't come back until he achieves what he wants. It's as if nothing is happening. It's as if there are no, action right now. He needs to take this thing serious. And, this pomposity, or I would say this pompous behavior, rather, of the president, that you don't even explain anything to anybody. You just think if you can keep quiet, things is going to sort itself out. It's not going to work in the long run, because people are being killed. People are losing their lives day in, day out.
Boko Haram, like you said earlier, is anti-Western values. So it's anti-Western values, including Christianity, including democracy. And so if the West can unite to see that Nigeria is a hub, all right, of upholding Western values, which also aligns with with what the Bible teaches, then we can have a world that enjoys peace, and we can have development, and the world will be a better place for everyone. No one wins when violence just takes over everywhere. There is no progress, no development. This is part of the reason why the Nigerian economy is still passing through terrible challenges today, because we don't have sufficient peace. Investors are very, very wary about coming to invest in the country because of the
If you don't try to be tribalistic, do you like how the Igbo people are treated? How are they treated? I love Yorubas and Hausas. Oh, okay. But our efforts, life and properties have been destroyed in these regions. In the Yoruba region, you mean? And the Hausas region, you mean? Again, I think this is conflicting two things. We're talking here about violence coming from the extremist jihadist group. You know, there are other interplay of politics in Nigeria, and I'm quite aware of what is happening. The race relations in Nigeria right now is at an all-time low due to so many reasons, right? A complex country, and you just have to be careful now when there's an accusation of someone being a tribalist or being a little bit of a bigot. I don't know. I mean, I try as much as possible to look at reasons from a plain platonic level, but again, that's just me. I mean, you could have some of your assertions or some of your experience supporting that, but I don't want to give in into some of these things. I think that at times it's also important to look inwards. So what is to be done with properties and life being destroyed? Number one is this. I mean, I've said it for the 1001 time that this all blame goes to the table of the president. I don't make any decision for Nigeria, but I can call that out, and I've been calling that out. But I don't think I'm going to treat one tribe, with any special preference. Each tribe has its own challenges. They will not ask for help because of their political mission to turn the country into a Muslim country, and it's looking more like it. Because when you see all these coordinated attacks, you see attacks on churches, you see attacks, on places of worship. Because I always say, there's always this call that, Muslims are also being killed. But I also tell people that, the first casualty is always the church, is always the Christians. Is when the Christians flee, that because they already have this blood-sucking, spirit in them, and they have that penchant to destroy lives and properties. When they don't see any Christian, then they turn against themselves, then they have split groups, and then they fight each other. So again, the first casualties are always the Christians, are those who can defend themselves. Then when they leave, then they have, the other people. So again, tribalistic. I don't know about that. I just say what I think, and that doesn't mean that's right. Okay. I just say what I think, and that's just it.
Rise in violence. And so we are all for it. And I believe the Christians in Nigeria are for peace. We want peace so that there can be progress and development. And everyone can go about living their lives without apprehension of the other person coming on them and taking away their lives wishfully and willfully.
What do you say, Reverend McCann, to young people that you see in Nigeria? How do you give them the strategy to go forward in their prayers and their hope for the future with so much happening against them?
I didn't quite get that.
What do you say to young people, young Christians who know that the future could be bleak because of how they believe? How do you keep them hopeful? What is the strategy for that? What do you pray with them and for them about?
Yes. Definitely prayer is key, and we haven't given up on that.
You didn't get a question.
We pray for our nation, for God's intervention, for God to send help. We also try to engage them, engage young people.
The church is not doing enough. The church is not doing enough. I mean, you have Kanu, you have PFN, you have all of these groups. I mean, yeah, they've been making one or two, protests, but it's not been enough. It doesn't really move anything. Until when Trump said it. In fact, there are some pastors that believe that Trump is just being over his head, that he's been a lunatic and a madman for calling out Nigeria, the genocide in Nigeria. Also,
bring them together, talk about conflict and peace building, and see how we can be better Christians, be better citizens, and love each other. Love, even the Bible teaches, love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you. So we want to continue to instill that truth in our young people, but there is a limit to which they would accept and go by that when the government is failing to live up to its own responsibility of protecting lives and property of citizens. We don't encourage our young people to take the laws into their hands and go about, killing and destroying properties. But the government should also do its own part.
Yeah, but at some point, the citizens have to also learn how to defend themselves. If the government will not be there to help them, then the citizens also have a role to play on how to defend themselves. That's why when you look at the Second Amendment in the United States, which says that the citizens will always not be hindered to bear arms, primarily because the government can actually turn against the people. That's the whole reason for the Second Amendment. That even if your government wants to turn against you, you have the right to form a militia and defend yourself. At some point, we need to have that conversation in Nigeria where everybody can actually defend themselves. Everybody that needs to own a weapon to defend their community, their family, should be able to do that.
What you said is so important, because there is a line, there's a limit that people can live through, and then they want to fight. And just as my mother taught me to, and taught all of us, to let others praise you, sometimes you have to let others help you fight. You can't always do it on your own, and it's not always the might that does it, it's what you're talking about. It's setting the parameters that give you a better future. So as you look at this, we're potentially going to lose a generation of people in one nation if they don't get a handle on this. Is that how you see it?
I think that if the insecurity doesn't stop, you could have lots of systemic collapse. If you think of the Middle Belt, where it's the breadbasket of the country, if you're losing 40% of your farm and then another 40% the next year on a widespread scale across the area, how do people eat that way? How do they live that way? When there's millions of people living in internally displaced
16 million right now.
It's enormous. Absolutely. And they have nothing. How do you build a life that way? How do you build a business or a family? You've already lost your home and you have nothing to look forward to, and you don't know when you're going to leave. But there's such bad conditions that people will still try to go back to their destroyed homes just to build a life. These are people who want to live, as the Reverend said, build peaceful and prosperous communities, who want to work hard, who pray and love their families, and they're unable to have the basic elements of life because of the lack of security, because of the lack of response, because of the lack of recognition of what they're going through and saying what it is, that they are facing religious persecution, they're facing targeted persecution. And I think just getting to that recognition, saying we're going to respond when we hear that there's attacks against you, we're going to help you get back to your homes and rebuild those things. Just saying those things and beginning to move on those, prosecuting attackers, I think you could see a pretty dramatic drop in attacks. But if the impunity continues, as you mentioned earlier, what message does that give you? It means you can attack and attack and attack again, and nothing will happen to you.
What do you say when the government argues, when the president argues, no, they have religious freedom. It is promised in the Nigerian constitution. I don't know if you read that recently, but it was in the headlines. And so I'm reading deeper on it, and I'm like, well, so what do they tell the radical Islamists? Like, that they also had the freedom to do what they do, but the Christians don't.
The reality is that in northern Nigeria, is it 12 states under Sharia law? That's not freedom of religion. So,
and that's sanctioned by the government.
They are allowed to practice Sharia law there.
There are. You'd be hard pressed to find any country in the world that has a constitution that doesn't look pretty good, that has lots of nice words in it, right? Look at the Chinese constitution, or look at the Soviet constitution, or things like that, and you see all sorts of protections. But that's a piece of paper, as Benjamin
in reality,
It's whether you live up to it. It's whether you live up to it by saying we're not going to discriminate in favor of one community or against another community. It's when you say that you can speak freely about your faith, where you can go to a church or to a mosque and not worry about that. And there have been some wonderful imams. There's an imam in the north who hid 300 Christians because they were being chased by terrorists. But that's the thing, 300 Christians were being targeted by terrorists at that same time. And so that kind of example of religious harmony is what needs to be protected.
That's amazing, though.
It is amazing.
Right
yes,
there.
Absolutely. And that can be strengthened. But you have to recognize where the problems are first.
How do we help someone like that? I mean, this is what we saw, and I don't like to compare atrocities because everything lives its own place in history. So I'm not going to do that. What I will say is, just in the spirit of what you just showed, that there are lights in every situation. There were lights in the Holocaust. Some of that happened where people were sheltered and given God's grace because they felt the Spirit moved them to do so. So how do we find those people? Reverend, do you have any thoughts on that?
Those who would provide support, or
those who would protect Christians.
Oh yeah, well, this is where the problem is in our country, because of the escalation of this violence and the slow or non-response of the government authorities. A lot of the Christian communities are now feeling like they have to adopt self-defense, which also the Constitution provides for, but my other panelist says a piece of paper, because whenever the communities under attack find some way to want to defend themselves, then that's when the law certainly, gathers some energy to go after them. But the aggressors, who seem to have, a reservoir of these ammunitions and weapons, keep coming round to attack the communities and to destroy lives. We have mass graves literally in every community. I've been there. I've been in the trenches. I've been to these places. You see mass graves here and there, and so how does that work?
Divide Nigeria now to save lives. How? Yeah. I mean, at some point, our discussion needs to be put out there. Like, how do we move forward from here?
There is no justice. There is no justice. And unless justice is seen to be done, there is no amount of simply just talking and we're not seeing it being done that is going to help the situation.
I'm going to wrap up with this. I know I mentioned the huge Catholic population in Nigeria, 35 million Catholics. 2 days ago, the Pope declared, and this is a quote, thinking of Bangladesh, Nigeria, Mozambique, Sudan, and other countries from which news often arise of attacks on communities and places of worship. It's exactly what you're talking about. This is starting to migrate now. And that's putting so many more Christians under pressure. I feel like this is a tipping point for us, and I want to thank the ambassador, Mike Waltz, for bringing us all together, and Nicki Minaj for being part of this worship moment for us to understand that we're on the precipice of being able to help, and we can't miss our time. So thank you all for your time. Reverend, thank you. And Sarah and Sean, a pleasure to speak with you today and take all those many questions. You're very graceful. Thank you all. Appreciate you being here.
Okay, so that's it. Hopefully something
It is
changes.
to have you here. I think the entire country is appreciative of you stepping forward in this moment. You spoke beautifully and elegantly, and your words will resonate in the hearts and minds of millions and millions of people all across this globe. You should be very proud of yourself for having the courage to step forward in this time. I don't think other people in your industry have the courage or the brains really.
The United Nations. As you said, this isn't a U.S. issue. This isn't a
Yeah, that's true. What's the UN doing? Because UN's job is actually to prevent a lot of all these things from happening. I don't see what UN is doing. It's quite crazy.
Even necessarily a President Trump issue, although thank God he has really put a spotlight on it. This is a global issue.
Yeah.
So we have some goodies here for you guys, including the coveted manga hat. I'd love for you to have that. Thank you.
Okay.
I never in my wildest dreams saw myself here, but God has.
When I was confirmed as ambassador, doing this with you was not necessarily on my feet. But you know what? This is what the Lord does. The Lord brings people together to protect His flock and to further His word. And we're just honored. And we mean this, and I know the President believes this. This isn't about politics. This is about humanity. This is about doing what's right. I'm just so proud. And then I have one more thing. Pastor, Cedars, come on up here. So I didn't realize that the pastor is a fellow Army veteran. And if everyone knows this tradition, this is one of my challenge coins. Please stand here.
Wow.
This is one of my challenge coins. I'm proud, as you said. We need to be proud, and as Alex said, I'm a follower of Christ. But I'm also an Episcopalian, which means I like a good drink, and so it's a bottle opener that you can have. All right, there we go. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Yeah, the heavens will rise against the inhuman treatment of our people.
Now, in case you didn't know, every country gives a gift to the United Nations. And so we have the United States over there in the UN building. We have a moon rock, and we also have a Norman Rockwell collage that says, "Treat others as you would have them treat you." And the other key piece is that Trinidad, Tobago, has a set of amazing steel drums that they have on display in there. We pulled them out so that Nikki can play them for us. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, we're going to go with you over and tour the UN headquarters, and we're so thrilled that you joined us today. But thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that's that about that. Talking about Christian genocide in Nigeria, the minister, I don't even know what is foreign minister Tugar went on Piers Morgan and
if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. If they don't, there's going to be hell to pay.
It's unfortunate that President Trump has been misinformed. This false narrative that there's some persecution or a genocide.
Why isn't it a genocide against Christians in Nigeria?
We don't want to be the next Sudan.
You dispute the...
You don't want to be the next Sudan, then you have to do something about what is happening right now. You don't... Now, this thing is spilling to the southern part of the nation. I mean, now I just read, somebody called my attention to it that there are 750 Fulani's, like all these terrorist locations, not just Fulani, terrorist location in the southeast alone. 750 locations. So again, yes, we don't want it to be like all those southern, because you read those things as, far tales, like things happening from a distant place. But right now, the whole thing happening in Nigeria, the whole killings and all that seems to now be like an everyday thing, not even every other day. It's not like an everyday thing. So let's listen to what the conversation between this guy, the minister, and Piers Morgan, because now Trump has beamed the light on this, and every show has to talk about it. Every news agency has to talk about it, both in Nigeria and abroad. So we're going to look at it, and then I'm going to comment.
Numbers that have been reported to have been killed, but you have no idea how many Christians have been killed.
We are not hiding any facts.
Right now, you have an Islamist government in Nigeria. There is a reason that we're seeing these Islamic militants going around and yelling Allahu Akbar. That's not by coincidence.
It's easy for her to sit thousands of miles away and play games with people's lives.
You that are in the country, you that are not thousands of miles away, what have you done? How have you curtailed this menace?
I've performed several burials because the Islamic are controlling the government. Let me tell you, there's a genocide in Nigeria.
Nicki Minaj will address.
Yeah, so again, I don't think it's just an Igbo thing. I think it's every well-meaning individual thing. The Igbos should wake up and be... Yeah, because it's not just the Igbos that is affected. Almost everybody. Like most of the people also killed in the northern part are not just, just one tribe or one religion. Christians have been targeted, of course. But I think that this is deeper. And I don't know.
The United Nations led today alongside US Ambassador Mike Waltz. The Queen of Rap is not often seen at the UN. She's speaking out because, like so many people at the moment, she's extremely alarmed about what is happening in Nigeria. It's the most populous country in Africa and one of its wealthiest, but it's fair to say it hasn't traditionally been a big subject for Western media or the US podcast circuit until recently. Just over a month ago, HBO's Bill Maher said this.
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria,
you
your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. And again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They've burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you.
Many prominent figures are now raising the issue. Senator Ted Cruz wrote since 2009, over 50,000 Christians in Nigeria have been massacred. It's a result of decisions made by specific people in specific places at specific...
18,000 churches. Wow, that's a lot. 18,000. So you're going to count 1 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. 18,000 churches, 2,000 Christian schools. Wow.
Times, the United States knows who those people are. A series of stories have followed on major US networks, including Fox, whose interviews on the subject were said to have angered President Trump. The US leader is now threatening Nigeria with, in his words, sweet military action, choosing not to rule out both airstrikes and boots on the ground. He's also threatening to withhold more than $1 billion in US aid. Just this weekend, government abducted 25 girls from a high school in Nigeria. Boko Haram is being blamed. Understandably, I wanted to find out more about all of this. I expected the Nigerian government to be addressing the situation with urgency and invited the Nigerian Foreign Minister, Yusuf Tuggar, to appear on the show. There was a bit of a bad line, but I'm sure that you and many in the White House will find what followed pretty extraordinary. Well, joining me now is the Nigerian Foreign Minister, Ambassador Yusuf Tuggar. Welcome to you, Foreign Minister. I appreciate you joining Uncensored.
Thank you for having me, Piers.
So a simple question. If somewhere between 50 and 100,000 Christians have been murdered in Nigeria since 2009, depending on which bit of data you want.
The UN are not doing anything because they are compromised and have been weakening by the Islamic country who donates. I agree with 100%. Yeah, the UN is compromised. The UN rather is compromised. The UN is messed up. Yeah.
Take up, and 18,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. Why isn't it, as some people are claiming, a genocide against Christians in Nigeria?
Well, to begin with, those figures are completely and totally inaccurate and false.
Really?
And many in the media have examined them, they fact-checked them, so they come from Inter-Society and Open Doors, and they've been shown to be totally inaccurate. what we have in Nigeria is a multi-ethnic, multi-tribal, multi-religious country of 230 million people. Our nation building project is not an easy one.
I wish it has the right number.
We have
Because if it doesn't have the right number, then
the
there's a problem.
effects of things that we have no control over, exogenous factors such as the breaking up of the Libyan state, the killing of Gaddafi, the proliferation of weapons and fighters that have cascaded down to the northern fringes of Nigeria and beyond, and have affected the entire region. The failure of the EU Sahel strategy over the years. These are all things that we are suffering the effects of. And we do have Boko Haram in the Lake Chad region that affects not just Nigeria, but 3 other countries, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, that we've been contending with through the multinational joint task force that allows the troops of the countries in the region to pursue the terrorists. 50,000 insurgents and people that were caught in the region of the insurgency having surrendered, and we were in the course of processing them, and some were being rehabilitated, others were being processed through the legal system when Niger had to pull out because of the failure of the EU Sahel strategy and the military coup that was experienced in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali.
Look, you've made it clear that you believe these numbers are wildly exaggerated. The International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law is a non-governmental organisation that monitors and tracks human rights abuses across Nigeria. In its report in August, it said jihadist groups, including Boko Haram and ISIS in Nigeria, had killed over 100,000 Christians in the last 16 years. It also noted that 60,000 moderate Muslims have been killed in that period too. Now, I guess my obvious question to you is, if it's not 100,000, then how many Christians have been murdered since 2009? And if it's not 18,000 Christian churches that have been destroyed, how many is it?
We in Nigeria have Christians, we have Muslims, we have atheists, we have animists, and when we're counting death tolls, we don't necessarily go by religion, and quite often it's difficult to even identify what religion an individual that has just lost their lives belongs to. And what we are concerned about is that they are Nigerians first and foremost. And we've seen these sort of agitations by faith-based organizations that is a prelude to the breaking up, to the dismemberment of countries. We've seen it in Sudan. We know this playbook. It's happened. There were agitations to create South Sudan, which was expected to be a predominantly Christian country, separate from North Sudan, which is meant to be a Muslim country. Now we have a situation where there's fighting, continuous fighting in South Sudan. There's another round about to kick off. The same thing in the North Sudan.
Okay,
where
but let me interrupt.
Muslim fighting each other. So we don't want to be the next Sudan. We will not allow ourselves to be the next Sudan.
No, I understand that.
Where are the faith-based groups that were agitating for Sudan to be dismembered? They're no longer there to fix Sudan.
Okay.
Not North, not South.
Okay.
It's Nigeria as a member of the Peace Council of the African
Let me jump in if I may.
With the heavy lifting.
Foreign Minister, if I may, I'd like to jump in if I may, because you do seem to be avoiding my questions. You know, you don't seem to know how many Christians have been murdered, which I find surprising.
I'm not.
Well, you haven't given me any. You've told me you don't know.
I'm not avoiding
well, with respect, sir, you have not given.
Nigerians. So
no, I know what you said.
May not necessarily
I understand.
Same as those that.
But you are, yes. But what you're saying, if you could let me speak, what you're saying is that you dispute the numbers of Christians that have been reported to have been killed, but you have no idea how many Christians have been killed. What we surely can agree on is how many Christian churches have been destroyed. Do you know how many?
Well, that's the minister. That's the foreign minister talking.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, they can garnish your wages. They're taking control.com.
52 churches, depending on which region again you are referring to, because there are different regions in Nigeria.
Now that's the Minister of Foreign Stuff talking.
I can give you the figures right here now. So,
well, how many since 2009?
Since 2009, since the last 5 years, the attacks, not destroyed, attacks on churches 102.
What?
So we're not hiding any figures, you see. It's important to understand this. Same way that there are mosques that are destroyed. I don't even have to mention that.
So this guy is saying that because they've said 18,000 churches since 2009. He's saying for the last 5 years, just 102 churches have been attacked. I don't think that's the right number. I don't think so. Even in the South alone, we saw what happened in our with the killings. Okay.
Nigeria is configured in such a way that you have Muslim and Christian populations all across the country. There are, of course, states out of the 36 states that we have that have a high concentration of Christians, the same way that there are states where you have a high concentration of Muslims. Take, for example, the more recent attacks that have brought about an intensifying of this false narrative that there's some persecution, or as the likes of Bill Maher even go as far as to say.
It's trying to deflect, right? It's trying to deflect. I mean, and unfortunately, I mean, this is a minister, foreign minister, whatever they call him. And he clearly does not even have his facts together. He's not talking with confidence too. Yeah.
A genocide. The ground
well, it's
zero
actually
for
more than Bill Maher. If I may jump in again. If I may play you.
State,
no, I understand.
If I may just finish this.
If I may jump in, sorry.
No, if I can just finish this. Sorry. The governor of Benue State happens to be a man of the cloth. He's a reverend father. He's a Catholic. So you can see how it is impossible for him to be concealing what is happening. He would be screaming at the top of his voice.
At this point, you don't even know
there was some genocide, or if there was
you know?
some specific calculated targeting of Muslims, of Christians. But he knows there isn't, and that is why.
There's no way you can come out on TV, live TV, and tell me that Christians are not being targeted. It's not possible. They're always the first casualty. Okay, they're always the first casualty, no matter what you try to spin it. And again, it's a problem within the dogma of the religion that is being practiced in the Islamic faith. There are peace-loving Muslims. I wouldn't sit here and say there are none, but I also know that there's always a soft spot. Thanks for the follow, Man Olga. And again, there's always a soft spot, you know, for all these people, because some of them believe. That's why when they go to carry out the attack, they don't share the grace. They don't say in Jesus' name we pray. There's always the Allahu Akbar thing that they say before the killing, before everything, because it's baked into the religion. And that is why the only way you can actually solve the problem of terrorism is that the well-meaning Muslims have to be firm and take a firm approach to removing that. And again, I don't even understand if these people know what they are playing with. I don't think they know what they are playing with. Because again, let me tell you, when you go to Dubai is relatively peaceful. There are Muslims there. Majority of the population there is Muslim. They treat terrorism far more with strict control. There are strict rules. There are organizations that don't allow them to practice whatever their sect is in Dubai. They don't. And that's the problem that the United States and Europe is having today, because they've allowed these people to cross across the border and move over to their countries. Now, I can't even say that London or the United Kingdom will not even be facing serious problem that we're facing right now in Nigeria in the next 10 to 20 years. Because we've seen the attacks happening in London. We've seen these people even very close here, Quebec here, in Montreal. You see them on the street. On the street. Disrupting lives and movement just because they want to pray. They go to the front of cathedrals to pray. You can do your 5 whatever prayer a day you want to do, wherever you can do it, but why must you push it in the face of people? And when they come out to come and deny all these things, they are complicit. That's why this problem, okay, may not even be resolved. Because the politicians want to have their way. And again, I mean, at times I try to also be kind of not biased, but I can't just help it, because when you see the way these people do, the way they behave, it's just clear as day that there's a vendetta against Christianity.
Let me play you.
He is not doing
okay.
so.
But let me play you a clip from President Donald Trump about this.
Stephen. Yep.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about, and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible, horrible atrocities. I'm hereby instructing our Department of War to prepare for possible action. If we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet, just like the terrorist thugs attack our cherished Christians. These are cherished people. These are great people. Leave them alone. Warning, the Nigerian government better move fast before it's too late. If they don't, there's going to be hell to pay.
So what is your message to President Trump, who obviously completely disagrees with you?
My message is that we have the utmost respect for the United States of America. We have, by extension, the utmost respect for its president, President Trump. It's unfortunate that President Trump has been misinformed
by who?
By those that
he has no brains.
trade in generalized labeling.
Yeah, I don't think he knows what he's saying.
Unfortunately, it has resulted in this statement. We urge that the engagement that is ongoing continues, so that we will provide more information and clarity. Okay. We are not the ground for either a jihad nor a crusade. Nigerians.
But what is happening in the north is jihad in nature. We're not a ground for jihad, but what is happening in the north right now fits 100% what jihad is all about. Or what is jihad again? If you're burning churches, you're killing Christians. Just 3 days ago, these people went to Kwara State. Kwara State is one of those states where, I mean, the max they would do when they're hungry is just spit on you. Now you have all these guys during church service go in, kidnap people, killed people. What is that if it's not jihad? What is that?
Have lived in peace, relative peace with each
Which
other.
Relative peace? Which relative peace?
A very, very long period of time. We are the people that populate the confluence of the rivers Niger and Benue, and we will continue to do so. And it's important to be mindful of the complexity of the Nigerian state. It is a multi-diverse state in so many regards, and it is an ally of the US.
There's no complexity in Nigerian states. We talk as if this is the only country. If you go to other countries in the United States, there's a lot of people like you have, different kind of America. That doesn't give anybody the right to go bomb a church or destroy a church or kill a pastor or kill a priest. For more than 15, 20 years now, this thing has been happening. There's a cry of these poor people or this common man that has risen up to God because the Nigerian government did nothing to salvage the situation. And Tinubu seems like he's already been captured, unfortunately.
Because we've worked successfully together in the past. And we actually appreciate what President Trump has done in the past when other subsequent U.S. administrations would not sell Kanu jet fighters to us, planes, aircraft to us. President Trump acquiesced to that. Some of the things that we're experiencing at the moment have a direct linkage to the application of the Leahy Law to countries like Nigeria, where they were deprived of weapons to maintain peace at home and help also maintain peace in the region. This is why we continue to experience terrorism in the region, in the Sahel region.
You know, at times I just listen to this story, they were denied weapon. Why can't you produce? Why? Because you're corrupt. Why can't you produce your own weapon? Even, is it not a national security issue that you have a country that can't produce anything? You can't produce. So, assuming there's even a global war today, that means you're bound to follow whoever has the highest firepower, even if the person is wrong, because you can't produce weapons. So we're waiting for the United States to give us weapons to keep our country safe. Now, why do we even have all these armies? I don't know, man.
Whereas in the past, when we worked successfully together with the US, you could see what Nigeria was able to achieve. We resettled Sierra Leone, we resettled Liberia successfully, and our multinational joint task
Minister, I'm interrupting you.
What year was that? Terrorism. Until
Minister, just stay there for a moment, if you will, because joining me now is the former Canadian MP Goldie Gamari, host of the Goldie Show, who has spoken out frequently at what she says is a genocide against Christians in Nigeria. Goldie Gamari, welcome to Uncensored. What is your response to the Foreign Minister of Nigeria, who says there is no genocide? The numbers of those who've been killed, number of churches attacked, has been wildly exaggerated.
Well, first of all, Pierce, thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, Pierce, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it probably is a duck. There is a reason that we're seeing these Islamic militants going around and yelling Allahu Akbar. That's not by coincidence. There's a reason that they are attacking Christians on Christmas Eve. Let's not forget that back in 2014, almost 300 Christian schoolgirls were kidnapped by these Islamic militants. 80 of them, their whereabouts are still unknown. Pierce, what's happening in Nigeria is jihad. It's the exact same thing that happened on October 7 by Islamists when they broke into Israel and murdered Jews yelling Allahu Akbar. It's the exact same thing that ISIS terrorists did to the Yazidis in Iraq. It's the exact same thing that happened in Lebanon. Here's the only difference between what's happening today in Nigeria versus what happened 1400 years ago when the Muslim Arab invaders came to Persia is that back then people did not have cameras, but today they do. It is 100% jihad. We've seen it before. This is how the Islamist playbook always happens.
Well, I don't think that the foreign minister was denying that bad things have been happening. He's just denying that it constitutes a genocide and that the numbers of reported
because his
deaths
government
of
is a part of it.
Of murders of Christians.
Well, looking at the foreign minister and his response to question you were asked if this is the best all these great Nigerians we are hearing can produce as foreign minister. Unfortunately, the reality and the brightness, and the genius that Nigeria has, unfortunately, doesn't translate to the political base of the country. Unfortunately, it doesn't translate to the political hierarchy of the country. It's just bad at the worst of us leaders. And again, they say that we deserve the kind of leaders we get. So possibly also at the followership level, there is also some real soul searching to do there. But yeah, this is what we've got, unfortunately.
I think his government is complicit. Right now, you have an Islamist government in Nigeria. One of the things that he didn't mention to you is that typically it's been a constitutional convention in Nigeria that if the prime minister is Muslim, then if the president is Muslim, then the vice president is Christian. If the president is Christian, then the vice president is Muslim. This is intended to have a proper representation of Nigerian population.
At this point, I may want to disappoint a lot of you guys. Tinubu wanted to be president. Okay, there was no way Tinubu would have brought in a Christian northerner and would have still won. Unfortunately, that's the reality for Tinubu. So Tinubu himself, might not be in cahoots with this group, but I think he's kind of powerless. So again, there's that expectation that if you have a Christian president, you have a Muslim vice. If you have a Muslim president, you have a Christian vice. But in the case of Tinubu, and I'm going to make an exception for that because he wanted to be president, there was no way you have a Northern Christian join him on the ticket and would have still won. It's just numbers. Unfortunately, that's the reality. And I can see that from his appointment, some of his appointments, he's got a lot of Christians in his cabinet and all that. Again, this was what I told Tinubu, because when he came out to say, you know what, I'm a Muslim, my wife is a pastor and all that, I told him that's not the strategy. That's not the strategy, because the people you're dealing with, the people that are actually committing this havoc, does not even see you as the right person. They see you as an infidel in a way because you're married to a pastor. So when you want to deal with these people, you have to be decisive. You have to know what you're doing. Else, at the end of the day, you have yourself to blame. I think he's more like under a siege, and that's just my own opinion with respect to the president. So again, this argument for this lady might not fly with me because political exigency actually made that so.
Right now, you have a Muslim president, and then they decided to choose a Muslim vice president. And so there is actually no Christian representation in the Islamist government. By the way, this is a government that is working closely behind the scenes with the Islamic Republic of Iran. You should ask the foreign minister why Nigerian school children are holding pictures of the Ayatollah, who is a brutal dictator and is murdering my people in Iran. People need to look into the linkages between the current Nigerian government and the Islamic Republic of Iran.
That's a fair question.
I was a politician for 7 years, Pierce, and I can tell when someone is lying and avoiding the truth. That's exactly what this foreign minister is doing, and shame on him for lying.
Wow. Foreign Minister, your response to that?
With all due respect to the lady, I'm sorry, I forget her name. She has already exposed her ignorance and lack of knowledge about Nigeria, and it's easy for her to sit thousands of miles away.
He's going to do a straw man there. He's going to do a straw man there.
Games with people's lives. These are real
I'm not the
lives
one playing games with people's lives. 7,000 Christians have been murdered in Nigeria. 7,000 Christians have been murdered in Nigeria. Who's playing games with people's lives?
Does not even know whether Nigeria has a president or a prime minister. You can see how she's waffling.
She corrected herself there, though.
This is typical.
This man is going to do straight.
I think you're showing your own ignorance. The fact that you're not able to actually counter what I'm saying, and instead you're going after these things that are irrelevant, that just shows how ignorant you are.
I agree with her, right? Like, he's a straw man.
Rattling, it is typical. You can see she's exposing herself. She doesn't even know the country that she's trying to start a crusade on, and drawing comparisons with Gaza.
Yeah, I have a video that I'm going to show maybe later about, was the crusade justified? I'm going to look for that. Was the crusade justified? Yeah, let's listen.
It's clear what she's trying to do. We have a constitution that has, go and read my constitution before you even try to have a discussion with me. Look up sections 10, 38, and 42 of our constitution. There is federal character enshrined in our constitution. It's part and parcel of it. And the priority is the region where you come from, because we don't identify ourselves as Muslims and Christians in Nigeria. We identify ourselves from regions, geopolitical regions.
Christians disagree.
Place where we come from.
But do you accept? All right, Foreign Minister. Foreign Minister, let me jump in. Foreign Minister. Foreign Minister, if I may. Foreign Minister, if I may, Foreign Minister, do you accept that there is a big problem? We can quibble over precise numbers, but you've already said by your own numbers, over 100 Christian churches have been attacked. You won't commit to how many Christians have been killed. I think you're slightly hiding behind the fact you don't know what all their religion was. But you must know how many people have been killed.
I can give you figures. You did not ask me. I can give you figures of those that lost their lives
How many Christians have been murdered in Nigeria since 2009?
Since over the last 5 years, I can categorically tell you that 177 have been killed.
Wow.
And it does not mean that the killing.
But you said to me. But you said to me earlier. You said to me earlier you did. Yeah, but hang on. Hang on. Foreign Minister, with respect.
Muslims. They are not necessarily Muslims.
Foreign Minister.
To understand that.
Foreign Minister, with respect, earlier when I asked you that question, you said you didn't know the number because many of the people who've been killed, you didn't know what religion they were. So which is it?
Yes, so I am telling you, number killed when churches were attacked. I told you the number of the churches that were attacked.
Now, how many Christians? You misunderstood my question. How many? I want to know. I want to know.
177.
Yes, but Foreign Minister, you have had United States senators like Ted Cruz saying publicly that at least 50,000 Christians have been murdered since 2009. If you're saying that number is wildly exaggerated, what is the number?
I keep giving you the numbers, but clearly, you are not.
You're not. You're giving me the numbers since in the last 5 years.
Accept the numbers or to even listen to what I'm saying. 102, 177, number injured 98.
That's not possible.
Number
right?
abducted 7.
No way.
Okay, so
7?
We are not hiding any facts. But as I said, we don't go about trying to identify a Nigerian's faith when they've lost their lives.
because if you then identify Nigerian's faith, then you're gonna put a real eggplant on your face, right? So again, you can always say that you don't, but people have done the studies, and that's why they're coming up with the numbers. If you want to disapprove the numbers, or if you want to say the numbers are wrong, then you better have a good number, but you don't have it because number one, we don't even keep good statistics in Nigeria. Number two, we care less because most of those people that are dying are either in the village in the north, or they're just in one bush, so we don't care. But there are institutions that keep the numbers through the reporting. Is just messed up.
That is.
But do you condemn? Foreign Minister? Do you condemn? The attacks and the murder on Christians by Islamist groups in Nigeria?
Absolutely, 100%. I lost my father-in-law to an attack by an Islamic terrorist group, Boko Haram. So I myself am a victim. I've lost family members to attacks.
And what have you done?
And they were Muslims. But it doesn't matter whether they're Muslim or Christian, because their aim is to kill, to maim, so that they would achieve their objectives. And the number one enemy of Boko Haram is not a Christian. It is a Muslim who does not subscribe to their
I don't
own
agree with
brand.
that. No. The first victim is always a Christian, because they believe that the Muslim will come around at some point, and then if they don't, then they attack them. But a Christian will never come around to that ideology, to that jihadi stuff. So the first place they go is to kill the Christians, to arrest to kidnap the priest and all that. And when the Christians move out of the area, or when there are no more Christians to kill, then they start killing the Muslims. So it has never been the Muslim as the primary stuff. Look at what is happening in Kwara State now. The Muslims communities are not even the first target. They've gone to churches, okay? They've gone to different churches, and I've covered that. There was one documentary, I would repeat it again here. In the afternoon of a Sunday, a old big church was empty. What happened again recently in that, as a Ruka or whatever the name is, churches also, while they were holding their services. So what are we talking about here?
Islam.
Okay, I mean, Goldie Gamari, let me bring you back in there. I mean, there's no doubt that tens of thousands of moderate Muslims have also been murdered by Islamists. We can argue, till the cows come home, frankly, about what the exact numbers are. But clearly, a lot of Christian churches have been attacked. So have a lot of mosques, where it is believed that the people who are, observing their faith there are too moderate for the Islamists. So it seems like the Islamist groups like Boko Haram, like ISIS, are targeting pretty much anybody
that they don't agree with, be that moderate Muslims or Christians? Is this not, as the foreign minister is putting forward, a case of it's not just Christians being targeted and persecuted, it's also moderate Muslims, and that there's a general wider problem with Islamist terrorism?
Well, there is definitely a problem with Islamist terrorism, but just because Muslims are being murdered, it does not negate the fact that there is a targeted ethnic cleansing of Christian Nigerians. One does not negate the other. What we can conclude from this is that there is definitely an Islamist problem. Now, one thing that the Nigerian minister is purposely forgetting to put out there is that it's not just Boko Haram, it's also the Fulani militants. Not a lot of people know about the Fulani militants. The Fulani Islamists are also the ones who are generally targeting the Christian Nigerians, especially in the Plateau Belt. And I've had several Nigerian Christians come on and speak about this. In fact, I have seen videos where you have the Fulani militants, on their motorcycles with machetes. They're driving through various towns, and you have the Nigerian military who's supposed to prevent them from going. They're getting orders to stand down and allow the Fulani militants to go through. Again, Pierce.
So, what happened? Not the recent attacks in Kwara State. I think a few weeks ago, the attack. So they said shortly before the attack was to be done, that the military came to the vigilantes because now, they have to protect themselves. So they formed this little group called the Vigilante Group, that the military actually came to them and told them that they want to go service their weapons. So they collected all the weapons from the Vigilante in Kwara State. And then shortly after that, they had helicopters going around, dropping weapons for the militants. And they knew where the militants were. They were even telling the military people that the militants are in this area and that area. And nothing was done. And they came in overnight and attacked these people. So again, what she's saying about the Fulani militants going on their bicycle with machete, with guns and all that, we've seen that. And it's becoming embarrassing because we have these political elites that are not coming out to do their job, and the thing that they can just, cover everything up. It's not going to work because now Trump is calling them out. I wish Trump wouldn't, but when you create a vacuum and a gap, it becomes so obvious. And that's why we're covering our face out there.
The loss of life is horrible. But as you can tell from the minister, he's avoiding questions. He's avoiding eye contact. Instead of actually answering the questions, he's focusing more on trying to attack me and trying to, go after me because I'm not as familiar with the Constitution. I don't need to be familiar with the Constitution of Nigeria to understand that, over 50,000 Christians have been murdered since 2009. I don't have to be familiar with the Constitution of Nigeria to know that when someone yells Allahu Akbar before they massacre 200 Christians and burn Christian churches, that's not just banditry, that's jihad. And I think the reason that the foreign minister does not want to admit this is because they are somehow complicit in this. And, he is purposely saying that he is willfully ignorant, because how could the Nigerian government not know if those people who have been murdered are Christian or Muslim? The reason that he's avoiding saying that is because if they actually put out formal numbers about the numbers of Christians targeted and murdered, then they will have to admit that there is a genocide. They don't want to admit that there's a genocide, but that's exactly what's happening. And I'm glad President Trump and others are calling it out.
Foreign Minister, finally, your response to that.
The minister don't vex you.
Like I said, the lady and people like her trade in starting wars in faraway places where they have no contacts, they have no understanding of, and they can do that from their armchairs from a safe distance. It's a real life situation. This lady would not know the difference between a Fulani man, a Tiv man, an Igbo man, if they stood in front of her. But you can see clearly overnight, because it pays, she's probably making money out of it.
Actually, I'm getting $0 for this. I'm getting paid zero. I'm getting paid zero for this. I haven't been speaking out against human rights violations. Listen, Pierce.
Even though what he's saying may not even be what you want to hear, but allow him to talk. Like, why? Because he allows you to talk. Again, I mean, all these back and forth.
As you can tell, he's not able to actually answer anything that I'm saying. All he does is just attack me and attack my credibility.
As many
So I
times
think
as I
this
would
shows the
repeat
viewers
the
exactly where the
figures,
Nigerian
she
government
is going
stands.
to keep on insisting that she has not heard the figures. So that's what she's trying to do. Start a war. They want to break up Nigeria the same way they broke up Sudan, and now they've run away. She's not talking about Sudan anymore. She's not talking about South Sudan.
I actually have talked about Sudan in other episodes as well.
For Sudan to be dismembered. This is what they do. This is what they do.
What do you mean this is what they do? Like, who is doing what? What does it mean this is what they do? I mean, clearly the government is not pulling his weight. I wish the government pulls his weight. I wish we're not on the international scene with all of these problems. I wish Nigeria's name is not in disrepute. But again, the government is not pulling its weight. So what are we talking about?
What they try to do to Africa, Nigeria is the largest country on the African continent.
The minister is part of the terrorists. I mean, at this point, you don't even know who is who in that government. To be honest, I don't know who is who in that government. It's quite difficult. I believe that, you know what, these people, they are, like, a lot of them are complicit, you know. I mean, there was this also rumor, I will call it a rumor, that the recent service chief that was retired because he was beginning to get serious about exterminating these terrorists. But again, I would say he had 2 years with Tinubu. So how come that he didn't really do that much? It's difficult to tell who is who in that government. I mean, we have people also talking about Shetima, how they saw terrorists in his house when he was a governor. It's messed up, bro.
The largest shock absorber to the African continent in terms of admitting migrants, in terms of freedom of religion. It's Africa's largest democracy. But people like you,
Nigerian government is
who don't really care about freedoms, the freedoms of either Christians or Muslims or Africans, will continue to agitate for the breakup of Nigeria.
Nobody's agitating for the breakup of Nigeria.
The same way that it's happening in South Sudan, and you've kept mum.
You know,
you guys are broken up
the reason that I know that you are working with the Islamic Republic of Iran is because the Islamic Republic puts out the same narrative about balkanization. That balkanization narrative is something that the Islamists constantly use.
That Africans are losing their lives. To you, it's just another black country to be broken up. You don't care who dies.
Your hands are the one that's covered in blood, not mine.
But we've seen you.
Not mine. I'm not denying the Christian genocide, but you are. Shame on you.
This government official, oh my God, I don't even know who sent him out. Again, one of the things I've noticed about Buhari's media team is, I said Buhari, I mean, what's the difference? Tinubu's media team is that they are very, very incompetent. Let me just use a light word. Very, very incompetent. Like, these guys, they don't have coordination. They don't even have a very good messaging. They don't know how to react. Like, again, the president at times, he doesn't even come out to tell people what he's doing. You see Trump getting questions. At times, Trump might be nasty. I can agree with that. At times it's nasty to reporters, and they've always called him out on that. But at least it's taking questions every day. You see him as his boarding Air Force One is talking to the journalists. Almost every other day, you have the press secretary, okay, fielding questions. We don't even get to hear from this government until when Trump calls him out. And even when Trump has called him out, he hasn't come out to even have a press conference. It's only when he goes to a party, then he talks about, my wife is a pastor. God, have mercy.
Happen to Nigeria.
Shame on you.
Move on to your next project. Move on to your next, your disgrace. Your disgrace to the Canadian nation.
I mean, this is a bad showing.
I'm shocked that you say that you actually practice as a politician in Canada. Move on to the next episode.
Canada gets tribulate too. What you concern Canada concern this one now?
Us
What do you
alone.
expect from a minister that is negotiating
Well,
with terrorists?
I'm going to leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed for joining me.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Thanks for having me, Pierce.
Thank you.
Today's show is sponsored by OneSkin, which can help all of us look even younger. EIERS to stop the tracking. It hides your IP address, passionate speech beside a shallow grave. Some of the victims of this persecution, including President Donald Trump. Well, welcome to you, Reverend. It's good to talk to you. Your words clearly had an impact on President Trump. What do you believe is the reality about the situation in Nigeria with regard to the persecution of Christians?
The word of Trump towards Nigeria is quite marvelous, as is comparable to what the Bible says, as Israel was under persecution in Egypt. When there comes another Pharaoh that did not know Joseph, the Israelites went into deep crisis. Their labor was double. It was double.
Okay.
To the stage. God allowed this thing to happen to the state that they have to cry. When they cry out, Exodus chapter 3 verse 7 came up. God decided to say, it is time, let us go down. I've heard the cry of my people. And let us show concern. Depends on different interpretation of the Bible. But one version says, let us show concern. I have concern for my people in Egypt. I've heard their cry. Let me go down and deliver them from the Egyptian, from slavery. It is same thing with us in Nigeria. All Nigerian Christians have been in bondage right from 2021. In fact, it reached a stage that the Islamic terrorists have vowed that Christians should never lead them. 2021, there was organized massacre that called across every place.
What is happening in Nigeria is the biggest disaster
in the nation, Nigeria.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's
but the media here
it's
are downplaying things for themselves.
Yeah, they're living in denial, right? Yeah, they're living in denial.
And this is where we are in trouble. I've performed several genocide burial, more than 70 times. Imagine some of the graves are 501. People killed in one night.
I saw that.
In Dogona Awa.
In Plateau State. Yeah. God bless you, man of God. Yeah.
Village named Gembru. The Nigerian government downplayed that one because the Islamic are controlling the government.
So the Nigerian government, if I may just jump in there, the Nigerian government has vehemently denied there is a genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Further, they say a lot of Muslims have also been killed by the likes of Boko Haram for being too moderate, and that therefore the issue of Islamists killing people is not restricted just to Christians, but also to moderate Muslims. What do you say to that?
Yeah, so let me give you the background of what happened.
And not just him telling the truth, because he's also telling his experience. Like, he's the one burying them. He's the one. I mean, we saw the video, and this was not like a skit. So he's telling his own experience, his real life experience, because when you live in that side and you've experienced all those stuff where just all of a sudden you see people trying to kill people, and we've seen even a little bit of that in Abuja, where they just kill someone going on a morning cry, or they just, butcher someone, or just kidnap a pastor and all that. He is living it day and night. So you could see the passion in his voice. You could see how, now some people may think that maybe he's doing it to the extreme and all of those, but again, he's lived the experience. He's saying his own truth. And what he's saying is the truth because they've not been able to fact check him or say what he's saying is a lie. All they're saying is that he wants to divide Nigeria. Again, is the country not divided with all of this stuff happening? I mean, it's crazy. Like, Kwara State is next door to the next southwestern state.
This is the background with initial fact finding. They created Boko Haram.
Yeah. Yeah.
By many that are in hierarchy of the government.
Yeah. Boko Haram was a government
to
creation.
remove Good Luck, who is a Christian.
Again, Good Luck also at that time also did not pull his weight. I understand the siege around his government, but again, I believe that, you know what, everything falls on leadership. The way Tinubu, you know, did attack Good Luck is the same way people should not stop holding Tinubu responsible for what it's all about. It's really systematic killing and cleansing of the Christians, of the farmers by the headmen, and they've already admitted to that. It's their plan.
This is what happened. They steer them.
Oh, you're from the same
they
village?
They riot every village.
Oh, what he said is true. I'm from the same village. Nigerian government have a lot of terrorists in their midst, so there's nothing they can do. Yeah. I mean, right now, I believe that Tinubu is fighting for his own life because any major move that is not well calculated, they can take him out. They can take him out.
And the people run away. They were relocated.
That minister
and
is
their target is to kill the Christian. Because Good Luck is a Christian. That's why Good Luck says, my blood is not worthy for other people to die.
Again,
involuntary.
Again, I get the fact where, I mean, Good Luck was just being used, to be honest with you. Because this thing we're talking about also made tremendous growth during Good Luck's time. And then Buhari also couldn't even help himself. So again, from when this thing started, basically during Yaroda's time, you know, up until Good Luck, they took a lot of local government under Good Luck. It was mainly an attack because he's a Christian president. But secondly, also, Good Luck was not a trained politician. So he didn't even know how to go about this whole thing. So these guys, they entrenched their reach. They did spread during Good Luck. We remember those times, they took almost 21 local governments. That they were even saying that maybe the election won't hold. Then we saw Tinubu, Ribadu, Amechi, of these guys, they went to the US. They were able to use that as a political win for the opposition, which was APC at that time. Now they got into power and people were expecting Buhari to be more serious because Buhari, rightly so, was also attacked during his campaign before he became the president. So people thought that Buhari would walk and stem out this terrorism. But unfortunately, the 8 years of Buhari was a disaster. And now you have Tinubu where I don't even know what he's doing in terms of security. In terms of security, I don't know what he's doing.
And submit and accept result even before it was finished counting. He knows the danger.
Yeah, may God help us. It's a shame that this minister is shamelessly trying to defend the government in the face of open truth.
The true result of the election.
You're from the village? Wow.
Many Christians in the north,
man, you have to be saved, bro.
Will go into the grave.
Man, you have to be saved, bro.
Because it was really declared a jihad.
Wow.
In Borno, they will enter village on Sunday. They will meet people in the church and they will lock the church building with Christian inside. Anybody that is found outside, they will order him to go in.
Wow.
They lock the church. They put Gatling.
And they will burn it.
They set the church building ablaze.
Yeah. Again, you know, I was listening to Abel Damina. Abel Damina was also sharing his own experience because he grew up in the north and said that his dad was a reverend and they came in, they burned the church, that they narrowly escaped. Then he was also saying that there was one day he was in the university and they started looking for him especially. Abel Damina, I guess God knew that it was going to be a very useful vessel, right? And that the only reason why he escaped was that he went to a female hostel and slept under a bed. And from there escaped. So when you have all these things that have gone over, and that was when Abel Damina was still a youth. You know, when you have all these things that has happened decades over decades, and it begins to get entrenched, now it's a behemoth. That now it's even difficult for you to take care of this situation without going on offense and killing some people. Or unaliving some people, rather. Because if you really want to face this thing, man, it must be decisive, it must be fast, and it must be straight. I'm telling you. May God help us in this country. What can a sick president do? Yeah, man. I actually felt it was going to be better than what Buhari, but the security issue, yeah, it's a shame.
Then there were insight, including the pastor, the elders, and everybody were born to death. This is the report that they will never tell. They moved to other villages.
Man, Piers Morgan is a kind of person that always interrupts the guest. But man, for Piers Morgan to have actually kept quiet for like almost 6, 7, 8, 10 minutes now, this is unlike him, man. He doesn't even know what to say. Because it's a different reality for him, right?
They will find people in the church. They will bring them out and separate male and female. And all the male, they will assemble them for slaughtering. They will slaughter all of them, including the old, the youth, and everybody.
Wow.
And for the female, they will select the female for themselves.
A sex slave or something.
And divide it among themselves.
Damn.
Sexual harassment will take place.
Yeah, typical.
Reverend Dashwood, if I could ask you, if I could ask you, what is your message to Donald Trump? Because he was very moved by your words. What is your message to him?
My message to Donald Trump should never stop what he's doing, because what he's doing is not his own. Showing concern to Nigerian Christian, it tallies with Exodus chapter 3, verse 7.
Okay.
As God showed concern to Egypt, to Israel in Egypt, the Hebrews, so he has to show concern to us. Let me tell you, there's a genocide in Nigeria. And when it comes, it's not going to be at us alone. It's going to help the Muslims. When the Christians in the far north were able to escape to the middle belt, what will they left? You hear them saying Muslims are also killed. By who? By Muslims. Because of set differences.
Yeah.
Some were trained in Saudi Arabia. Some were trained in Afghanistan. Some were trained in Iran.
Wow.
All of them have different background of belief. They brought it into Nigeria.
Exactly. That's what I say. Like, at the end of the day, like, Christians are the first to be attacked. When the Christians flee for their life, because even Jesus said if they persecute you in one place, in one country, move to another one. I mean, by the time you've moved around, then maybe God will come. Again, I'm just saying, well, I don't know about Biafra being the answer. Did you hear about the soldiers that were sacked because they killed some Boko Haram? Really? I didn't hear that. Wow. Wow, I didn't hear that one, bro.
There was no Christian in the close by to kill. The blood of innocent Christians that have killed is fighting them. Then they went into fighting each other.
Yeah.
The sect of Izala are 100%. Fighting the Sunni, fighting 100%. the Derika.
Yeah.
That's why they'll meet them in the mosque and kill them, chanting Allahu Akbar.
Exactly. They don't share the grace.
Because of different belief in Islam.
Yeah. Wow.
And this thing has not been common. It has been happening right from the time of Muhammad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a trademark, yeah.
Sometime at a point, it will end up seeing same people of same faith killing each other. Like today, the ISWAP and the Boko Haram were busy killing each other at Lake Chad.
I mean, I don't really mind if they kill each other, to be honest with you. If they unalive each other, and the Boko Haram, swap and all that. My whole is don't kill innocent people, don't kill Christians. If you're killing each other, yeah, you can carry your fight and, yeah. I hear they have clashes. That's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens.
It's not a news anymore.
Well, it's clearly a very...
It's
clearly a serious situation, and it's definitely worthy of more global attention. So, Reverend, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask that only...
Okay, so that's it. Now, there's this story because at some point in the world history, you had, the Muslim Empire that was in charge of, everything. So you had the Ottoman Empire. They were basically Muslims, and Donald Trump should continue to. I love the way, So again, according to what the man, that pastor said, the Tinubu's administration never thought that someone will rise up to defend these people that seem to be powerless, that seem to be in the far north and the north central, that couldn't even defend themselves, because obviously the government has failed in its duty to protect their lives, and they were covering everything. We're not even hearing some of those stuff. And at some point, it became such that there was no hope. And one thing led to other. The person that actually started it was Bill Maher. Bill Maher is not even a Christian, funny enough. And then the thing got a lot of traction. And then Trump got to hear about it, and it's really putting pressure. They are researching, they are doing a lot of intelligence gathering right now. And I'm telling you, I think they are beginning to know where these people are. I expect Britain has a lot of problem on its own. I hope with the way Britain is behaving with respect to its migration and some of this stuff now, most of the mayors in Britain now, biggest cities, are Muslims, and they're being lenient to all of this stuff. Now they do morning prayers in Britain. Morning prayers, disturbing the peace of the environment in Britain. There's been a lot of videos there. So I think Britain needs to wake up. They have a world of their own problems that they need to solve. I just hope. And now you can't even criticize the government in Britain. They're going to come to your house. It's how bad it is. There was a report also of how almost 1 million people over a period were assaulted, and the Britain government tried to bury it. So Britain is in a world of its own troubles. I hope they can come around and get themselves, on the right path. But again, some of these people, they do specifically target some of these Western countries too. And now you have different knife attacks and all of that. A Jewish community was also attacked, I think, in Britain just a few weeks ago. So it's messed up. So again, I was saying that there was a time when you had a lot of all these Muslim empires all around the world. Then that gave birth to the Crusades, and the Crusade was that we need to actually go take back some of these countries, some of these conquests that have been dominated by Islam. And so they're saying that there are different schools of thought with respect to the Crusades. Some are saying they support it, some are saying no, they don't. But let's see. I mean, is it justified? This person said it is justified. Let's say that.
In 2005, the film Kingdom of Heaven was released to the world. The film takes place during the major historical conflict between the Christian world and the Islamic world that we today call the Crusades. Beginning in 1096, Catholic Europeans embarked on quests to retake the Holy Land and spread the faith to new areas of the globe. You would think that in a historical drama like this, we would get a fair portrayal of both sides, with the nuances of the conflict being shown. We don't. The film portrays the Christian Crusaders as bloodthirsty barbarians, while their Islamic opponents are shown as intelligent and peaceful. Now, it should be said that Ridley Scott, the director of the film, is an atheist, so we can see why he deliberately decided to portray things this way. But regardless of Scott's motivation, the portrayal of the Crusades in Kingdom of Heaven reflects how they've been understood by a majority of Westerners for decades. Documentaries like the History Channel's Mankind, The Story of Us single out the Crusades as a uniquely evil chapter of human history.
I think of all the wars fought over religion, the Crusades belong in their own category.
It is one of the most shameful undertakings ever embarked upon by our species.
In all of these cases, the same narrative is presented. One day, crazy Christians decided to attack the peaceful and enlightened Islamic world just because they could. The events are held as a staple of why we need separation of church and state, and why Catholicism should have no place in government. We're led to believe that if Christians have power again, they'll start unnecessary wars of religion, just like the Crusades.
Okay, so again, that's a school of thought now. Again, the person that did the movie was actually an atheist. And that is why when you look at the political ideology of most of these atheists and most of these leftists, they kind of align with the Islamists. Why? Because the Islamists believe that people like this who don't reference God, who don't even care about their spiritual state, it's easy for them to be conquered. So that's why if you look at what's happening even in the United States, most of all these most of the Muslims, more often than not, they believe they actually follow the left. That's just it. Let's see. Let's go on.
But in reality, there are few events in history more misunderstood than the Crusades. This is why I'm making this video. The popular understanding of the Crusades is dead wrong, and I'm
Okay, Donald Trump is the only answer to this mess in Nigeria. At least he's trying to put some spotlight on
here
it.
to explain why. In this video, you'll be finding out why the Crusades were not only morally justified, but were actually a historic achievement. Buckle up, because there's a lot to cover.
Wow. So this guy is saying that the crusade was actually justified and needed to have been done. Again, the crusade was just the set of Christians that actually went to deliver some of these nations that were already occupied and dominated by the Islamists. Again, kind of relatively important in today's world, where we're actually seeing all this radical terrorism happen. And again, if you've listened to some of these Muslim scholars, they believe that the United States was actually responsible for some of the fall of the Muslim caliphate and Muslim strongholds in the world. And their plan is to actually go in and conquer the United States of America and conquer most of those Christians' country. Because you ask yourself, there's a war in some Muslim places all around the world. Why is it that they don't go to Saudi Arabia? Why is it that they don't go to Dubai? Why is it they don't go to Kuwait? Why is it that they don't go to all these other Muslims' country? Why is it that they want to go to the West? They want to go to Christians' country. Okay?
Travel back in time to 600 AD, roughly 500 years before the First Crusade. This is a map of the Christian world at that time. All the highlighted areas show where Christianity had spread and become the majority religion. Wait a minute, is that the Middle East and North Africa? Yes, it is. These two areas used to be Christian. People today think of these as Muslim lands, but that was not always the case. It all began when Christianity spread far and wide after being legalized by Emperor Constantine the Great with the Edict of Milan. This led to the Christianization of both the Western and Eastern Roman Empire. Even as the western part of the empire fell to barbarians, Christianity remained, and most of the barbarians also converted. So if that happened in Europe, what happened in the Middle East and North Africa? In the mid-600s, Arab warlords sprang out of the Arabian Peninsula and began conquering everything in their path. They brought with them their own religion, Islam, and unlike European barbarians, they did not convert to Christianity. The Middle East at the time was dominated by two superpowers, the Christian Eastern Roman Empire, or the Byzantine Empire, and the Zoroastrian Sassanid Empire. Unfortunately for them both, they had just fought each other in a gigantic war lasting 25 years and had drained themselves of key resources. Because of this, neither was prepared for the invasions that hit them. The Byzantines lost all of Africa and the Levant, while the Sassanid Empire collapsed completely. The most important loss for the Christian world, though, was the loss of the Holy Land. By 900 AD, Islam had expanded, by conquest, all the way to France and southern Italy. Now, I'm not going to moralize about this. Conquest and wars of expansion have been common all through history, and Islam followed in that same mold. However, Islam did take things a step further with its concept of jihad or holy war.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying. I mean, I would try and look for some clips. There's been montage of clips of these Islamists trying to say that they are actually going to take over the United States. Do you know that there are some places in the United States now that the Muslims are taking over, and now they are pushing for Sharia in the United States, in Texas? That's even how bad it is. They're pushing for Sharia in Texas. In Texas. There's some places right now that they're even saying that you can do some things. And then you see all these leftist or liberal people trying to say, oh, we support them, the Muslims and all that. It's just unfortunate. But that's their plan. They want to Islamize the world. If you notice, they're taking over Britain gradually. I'm telling you that now the population of Muslims in Britain is low, but the population of the political position that they occupy in Britain is high. They are now the mayor in major metropolis in Britain. Major cities in Britain. The mayor of London is a Muslim. The mayor of Birmingham is Muslim. And what are other people doing? Just playing along.
Muhammad was a conqueror who took slaves, and Islam has sought to emulate his example ever since. As a side note, this is also why slavery has always been common in the Islamic world and continues to be practiced there to this very day.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about slavery. It's common. Yeah, there's still slavery in some Islamic countries of the world. Quite interesting. In 2025, yes.
But regardless of the morality of the Islamic conquests, they were, nonetheless, invaders who invaded the Christian world. Christians in conquered lands were second-class citizens and many were taken as slaves. Christian inhabitants had to pay an enormous tax called the dhimmi tax, and their churches were often shut down. Because of Islamic policies, over the centuries, Christianity in the Middle East and North Africa shrunk from a large majority to a tiny minority. But it actually gets even worse. During the days of the Roman Empire, the Mediterranean Sea was a breadbasket of commerce and trade. The Romans had successfully stamped out piracy and created some of the safest waterways in the entire world. Islamic piracy brought all of this to an end. From bases in North Africa and the Middle East, they turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole. This crashed the European economy and made Europe a miserable place for commerce for almost 400 years. Islam's so-called Golden Age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe. It was literally cut off from the entire world and constantly under attack. It was in this hellish environment that Christendom finally started to have enough. The first rumblings for a crusade came in 846 when an Arabic expedition to Sicily sailed up the Tiber River and sacked St. Peter's in Rome. A synod in France called for Christian sovereigns to rally against the enemies of Christ, and the Pope, Leo IV, offered a heavenly reward to those who died fighting the Muslims. But it was around 1000 AD when things really escalated on multiple fronts. In the West, the Islamic Caliphate of Cordoba in Iberia began expanding north. It conquered, burned, and enslaved its way through multiple Christian cities, including Barcelona and Leon. It was this expansion campaign that finally provoked the Christian kingdoms to launch the Reconquista to retake Iberia from Islam. But if things looked rough in Western Christendom, they were even worse in the East. In the late 900s, a Central Asian Muslim group called the Seljuk Turks began migrating into Anatolia. In 1064, they completely conquered Armenia and sacked its capital, Ani. The city never recovered from this brutality and remains a ruin to this very day. Almost all of the Armenian population had to migrate southeast to Cilicia, creating an entire new kingdom called Cilician Armenia. In other words, Islam had made the Armenian homeland unlivable. The Turks then turned their expansion into the Byzantine Empire. They began invading western Anatolia in droves. The Byzantines tried to launch counterattacks, but were ultimately defeated at the Battle of Manzikert. After this defeat, Turks began mass migrating into Anatolia, completely altering its demographics. Another region of the Christian world had just become Islamic by force. Here's how historian John J. O'Neill describes the circumstances. These, then, are the major political events which prefigured the First Crusade. Within a span of 35 years, the Turks had seized control of Christian territories larger than the entire region of France, and now they were a real threat to Europe. Now by this point, the Byzantine Empire realized it was incapable of stopping the Islamic hordes by itself. Emperor Alexius Comnenus made a desperate appeal to the Pope and Western Christendom for aid. This was a major deal, because Eastern and Western Christendom had been in schism for almost 50 years by this point. The Catholic Pope and the Orthodox Patriarchs did not get along, to put it lightly, but the issue had become that serious that they were now willing to cooperate. What made matters even more urgent was that Turks had begun persecuting Christian pilgrims in the Holy Land. Priests like Peter the Hermit, who would become one of the greatest advocates of the Crusades, witnessed this firsthand.
Wow.
This is the geopolitical environment that led to the First Crusade being called. Now, does it seem unreasonable when you get all of this other context? This is what Catholic Europeans knew about Islam on the eve of the First Crusade. Muslims were enemies of Christ, they waged wars against non-combatants and enslaved women and children.
Doesn't that look like what is happening in Nigeria today? They go to churches, like what that pastor said, and they just unleash mayhem on them. This looks exactly like what is happening in some part of Nigeria today. At least the Christians at that time were really, really concerned and tried to make moves. How concerned are the Southern Christians with respect to what is happening in the North? I don't see that outcry. In fact, I see that the pastors are even divided. Some are like, you know what, it's not a genocide, it's just the US trying to come in and distort the whole country. So the fear of it not escalating is making some pastors say, you know what, let's just be careful. But the people that are in charge don't even have a clue. And the people doing the mayhem want to keep demonstrating their power. It's just messed up.
And they had conquered all of Iberia, Anatolia, and threatened France and Italy. It was important that this all happened at the turn of the first millennia. By this time, the elites of Europe were finally starting to become much wealthier and better educated. They were developing a much stronger grasp of history and world affairs. Europe was safer and more interconnected than any time since the Roman Empire. They were beginning to truly understand just how much damage Islam had done to the Christian world, and how much of a civilizational threat it still represented. All the pieces were now in place for the Crusades to be launched. In 1095, the moment had arrived. Pope Urban II called for the First Crusade to retake the Holy Land and drive back Islam. It would be the first of many. An excerpt from Urban's crusade speech reads, "Your brethren who live in the East are in urgent need of your help, and you must hasten to give them the aid which has been promised them. The heathen..."
Again, this is one of the debates that is happening in the United States right now. And there's one more piece that I need to watch, and that's the Congress hearing today, or was it yesterday, that happened, you know, and the discussion was solely focused on Nigeria, based on the designation of it as a country of particular interest. I need to watch through and see where they are, because there are a lot of parties saying that, you know what, we want the United States to get involved, but there is also a lot of people saying that, you know what, the US should not, you know, extend its overreach into what is happening in Nigeria. And that is where this whole thing would lead to, like, morality against also the argument that Nigeria is a sovereign country and they should be able to determine what happens in their country and their affairs. But clearly we can see that the leadership of Nigeria don't even know what to do right now, because they're kind of powerless, or maybe they're under a siege. So at that point in time, that's the debate that is going on in the United States right now. Should we help? Should we not help? Does the president have the power to just go in and kill terrorists, when there's another president in Nigeria that has not even signaled that they should come in? So that's a real argument, and I don't know where it leads, because things can get escalated very fast.
Heathens have killed many, and they have destroyed churches and devastated the Greek Empire. If you permit,
just like what is happening in the northern Nigeria today,
them to continue with impunity, the faithful of God will be much more widely attacked by them. On this account, I, or rather the Lord, beseech you as Christ's heralds to publish this everywhere, and to persuade all people of whatever rank to carry aid promptly to those Christians. Let therefore hatred depart from among you, let your quarrels end, let wars cease, and let all dissensions and controversies slumber. It's important to point out how Pope Urban's speech emphasized not only the defense of Christendom, but also the end of internal wars between Christian kingdoms. The Pope envisioned an international brotherhood of Catholics who fought not each other, but their external threats. In any case, the call for crusade was extremely well received. The news spread through all of Europe like wildfire. Tens of thousands of faithful Catholics all across Europe answered the Pope's call. Lowly peasants, ambitious knights, even kings. French, English, Flemish, German, people from all walks of life and all nationalities were inspired to fight for Christendom. It's not really appreciated how much of an accomplishment that this alone was. It's really something entirely unique in human history. The Catholic Church had created a multinational network that united Europeans of all stripes and ethnicities under a common faith with common goals. So many different Europeans being united by one religion and engaging in a civilization-wide struggle had not happened before and has not happened since. Catholicism achieved what hundreds of other religions and ideologies could not. And perhaps this is why our modern secular system demonizes the Crusades.
One of the most shameful undertakings ever embarked upon by our species.
Now, did every crusade always go the best it could have gone? No, of course not. Some crusades were huge successes, like the Reconquista, while others were dismal failures, like the Fourth Crusade. But even the failures are understandable in context. Crusaders were going halfway across the world to fight unfamiliar enemies on their own home turf.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like, and that's a very good point. Like, was it all successful? Like, you don't even know who these people are. Hi. I think Christians should try and be harmed so that they can defend themselves. Look at the Quara terrorists were working. I'm telling you, I saw that Quara stuff and it was painful. Especially if you see that old woman, when they attacked, she couldn't even move. And there was nobody to defend them. That old woman couldn't even move from her seat to hiding. And I felt that pain. These people, number one, they're not fighting for one political party or the other. Possibly they've gone to maybe sell something or just do their own normal business morning till night. Maybe they just work on a farm. Or maybe they're just living, on their whatever. They're not asking for a government contract. They're not asking for subsidy. They just want to go to church to pray. And did you see the rounds? The way the guns was blazing? And someone is saying that the United States should not get involved in an internal affairs. I don't know, bro. I don't even know. That was what was happening that led to the crusades that we are watching right now. That was what was happening then. That was what really was happening.
The logistics of the Crusades alone were a monumental undertaking, and despite all these challenges, the Christian forces still often came out on top. The First Crusade could really only be qualified as a roaring success. Crusaders defeated almost every Muslim army they encountered and captured Jerusalem. For the first time in hundreds of years, the Holy Land was back under Christian control. The First Crusade also established Crusader states that would remain in the Middle East for another century. One crusade I personally like was the Sixth Crusade. Jerusalem had fallen back into Muslim hands, but they had started to fight each other in a civil war.
Do you know that when you get to Jerusalem today, you have the mosque, you have the temple, and then you have the Christians. So the plan is that they actually wanted to take over even the Holy Land. They also believe that they have the right to the sepulchre of Abraham. And why is it that when those Islamists, when they first take over a place, what they go for is first to destroy the tomb, to destroy the all the statues, the history of that land. That's what they do.
Emperor Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire negotiated a peaceful transfer of Jerusalem back into Christian rule. Jerusalem was retaken without a single drop of blood being spilled. A decisive diplomatic victory, even if the Muslims would eventually take it back. As you can tell, during this time period, it was hard for just about anybody to hold on to Jerusalem for long. In the end, the Crusades secured Christendom's western flank and bought its eastern flank another 300 years. It wasn't until the emergence of the Ottoman Empire in the 1300s that Islam once again threatened Europe. But even when that happened, Crusaders once again went out to stop them. The Crusade of Nicopolis and the Crusade of Varna are two big examples of this. While they didn't succeed in stopping the Ottomans, they did show that Christendom was still capable of uniting to fight common threats in the name of God. And in the end, 300 years later in the 1600s, Ottoman power would be broken by what was basically a crusade. The Christian...
Yeah, we need help, but because the governments are intertwined with the terrorists, it's not easy for them. Exactly. It's more like they've become so powerful. I remember when you look at some of the stories, even in the formation of Israel, you have some people in government that are so powerful that there's nothing you can do for them. I remember that was the case that David had. David had that with his, I think, with his chief of army staff, Joab, and the brothers, that he couldn't do anything against those people because they were powerful. And that was David, anointed. David was anointed, right? And Joab was also more like the chief of his army staff. And they did a lot of atrocities that David couldn't even tame them. So one of the things David said when he was going to die, he was telling Solomon, he said, you see this guy, he's been the head of my army and he's done a lot of bad stuff. And I couldn't take him out because he's a family member. So one of the things he told Solomon is that by the time you become king, when you become king, deal with the guy. Deal with the guy, because these are people that they know the law, they understand the weakness of the king, they've been around the king for so long, and they were so powerful that David could not even deal with them. So when David died, Solomon became the king. Joab knew already that his time was over because he actually tried to conspire against Solomon shortly before David died. And when David died, Solomon then, said, okay, it was time for them to actually go and move against Joab. So Joab went to the temple, according to history and Bible, and he hung on the temple and he couldn't come out. And Solomon said, you know what? Well, his blood is upon his own head. Go kill him there. That was what happened. So yeah, I agree with you that these guys are intertwined. They eat with them. They know who they are. Some of them are doing deals. I learned some of them even benefit from the resources, the exploration of resources, mineral resources in all those places. There are a lot of international presence also in some of those far north. They do some mining. They do some, excavation and all that. So again, it is what it is. So at this point in time, I believe that there's a need for more like a mini crusade that Trump is trying to push. Because that's the only way we can actually have a good hold of all this stuff.
Holy League of Austria, Poland, Venice, and Russia united to defeat the Ottomans and drive them back from Europe. Despite all of this, some people say the Crusades failed. But did they? Europe was Christian when the Crusades were launched, and it's still majority Christian today, 1,000 years later, although it is secularizing due to modernist ideologies. Ironically, it's only after the Pope lost his power to call crusades that Christianity started to decline in Europe. But when we look back at these events, history shows it's not a shameful chapter of Catholic history, but the total opposite. The Christian world defended itself and spread the faith abroad after hundreds and hundreds of years of abuse. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why the Crusades were awesome indeed. This has been Pax, and thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos, please consider supporting the channel.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. So again, a good history there. Yeah, so just subscribe and yeah, good thing. So I asked, I consulted there was the speech that led to the crusade. Let me break this down. The crusade in straight up Pope urban slangs. Okay, I didn't ask for that, but yeah, pictures of this late 1000. Europe was chaotic. Kings were fighting, knights were fighting, peasants were struggling. Over in the east, the Muslim Empire, the Fatima, and then the Turks started taking over spots real quick. They snatched Jerusalem in 1071 and started acting like real extras with Christian pilgrimage trying to visit the Holy Land. So people want to go visit the Holy Land where Jesus was, where Jesus was killed and he resurrected. But then they would always take them, as slaves and all that. Some got robbed, some get clapped, some just straight up blocked. Word gets back to Europe and everybody eat it. Meanwhile, the Byzantine emperor Eastern is getting, folded by the Turks at the Battle of Manzikert. Dude sent a big bad signal to the Pope like, yo, help my boy out, bro, at the gates, man. Pope Urban II sees the opportunity and says, betcha. In 1095, at the Council of Clermont, it drops the most fire-hype speech of the Middle Ages. Yo, all my Christians, God's wills its farms. These talks out there disrespecting Jesus' tomb, taxing pilgrims, wilding on holy sites. Your knights, bored, God's sin weighing you down, grab your sword, slap a cross on your chest, and we're taking Jerusalem back. Everybody who goes gets full forgiveness, sins wiped clean, straight to heaven pass. Plus, you might get lands, loot, clothes. Let's ride. Crowd went absolutely crazy. People started yelling, Jesuit, God's will it, and sewing red crosses on the tunic that same day. First Crusade popped off. In 1906, 3 old armies of straight savage, nobles, knights, and all people crusade of the regular folks who got bodied early because they weren't built like that. What really led to it though? Well, religious it. Christians wanted Jerusalem bad. They wanted the Holy Land. Jesus walked there, Yeah, Pope wanted more power over kings and to flex on the Eastern Church. Knight wanted land, money, and glory. Second sons were inheriting nothing back home, so they needed some more money. Church said, well, fight Muslims overseas instead of each other. Europe was mad violent at the time. Pilgrims kept coming back with horror stories. So yeah, mixed holy war hypes, politics, greed, and straight up medieval road rage, and boom, 200 years of crusade, blood, betrayal, and legend. First one actually worked though. They took Jerusalem back in 1099. So that's why you can do your Jerusalem pilgrimage and all that. And it was mad bloody. The rest, mostly, there was loss and drama, all of that. So yeah, that was just Grok's funny way of explaining what happened, in the early 1000s, how they took back Jerusalem, because Jerusalem had fallen to the Islamic gangs at the time. And it is what it is. So again, I mentioned of what happened, Foreign Affairs Committee
of our Constitution. Food insecurity, human rights focused in part on Africa. I've led 3 trips, human rights trips to Nigeria. I want to thank our distinguished witnesses for being here today to bring light and scrutiny to this unfolding religious freedom catastrophe and to proffer ways to mitigate and to end the violence and the hate. Nigeria is ground zero, the focal point of the most brutal and murderous anti-Christian persecution in the world today. Moderate Muslims who speak out against the radical Islamists or refuse to conform with the serial killers are murdered as well.
Yeah.
I applaud President Trump's recent decisive action to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern for engaging in and tolerating severe violations of religious freedom. One of our witnesses today, Bishop Wilfred Nnamdi from the Diocese of Makurdi, testified before our subcommittee last March. He said, in part, militant Fulani herdsmen are terrorists. They steal and vandalize, they kill and boast about it, they kidnap and rape, and they enjoy total impunity from elected officials. None of them have been arrested and brought to justice, close quote. Today, by Zoom, Bishop Nnamdi will say, in part, on the 13th of March, 2025, when I last appeared before this committee, I warned that the situation was dire and demanded urgent attention. Tragically, the past half year has proven those warnings understated. The continued attacks on vulnerable Christians' villages by the Fulani ethnic militia and their counterparts, both in the middle belt of Nigeria and elsewhere in the country. In my own diocese of Makurdi, you are all familiar with the massacres of Saturday, the 13th of June in Yalawada, where 278 persons, men, women, and children were killed in a manner too gory to describe here by people shouting, Allah Akbar, while slaughtering their victims. It took the prayer of the Holy Father, Pope Leo, on Sunday, the 14th of June, for the government of Nigeria to even acknowledge this evil. Even so, the federal government...
That was shameful. Because Tinubu didn't even say anything. Dude didn't even utter a word. And I remember that around that same time, there was a plane crash or something that happened. And it was fast to even issue a statement. And people were like, what the hell? You're not even talking about what's happening in your country. You're wishing another country condolences. That's messed up.
Government still seeks to downplay the numbers and has yet to properly care for the survivors, even as I speak, as he will be speaking momentarily by way of Zoom. Abductions of the clergy and laity remain rampant. Priests and pastors are prime targets for elimination. In 2015, one of our colleagues, a member of this subcommittee and also this full committee, I should say, and of Foreign Affairs, and a former House colleague and Green Beret officer, and now U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, he was deployed in 2015 to Nigeria as part of a Nigerian, he was part of the Special Forces to provide training and security assistance to the Nigerian Navy SEALs in their fight against Boko Haram. During this time there, he said yesterday, a couple days ago, more than 300 girls were reported missing because of Boko Haram's extremist violence. Working alongside his team, Ambassador Waltz supported Nigerian SEAL operations that ultimately helped rescue many of these girls from the oppressive conditions imposed by Sharia law. This past Tuesday, Ambassador Waltz also said at a special seminar on Nigeria that the situation in Nigeria now has only grown more dire. He went on to say, churches burn, mothers bury their children for the crime of singing Amazing Grace, pastors are beheaded for preaching the Sermon on the Mount, and entire villages awaken to gunfire simply by calling Jesus their Lord. This is not random violence, it is deliberate persecution, as northern militant groups enforce Sharia law and unleash targeted attacks on Christian communities. He also pointed out, and it was this week, that 25 girls went missing, many of whom who will now vanish and have vanished into the dark underbelly of extremism and sex slavery. Make no mistake.
Do you know that Tinubu has not said a word about this thing that just happened? He hasn't said anything about what happened. The 25 people that were kidnapped.
These ongoing attacks are based on religion, and diverting attention from it denies what we have seen with our own eyes. Yeah, there may be other factors, but religion is driving this.
Yeah.
Kill the infidel. We see it in other places, and we're seeing it now, sadly, in Nigeria, and it's been going on for many, many years. 13 years ago, in this room, 2012, I chaired a hearing focusing on the slaughter of Christians by Boko Haram, and the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Johnny Carson, testified at that hearing and said, and I quote in part, that the phenomena of Boko Haram is one of discrediting the central government in power for its failure to deliver services to the people. I asked him at the time, are you kidding? I responded by asking why Boko Haram abducts and rapes Christian girls and uses force and coercion, even death, to convert Christians to Islam. On a trip to an IDP camp in Jos, I met many survivors. One man who we had testify here, named Adama, who they took him out of his house. His wife was screaming, please don't hurt my husband. They put a AK-47 to his cheek and said, you renounce your faith or we'll kill you. He said, well, I'm ready to meet my Lord. They asked him again. He repeated that, and they shot him. They blew his face very, very horribly. He survived. And when I met him, I invited him to come and testify. He did. And he said, you've got to realize who Boko Haram is and stop this idea, this is my words, but his sentiment of denial, of saying, it's nothing to see here. So I asked Johnny Carson further, why won't they designate Boko Haram, at least, if not a CPC country, as a foreign terrorist organization? And he said they don't believe it. They're not a foreign terrorist organization. I worked on that for 3 years, additional hearings. On the day I was marking up my bill, and it was called the Boko Haram Terrorist Designation Act of 2013, to put Congress on record demanding an FDO designation, that day, the administration declared Boko Haram a foreign terrorist organization. I was very happy with it, but we could have done that 3 years earlier, maybe had found out what their sources of weapons and funding and everything else might have been, thereby, again, mitigating some of the harm. For too long, the world has looked away, a culture of denial, as radical Fulani militants, Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa have waged a relentless campaign of terror, murder, and displacement across Nigeria, including the states of Plateau, Benue, and Kaduna. According to Open Doors, and I just want to say something about Open Doors, I've worked with Open Doors for 40 years. I knew the founder, Brother Andrew, an absolutely honest and committed man, and that organization to this day continues to speak truth to power all over the world, including in Nigeria. Well, they have said, Open Doors, more Christians are slaughtered in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. I co-chair the China Commission. I just left a hearing that we're holding over on the Senate side on religious persecution there, against everyone, against the Falun Gong, against the Christians, against the Buddhists in Xinjiang, not the Buddhists, Buddhists in Tibet, and the Muslims in Xinjiang. And while they kill many, they incarcerate and harass more than they slaughter. These groups in Nigeria are doing just that, slaughtering. Another group has said over 52,000 Christians in Nigeria have reportedly been targeted and killed by Islamist extremists, while approximately 34,000 moderate Muslims have been murdered as well since 2009. And, that is less focused upon. I raise it every time, and I hope we all will. They're killing those who don't conform to the radical Islamist view, and so they get killed too. I met with many imams on trips to Nigeria as well as here, and they say if we speak out, we'll be firebombed too.
So that's the problem happening right now in the North. Like, if you do something, they're going to come for you. So I guess that is what this guy, Sheikh Gumi, is trying to allude. But again, real peace is not the absence of conflict. Real peace is the presence of justice. You cannot just go, especially when you're dealing with this kind of people, you can't go on the defense. You've got to be on the offense every day. Trying to stem this thing out, you have to be on the offense every day. The moment you go on the defense and they know that you are actually on the defense, they're going to finish you. So that's why people can talk. That's why everybody's trying to be politically correct. And they're killing every day. They're adding more problem to it every day. It's messed up.
There are 19,000 churches have also been attacked. More than 7,000 have been murdered in this year alone. During my visit to Jos in 2013, I visited many churches that have been firebombed in Jos. And I listened to the survivors and was moved almost to tears, and to tears with some, when they talked about the numbing loss and pain of losing loved ones. And the churches were decimated, each and every one of them, either by cars coming in and plowing everybody and destroying the physical, or by bombs, and of course, always the ever-present AK-47. They pleaded with their own government and the world to end the cruelty and violence. And I've been raising it, as have many others ever since. About 5 million Christians have been displaced and forced into internally displaced persons camps within Nigeria and refugee camps at regional and sub-regional borders, according to an Inter-Society report. Open Doors reports, and again, I hope we can finally get beyond just saying nothing's to see here. While Christians used to be vulnerable only to Muslim-majority northern states, this violence continues to spread into the Middle Belt and even further south. The attacks are shockingly brutal. Many believers are killed, particularly men, while women are often kidnapped and targeted for what? Sexual violence, rape, and other abuse. More believers are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. These militants also destroy homes, churches, and livelihoods. And many people don't go.
And again, it's also the promise that when you kill people, they have 72 virgins. I don't even understand how that made it into their own theology. I don't even know. It's just crazy.
Go to school anymore. One estimate is 10,000 schools have been closed due to this violence. The Nigerian government has a fundamental constitutional obligation to protect its own citizens. Yet the brutal reality is that the perpetrators of these crimes operate with impunity. The lack of accountability sends a chilling message that the lives of Christian farmers and their families are expendable. This failure has rightfully been called out by the President of the United States, President Trump, and Secretary of State Rubio. The United States must not stand by idly. I've introduced resolutions, and others have been introduced as well. Res 82, I had done that previously on 82, asking that the Biden administration, we had an interesting conversation and debate on that resolution. It did pass 26 to 21. And part of the argument that was made by Mr. Meeks and my very distinguished colleague to my left is that it's the President and the Secretary of State that needs to make that call, not us. I think we can encourage something. That's what it did. But nevertheless, now they've made the call. Right. And I think we need to, double down and try to stop this. Res 860, which I've introduced, also calls on conditioning U.S. foreign assistance, and it must be tied to progress from the Nigerian government in preventing persecution, prosecuting perpetrators, and protecting all communities. Second, it would provide direct humanitarian assistance, especially the faith-based groups working on the ground in the Middle Belt. What we're hearing is that it's not getting through. People are hungry, so we need to make sure that they're helped. And third, we must impose targeted sanctions pursuant to the Global Magnitsky Act, using visa bans and access freezes against individuals and entities responsible for these gross human rights abuses. President Trump, as I conclude, said, Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. The United States cannot stand by while atrocities are happening in Nigeria. I yield to my good friend, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses who are going to be testifying today on conflict and religious persecution in Nigeria. I'm very much looking forward to the conversation we'll have with Ambassador Pratt and Deputy Assistant Secretary McGee, as this committee is long overdue to hold a hearing with Trump administration officials. The African continent continues to be both increasingly important and increasingly overlooked. The continent is the youngest in the world, and in Nigeria alone, 70% of the population is under 35, and 40% is under 15. So it represents the future generations who will continue to lead and solve the world's problems. Nigeria has a unique position as a bellwether, as Africa's largest economy, most populous nation, and a significant actor in the region and on the world stage. And meanwhile, Nigeria is facing its own challenges, like rising insecurity, shrinking freedom of expression, and a struggling economy. So let's talk about the very real conflict and violence happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is facing multiple different security challenges in various parts of the country, including violent extremist groups in the northeast, criminal banditry in the northwest, and across the country, farmer-herder conflict in the Middle Belt, and other intercommunal violence in central and northern regions. Several factors are driving these conflicts. Yes, ethnicity and religion play a role in some cases, but other dynamics like poor governance, resource competition, climate change, and population pressures are important drivers that need to be addressed. I appreciate the chairman's passion on this and his long work on Nigeria. I think it's a distortion to say that what we're trying to say is that there's nothing to see here. In fact, there is something to see here. There is very real conflict and violence that we need to address. I've been working on addressing conflict in Nigeria since 2013, 2014, when I was part of the counter Boko Haram strategy at the State Department. The violence impacting both Christian and Muslim communities is real, and the Nigerian government can and should do more to address it. I was horrified to learn of the killing of 2 people and the kidnapping of the pastor and a worshiper at a church in Kwara State. And this came only a few days after, as the chairman mentioned, criminal bandits kidnapped 25 girls in Kebbi State. But it is counterproductive to adopt oversimplistic narratives about the multiple complex overlapping security challenges and violence across the country. The victims in the Kebbi State kidnapping were all Muslim girls. So violence affects everyone, and false narratives perpetuate harmful stereotypes and motivate tensions and violence based on religious identity. Distorting what's happening into a solely religious narrative erases the real drivers of violence and makes it harder to implement effective solutions. and it can fuel violence against the very groups the Trump administration claims it wants to protect. That's why I'm alarmed by President Trump's rhetoric about this violence and threats to go into Nigeria, guns a-blazing, and to wipe out terrorists. We are already receiving reports of increased tensions between Christian and Muslim populations following this rhetoric. President Trump's threat is reckless, and any unilateral military action in Nigeria would be illegal. Congress has not authorized force in Nigeria to protect Christians, and any action without Nigeria's consent violates international law. We also know that a military-first response won't actually address the violence and will do very little to protect Christian communities. As I said, I worked on Nigeria policy since I was at the State Department in 2014, so I know firsthand these security challenges are multifaceted and they require a holistic approach. A military-led approach risks more civilian casualties and impunity, which will only fuel violent extremism more. So we need to use more tools from our foreign policy toolbox if we're serious about helping Nigeria protect its citizens. That means we need to leverage diplomacy and engage with Nigeria on how we can help support their response while pushing for important reforms within Nigeria's institutions. We also need to utilize foreign assistance to fund programs to help prevent violence and address conflict drivers. But the Trump administration so far has hobbled these tools. On the diplomatic front, while I'm glad to see Ambassador Pratt will be here representing the African Affairs Bureau, we still have yet to see even a nomination for an Assistant Secretary for Africa. And we don't have a Senior Director for Africa at the NSC either. There are several emergent conflicts in Africa, including in Nigeria, but also in Sudan, DRC, and across the Sahel and in Ethiopia that demand high-level, consistent, and substantive engagement. Occasional attention from the president, while most of the time welcome, won't be enough to see lasting results on all of these different crises. And on the development front, President Trump's dismantling of USAID and cuts of hundreds of millions of dollars worth foreign assistance in Nigeria is worsening the violence. For years, the United States has supported Nigerian institutions, civil society, faith-based leaders, and researchers to address the conflict, violence, and religious freedom challenges. These programs proactively prevented and directly addressed the violence this administration is now concerned about. For example, a recent article in DevEx highlighted a program that Secretary Rubio terminated, which has left a void in communities that suffer violence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a DevEx article titled "The Cuts That Bleed: What Happens When Peace Programs Go Dark." Thank you. This article focuses on a former program implemented by Search for Common Ground, a peace-building organization that provided critical early warning in communities in Yelwata, a region in Nigeria's Middle Belt, where conflict and violence have erupted between Muslim herders and Christian farmers. This early warning program was responsible for fewer violent incidences before Secretary Rubio terminated it. In June, this same community was left in a lurch without this extra early warning support when an attack happened in Makurdi. Nearly 200 people were killed, hundreds burned alive in their homes and market stalls torched, and almost 4,000 people fled. And this is just one example where the United States has abandoned communities with no explanation. I have another article, this time from the LA Times by former USAID Foreign Service Officer Daniel Morris, that details another program that was helping prevent violence, but was discontinued. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an LA Times article titled "Trump Cuts Nigeria's Aid Back in March. Now He Wonders Why It's So Violent." Thank you. This article discusses a program called the Community Initiatives to Promote Peace that operated in northern Nigeria. It trained community elders, including religious and tribal leaders, in conflict resolution, and the results were impressive. After giving one group training and making another one a control group for 6 months, each group was asked if their communities experienced violence. Here's what the article says. Only 10% of people in communities that received negotiation training and dialogue meetings said yes, compared to 41% of people in communities that hadn't. The Nigerians in the treatment group reported feeling more secure, more likely to walk around their communities, and less likely to avoid certain areas than those in the control group. We don't always see these kinds of results. So the fact that we were and the administration eliminated this program is incredibly short-sighted and counterproductive given their apparent interest in this issue. So if we want the United States to help prevent and address conflict in Nigeria, we can't pull back and eliminate our tools like President Trump has done. I urge the administration to reverse these decisions, nominate people at senior levels to work on Africa issues, and commit to working on this seriously.
All right, welcome to the show. Again, I don't understand. I just had to take some step. I don't understand what she's saying. So because Trump cut aid to Nigeria, then there was an increased violence. So maybe there shouldn't have been aid in the first place. So maybe the aid is actually indirectly linked to that.
Not just through a few Truth Social posts. So I look forward to hearing the testimony of Ambassador Pratt and Deputy Assistant Secretary McGee on what the State Department is planning to do to address the violence in Nigeria and how it plans to partner with Nigeria on doing so. And lastly, while I'm glad we have our witnesses here to discuss Nigeria today, I would be remiss to not also raise Sudan, since this is our first time with the State Department witnesses in front of the subcommittee this Congress, and we still have not had a budget hearing. The situation in Sudan is horrific. And while I'm glad to see this war finally getting high-level attention from President Trump, I look forward to hearing from Ambassador Pratt about what the department's plan is to both make a deal that brings a lasting end to the war in Sudan and invest in a real peace process for the Sudanese people. Thank you. I yield back.
We will now receive a testimony from Bishop Nnamdi. He is leaving for a major speech in Germany, and will miss his flight if we wait until thankfully our two very distinguished witnesses from state have agreed, because normally the protocol is they go first, and I do thank them for that. But I'd like to welcome Bishop Nnamdi back. He gave very compelling testimony back in March, and we all appreciated that very much. But he is in Benue State. He was ordained a Catholic priest in August of 1994, and Pope Francis elevated him to bishop in 2014. So, Bishop Nnamdi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Congressmember Chris Smith. The Most Reverend Wilfred Chikwa Nnamdi, Bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi, Benue, Nigeria. Before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs African Subcommittee, November 20, 2025. President Trump's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, a serious, well-founded wake-up call. I am here this evening talking that because I have the privilege of witnessing, the privilege of experiencing. I'm not talking as a privilege of opinion. Okay. Mr. Chairman, ranking members, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me back to testify on the escalating crisis of Christian persecution and genocide in Nigeria. 6 months ago, precisely on 13th March 2025, when I last appeared before this committee, I warned that the situation was there and demanded urgent attention. Tragically, the past half year has proven those warnings understated the continued attack on vulnerable Christian villages by the Fulani ethnic militia and their counterparts, both in the Middle Belt of Nigeria and elsewhere in the country. Yeah. Since my testimony in March 2025, credible reports from organizations monitoring religious freedom, including Open Doors and our own Justice, Development and Peace Commission in Makurdi Diocese, have documented continuing attacks on Christian villages, especially in the Middle Belt states of Benue and Plateau, perpetrated by the Fulani militia. Thousands more have been displaced, some adopted or subjected, with entire villages razed and churches destroyed. Yep. My own village of Aondana in Gwe West local government was attacked and several of my relatives killed on May 22nd, 2025. An entire convent of Reverend Sisters of the Clarisha Missionary was displaced, along with the local Catholic parish. Within the days following that attack, nearby villages like Naka also witnessed attacks. In fact, on the 24th May 2025, one of my priests, Father Solomon Atongu, was shot and left to die in the pool of his blood. Wow. While those traveling with him were adopted. Wow. Though he survived the attack, he is unable to walk freely because he has a broken bone. A few weeks before, on Palm Sunday, April 13, 2025, with the attack occurring late that night into the early hours of April 14th, Fulani militants launched a coordinated assault on Christian communities in Plateau State, Nigeria, primarily targeting the village of Zike in the Basa local government area near Jos. This incident was part of a broader wave of violence in the region during Holy Week, targeting Christians as they prepare to celebrate one of the most holy, important feasts in our church. In my own diocese of Makurdi, you are all familiar with the massacres of Saturday, 13th June in Yellowater, where 278 persons, men, women, and children were killed in a manner too gory to describe here by people shouting Allah Akbar.
Wow.
While slaughtering their victims.
That was Benin State.
Into the prayers of the Holy Father Pope Leo XIV on Sunday, June 14th, for the government in Nigeria to even acknowledge this evil. Even so,
that made me mad at Tinubu because that was crazy.
The federal government still seeks to downplay the numbers and has yet to properly care for the survivors, even as I speak. Adoptions of clergy and laity remain rampant. Priests and pastors are prime targets for elimination. On 17th November 2025, another priest from Kaduna Archdiocese was kidnapped while his brother was shot dead and others taken into captivity. On the same day, a school was attacked in Kebbi State with many kidnapped, and the vice principal of the school was killed. Reports are also rife of the capture of a brigadier general of the Nigerian army with some army officers and soldiers by the Islamists. This is the daily experience of many Christians in Nigeria. Violence is spreading southward, displacing millions and destroying farmland, creating a humanitarian.
All right, thanks for the question. Hello, how do we share this your interesting program so that others can watch too? Yeah, so I think there should be, I think after a while, it becomes shareable on YouTube, or you could just use the URL and then just paste it. Yeah, thanks for that, and thanks for raising that. Again, if you've not subscribed to this channel, I'm new to this, I'm just starting out. That would really be appreciated. Thanks. Yeah. So you could use there should be a share button, okay, or at the same time, you could just copy the URL. If you watch your phone, you should be able to share from there. Yeah, thanks.
Syrian crisis compounded by food insecurity. Attacks by Fulani militants, Boko Haram, Islamic State of West African province, ISWAP, have intensified not only in the Middle Belt and northern states, but spreading southward and targeting Christian communities with impunity. We hoped the CPC designation by President Trump at the end of October might stabilize the situation, but instead it is deteriorating into one of the most later periods of for Nigeria Christians in recent memory. Like it is now commonly acknowledged, Nigeria remains the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. More believers are killed there annually than in the rest of the world combined.
Yeah, so when you put all the Christians that have been persecuted from Gaza to Israel to Saudi to UAE and all of those, in Europe, in Iraq, so currently in Iraq, the Christian, because the new guy that is now the I don't know if it's president, they call him in Syria, used to be an ISIS member. It was in the White House just a few days ago. Now, when that guy got to power, they started killing Christians again, because the other guy, Baal al-Assad, was deposed, was driven away. But when you put all of those people that have been killed outside of, Nigeria, when you had all those people that have been killed as Christians for their faith, they don't even come close to the number of Christians killed in Nigeria every year. That's how bad it is and how painful it is. And that's how ignorant our government has chosen to be, because they are willfully ignorant, not because they don't know, but they just don't want to do anything about it.
Yet, perpetrators face little accountability, and the Nigerian government's response since the CPC designation is to unleash vain-glory speakers and willing tools to spin the narrative and make false equivalencies about Muslim deaths.
Is that Reno Mercury? Because Reno Mercury has been trying to carry waters for this government. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite shameful, yeah. For him trying to call what is black white and what is white black.
But I would like to ask the question here: who is killing the Muslims up north? Is there any Christian militia displacing millions and occupying lands in Nigeria? The government of Nigeria's silence and refusal to engage in the face of continued killings and displacements has deepened feelings of abandonment among the people. The national leadership appears disengaged, treating the Christian genocide report as a non-issue instead of considering it a national emergency.
Exactly.
This lack of political will undermines trust in government institutions and fuels perceptions of complicity or indifference. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, allow me to briefly mention another point so close to my heart: the humanitarian and social impact of this genocide. In the Middle Belt alone, millions of internally displaced persons remain in camps, unable to return to their ancestral lands. This threatens cultural continuity, religious and economic survival. The psychological trauma of survivors of these attacks is immense, with little access to counseling or rehabilitation. Widows, orphans, and survivors face ongoing threats. Girls and women endure sexual violence as a weapon. So many others resort to unsafe coping mechanisms for daily sustenance, destroying families' guarantees that no more Christian will be born from so many traumatized women. This is one of the elements of genocide, securing the disappearance of a group by longer-term measures other than murder. Without quick intervention, Christianity risks elimination in parts of northern and middle belt Nigeria within a very short time. Let me put it on record here that on behalf of millions of Christians in Nigeria and in the diaspora, we want to thank President Donald J. Trump for his bold leadership in designating Nigeria as a CPC. I commend you, Mr. Chris Smith, and this subcommittee's ongoing leadership and the recent U.S. designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. It is a vital step, but must be backed by serious action. Yeah. One, using the Magnitsky Act for targeted sanctions on Nigerian government officials and others tolerating or condoning Islamic violence in the country. Tie security and other development or humanitarian aid to measurable protection improvements. Expand humanitarian support for IDPs. The IDPs must return to their ancestral homes and lands with security guarantees by the Nigerian government. They must also be supported to rebuild their economic livelihoods and enjoy basic services such as education and sanitation. Support bills like the Nigerian Religious Freedom Accountability Act to hold perpetrators accountable. This point cannot be overemphasized because it is impunity that fuels the violence we suffer. Irrespective of who are being killed, the prime question is, are there killings in Nigeria? And the government should stop it. International advocacy.
The whole thing rests on the government because it's the government's duty. In fact, it's the number one government duty that your life and your property has to be secured. They must give you an environment to do your business. Okay? Yeah?
Advocacy. Work with allies to praise Nigeria at the UN and ensure discriminatory laws and blasphemy laws are eradicated or expunged from the Constitution. Closing call to action. The CPC designation has brought immense joy, hope, and spiritual resilience to communities under siege in Nigeria. The Christian faith-based organizations remain among the few sources of relief and encouragement, filling the vacuum left by government inaction. However, the church alone cannot stop the killings. It requires coordinated political, military, and humanitarian intervention. Mr. Chairman and members, the blood of Nigerian Christians cries out to you people. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Renew hearings, pass binding legislations, and use every tool of U.S. influence to demand change. America remains the only country in the world with an International Religious Freedom Act. America has a unique role in defending religious freedom globally. Please enact concrete actions according to the CPC designation. We all know that inaction emboldens the extremists even more. Thank you for listening. I welcome you for this. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Bishop Nnamdi, thank you so very much for your testimony.
That was really experience. These are people that go through these things all the time. These are people that have lived in the far north. They've had people that have suffered from it. When they speak their experience. They're not speaking like me now. I could be biased one way or the other. But these are people that they go through these problems, these pains, this killing. They bury church members. They bury people from their parishes. So again, they are the one in the right position to tell us if there's a Christian genocide or not. And every one of those that have either experienced it or not have agreed with Trump's point of view. So whatever anyone wants to say, I mean, they can always argue back and forth, but you cannot deny the experiential feeling that these men of God have, especially when it's their flock that is being destroyed or being killed. And that's it. Yeah, thanks. So to share you, thanks for that insight. Press the 3 dots up right hand and you will see share. So if you want to share, I would really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Your leadership at great risk to yourself and so many of your priests and diocesan folks. I do thank you, and I wish you well on your trip, and I hope you make your plane. Thank you so very much.
Okay, so we go
and
back
now
to
falls to me as a great
to the hearing. So this is the Foreign Committee hearing. This was held on the 20th of November, which is today. Yeah, I got that right. At the United States Congress. This has gotten global attention. Every major TV is speaking about this. Every major country is speaking about this. It's not about Trump coming for our resources. It's that there has been a consistent persecution of the Christians in the northern part and is now spilling over to the south. And Nigeria is now a country of a particular concern because our leaders have failed to do their job.
Honor to introduce our 2 witnesses from the administration, and they're on their way in right now. Okay. While we're waiting for them to be seated, I would no, I got it. There we go. Good. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. And let me introduce Ambassador Jonathan Pratt, who is the Senior Bureau Official for the Bureau of African Affairs. From January 2023 to 2025, he served as the Bureau's Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary. Prior to that, he was U.S. Ambassador to Djibouti from 2021 to 2023. He is a recipient of the Presidential Rank Award, a Distinguished Honor Award, the Director General's Award for Reporting, and the James Clement Dunn Award for Excellence, and he has spent a lifetime working very effectively on African issues. Thank you, Ambassador Pratt, for being here and testifying. Then we'll hear from Jake McGee, who joined the Department of State in April of 2025 as Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. Prior to joining the department, Mr. McGee was an attorney at the global law firm in Washington, D.C., and spent several years in the Middle East as an executive recruiter and taught English in a refugee camp in northern Jordan. Without objection, your full bios will be made a part of the record. Ambassador Pratt, the floor is yours.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the administration's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern under the International Religious Freedom Act. In June of this year in Benue State, Nigeria, Fulani militants armed with guns and machetes set homes and food stores ablaze and locked families inside burning buildings, killing over 200 Christians. Witnesses reported assailants shouting Allahu Akbar as they assaulted St. Joseph's Church. The Fulani militants targeted Christian farmers, many of them internally displaced persons, already seeking refuge from previous violence. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Ali recently warned that his state is, quote, under siege and being attacked by terrorists and bandits, highlighting the Nigerian government's failure to intervene. The scale and brutality of violence facing Christian communities is tragic and unacceptable. It represents a serious failing on the part of the authorities. Similarly, on December 23, 2023, a series of coordinated attacks began and continued into Christmas morning in Plateau State. The attacks resulted in hundreds of victims. Many were women, children, and elderly unable to flee. At least 8 churches were destroyed. Plateau State communities are still reeling today from the overt religious-based violence of those attacks and their unanswered calls for help. The Nigerian government must do more to protect its Christian citizens who are being targeted and killed. Terrorists, separatists, bandits, and criminal militias in Nigeria wreak havoc throughout the country, with ongoing attacks often deliberately targeting Christian communities. In addition to the violent Islamic extremism and banditry experienced in Nigeria's Middle Belt, there has been a surge in violent attacks across northern Nigeria by violent extremist organizations like ISIS West Africa, ISIS Sahel, Boko Haram, Jainim, and Al-Qaeda affiliate Ansaru, and Lakurawa. The ongoing violence is a problem of prioritization for the government of Nigeria. Although its military and police are engaged and taking significant losses in their counterterrorism efforts in the Northeast, the Nigerian government has not done enough to effectively combat violence in the Middle Belt, protect Christian communities, or hold perpetrators accountable. The intent of the administration's approach is to raise the protection of Christians to the top of the government of Nigeria's priorities, especially in the Middle Belt. Nigeria is a key regional partner, Africa's largest democracy and most populous nation, with whom we share economic and security interests. It is in the United States' interest to work with the Nigerian.
What's not true? This is not true. I don't get, like, what is not true?
Government on a plan of action to strengthen security for at-risk Christian communities and Nigerians of all faiths whose ability to practice their faith is put in jeopardy by endemic violence and terrorism. We welcome Nigeria's willingness to cooperate following the CPC designation. We look forward to seeing these commitments put into action. The Trump administration is developing a plan to incentivize and compel the Nigerian government to better protect Christian communities and improve religious freedom. This plan will consider U.S. state and Treasury engagement on sanctions, as well as possible Department of War engagement on counterterrorism and other efforts to protect religious communities. Secretary Rubio and Deputy Secretary Landau have engaged already with members of the Nigerian government on the importance of addressing the violence facing Christians in the Middle Belt. Ultimately, the president's decision underscores the administration's commitment to promoting religious freedom as a universal right and a fundamental freedom. The levels of violence and atrocities committed against Christians and communities of all faiths in Nigeria are appalling and threaten this universal right. We remain open to working together with the Nigerians, but we also expect the Nigerian government to deliver results on the ground as proof of their commitment to this universal right. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. McGee.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Chip.
The killing of Christians is true. Please, the killing is too much. The government are not making any move to protect its citizens. Okay, so the claim is that it's not true that they are killing only Christians in Nigeria. We've spoken about this. The first area of call, okay, when these terrorists, okay, attack a given community, okay, at first, the first target, basically, the predominantly Christian community. Okay? They try to woo the Muslim community to join them in whatever plan they want to do. There's also the complexity of the farmers and all that. So that's why when you look at areas where you have some of these massive killings, predominantly first, they're always Christian communities, or where you have a lot of farmers and a lot of Christian sects. Now, are Muslims being killed? This is what happens. At some point, like what is happening in Kwara State right now, the Christian community in Kwara State are being attacked. Now, there's some villages, that they've moved. Ultimately, they've moved over either to the towns and all that. Now, what happens after a while is that the Christians moved, or they're being decimated, or they moved to the IDP camps, as it were. But because these terrorists are still involved in their ways, because it's more like a drug, it's more like they're addicted to it. They go through certain things. Before you could kill someone, you go through some things. You're not a normal person, because ideally you yourself must actually be behaving like someone that is already given up on life or have been indoctrinated with certain ideologies. After a while, they either start having splinter groups, or they start getting loyal to other Muslim groups, and then they attack each other, or they then attack Islamic communities. But the first point of attack, whenever they get into any community, is forced to go for either the Christians. That's why you see a lot of, ideally, okay, it shouldn't be that the Christians themselves will be the first point of call. Yeah, there are more Muslims. I'm not saying there are more Muslims, but look at the range, look at the ratio. Okay? Look at the ratio of what happened now in Kwara State. How come, okay, that the first point of call is to go to the churches? Because most of the attacks I've seen, there was a documentary that was done in Kwara State, one of the communities, not even the Eruku that happened recently. The whole community were majorly Christian community. Okay, majorly Christian community. The guy that came, that did the documentary, did the whole video. And another question they've also said is this, another questions they've put forward is this: how come these people doing this stuff, how come they're not being called out? Because when you say, oh, this is a falsehood, the other question is, who is doing this killing? At some point, people need to start calling out whoever group is doing, because I've not seen that high level of condemnation, okay, coming from other sects. I'm even annoyed that a lot of the southern pastors are not as fervent in calling all these things out. But again, I'm going to continue the video so that I don't get sidetracked.
I'll start over. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Jacobs, distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to join my colleague, Senior Bureau Official Pratt, to discuss the Trump administration's decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern in accordance with the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. President Trump's decisive action to designate Nigeria as a CPC made clear that the United States stands ready to champion the rights of Christians and protect them from religious persecution. The religious freedom situation in Nigeria is well documented in the annual IRF reports. The IRF Act, designed by Congress nearly 3 decades ago, establishes religious freedom as a U.S. foreign policy priority and mandates that the president call out religious freedom violators as a reflection of the importance our nation places on America's first freedom. As my colleague stated, the levels of violence and atrocities committed against Christians in Nigeria are appalling. Particularly in the Middle Belt, these attacks directly target Christian populations. Ample witness testimonies have confirmed attackers used religious language during their attacks and specifically targeted Christians for killing, abduction, and rape. It is clear Nigerians are being attacked and killed because of their faith, and the Nigerian government must uphold its duty to protect them. The United States stands with civil society and religious actors brave enough to speak about the tragic violence and discrimination they face in Nigeria. When Bishop Wilfred Anagbe and Father Remigius Eyula testified before Chairman Smith's hearing last March about religious freedom, these two courageous religious leaders reported they received threats rather than protection from the Nigerian government. But the United States listened, and we will continue to listen and act until the Nigerian government protects religious freedom, strengthens its protections for vulnerable Christians, and holds perpetrators accountable. In addition to these failures, Nigerian officials also continue to prosecute individuals for alleged blasphemy, which stands in clear violation of Nigeria's obligation to safeguard free speech. Under the Sharia penal codes enforced in 12 of its states, Nigeria is one of only 8 countries in the world that allows for penalties up to execution.
We've watched a video. Sorry, I'm going to go back to that. America should come and make the investigation to find out the truth. Okay, we've watched a video where a Muslim convert, now a pastor, made a convention about how the terrorists and us have come to exist, and Buhari has a hand in it, and that's why he had always turned a blind eye. The recent abduction of school students are 100% Muslims, 100% Muslim in a Muslim community. Okay, so again, where you have predominantly Muslims, that would happen. Look at this. Because I don't want to shy away. I mean, and just blush over the violence. Also, this is what you said. They are killing more Muslims in Sokoto, Katsina, Zamfara, Borno, Niger, Yobe, Kebbi, Kwara, etc. on a daily basis compared to Christians. The violence in northern Nigeria, particularly in the state you mentioned, that's Sokoto, Katsina, this is a tragic and complex crisis driven by factors like banditry, insurgencies, Boko Haram, ISWAP, Farmer, Ada clash, and emerging extremist group like Lukurawa. It has claimed thousands of lives across religious lines, displacing millions and creating widespread humanitarian suffering. Your point about this disproportionate impact on Muslims in these areas align with data from multiple sources. So rightly, based on what you said, yeah, a lot of Muslims are being killed also, which shows that while Christians face targeted attacks, again, that's what Trump is alluding to. While Christians face targeted attack, especially in mixed religion zones like part of Kwara and Middle Belt. So Middle Belt, the attack is targeted on Christians, but the sheer scale of violence in Muslim majority northern states means more Muslim victims overall, which also is correct with what you're saying. I'll break down this with recent stuff. So northwest states, Sokoto, Katsina, Zamfara, Kebbi, and Niger and Kwara, these are hotspots for armed banditry, often involving ethnic Fulani group clashing with Hausa farming community. The conflicts are largely criminals, kidnapping, caste rustling, and extortion, but they devastate Muslim majority population. Okay, Kwara has seen some religiously linked incidents due to its mixed demographic. Now, not each state, that's Borno and Yobe, insurgents group like Boko Haram and ISWAP explicitly target Western influences, killing both Muslims seen as insufficient pious, that is Muslims that are not radical enough, and then Christians. However, the region is 90% Muslims. Okay, meaning that higher raw number of Muslims dead. But overall scale in 2025, the UN and groups like Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, ACLED estimates over 2,005 deaths from violence in these states so far this year, with banditry insurgency accounting for 70%. Religious targeting exists, but it's not the sole driver. Okay, let's go on. So Sokoto, 95% Muslims, and you have Katsina, and you have Zamfara, 97% Muslims. But when you look at the number in terms of Kwara State, okay, 150 mixed, mandatory and sectarian, 60 to 70% Muslim, but recent Christian spike. So there's been an increase in the attack of Christians. So recently, November 19, you had a church that was attacked, and I think they said 3 people were killed, but again, this data is just saying 2. 30 were abducted, including the pastors. Overall, more Muslim dead, but the Christians face targeted hits. Also, give an example in Southern Kwara. So again, yeah, you may have a point that more Muslims are being killed, but again, I'm saying that wherever you have, because there are more Muslims in the north, but wherever you have a sheer proportion of a Christian population or a Christian area, what I've maintained is that there's always the first point of contact where they are actually being targeted and killed. That ends, they go to churches, they burn churches, they kidnap priests, and all of those. And lest you forget, you know, in 2020, I believe, there was a U.S. missionary that was actually kidnapped that Trump had to send in some of his forces to come rescue. Okay, so yeah, that's that.
Execution for blasphemy, along with Iran and Pakistan, which have long been designated CPCs. When authorities detain individuals accused of blasphemy, the judicial process often takes years while they remain in prison, sometimes on death row. Mobs often take the law into their own hands with impunity. For example, in 2022, a mob killed Deborah Samuel Yakubu, a student of Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto, in a heinous attack after she was accused of blasphemy. This young Christian woman's life was taken too soon, yet her murderers remain free. With horrifying reports of discrimination, abuse, torture, disappearance, and even the murder of individuals simply trying to practice their faith freely and safely, religious freedom is not an abstraction, but an obligation Nigeria must uphold. This administration has heard the steady, clarion call from civil society and religious actors about the pernicious impact of the violence on religious communities. The Nigerian government must protect religious freedom, strengthen protections of vulnerable Christians, hold perpetrators accountable, and make measurable progress toward ending this violence against Christians as well as any Nigerians persecuted for their faith. We greatly appreciate the committee's dedication to shedding light on the situation in Nigeria and support in advancing freedom, religious freedom, not just in Nigeria, but around the world. And I want to personally thank you, Chairman Smith, for your tireless efforts over the decades about religious freedom, and of course, other human rights abuses, including combating human trafficking. So thank you, Chairman Smith. I welcome your questions.
Thank you so very much for your testimonies. The phrase incentivize and compel, which you used, Ambassador Pratt, I think is an excellent one. Last night, and I know others met with the delegation that traveled here, and I know they're meeting with you and other at state. The head of National Security Advisor, Rabuda, and his delegation, including the Attorney General, I raised the very significant issue of CPC is not forever. You can get off of it, and everybody who gets put on CPC, or especially including on the trafficking laws, and I wrote them, Trafficking Victims Protection Act, I wrote that in the year 2000. And I have met with more delegations who always say, not us. That's, somebody else is doing the trafficking, it's not us. There's always this culture of denial. And that goes for states that are our allies who get put on that list, and that includes CPC, and as well as countries that are not necessarily our allies, like China, which is both a Tier 3 country for trafficking and a CPC country, and has been from the very beginning of implementation of Frank Wolf's famous law, the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. So it's such a familiar refrain. And it flies in the face of evidence, and evidence is what it's all about. The prosecutorial discretion that is not shown in Nigeria to go after and to deploy detectives and protection capabilities from the police, it's just not there. We hear it so frequently, and if it is there, show us. They always say, well, they're bandits, they're this, they're that. But what's the motivation behind Boko Haram? And I went to my opening statement, or would remind you, I kept asking the administration then, Why do you keep dismissing that this isn't a radical Islamist organization called Boko Haram? Yeah, they hate moderate Muslims too. I've heard that, like I said, from many imams myself, and they certainly hate Christians and will kill them to procure their ends. So I just, we need to have that in all human rights. I found that be the case. The author of 2 laws on religious freedom. I did the Frank Wolf bill in 2016, which put entities of particular concern, a lot of other things into the law, working with Frank, who's in retirement. Wolf, that champion for religious freedom. And I gotta tell you, every time I talk to a delegation, every single time, they deny it. Every time. And after a while, it's like, what's your denial going to be? So last night when I was talking to this high-level delegation, I know some of my colleagues met with them as well, I said, we're just looking for progress. We're standing with your oppressed people. These Nigerians are not Americans. We do have a very large diaspora. They're wonderful, many in New Jersey, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about in the country, and we stand in solidarity with the oppressed and not the oppressor. And we wrote in the original Religious Freedom Act, and this is very important because they say, well, we're not killing people, we're not doing, well, engaged in or tolerated. Tolerated, when you don't prosecute, when you don't protect, that's toleration, and that's written right into the law as a criteria for death.
Okay, I don't see any information on the Malud that you said happened in Kaduna. What year was this and why? This is not the best way of solving crisis by being biased and sentimental. If this is mindset, you're indirectly inviting another world war. There's not going to be another world war because I'm telling you what is happening in Nigeria doesn't even have any temerity to cause or any plausibility to cause a world war. The problem is the Nigerian government is complicit in what is currently happening. Okay, and I don't see any framework that has been adopted by this government or the government before it that would solve this problem. So what would be, and this is my question, what would be the right way to solve this? Because right now, like you had 200 people killed in Benue, Tinubu didn't say a word until days after. Meanwhile, it was sending condolences to other people. He couldn't even visit the venue of the attack because according to him, he was going there and then he couldn't go because of the road condition and the likes. So again, nobody's going to cause a world war because some people have not been tamed and there has been no strategy put forward by the Nigerian government to solve this problem. Because if the government has done its job, then Trump or other people would not have even been able to use that as an avenue. Now, you could argue that, oh, fine, they want to come get our resources and all that. But again, you created the opening, for all these other Western countries to actually search the beamlight when people are being killed without even any pathway forward to get peace. Now, they're actually moving straight to the south. And it's becoming much and more obvious that the people in charge are not in control.
Designation of secrecy.
I'll move on.
So I know that's what you've done, and I thank you for your due diligence on this. And there are a lot of other groups, left and right, and Amnesty International keeps saying, and I've raised this with the ICC. I've had ICC prosecutors testify at my hearings, particularly on Nagorno-Karabakh, when they were using food as a weapon. We're not signatories to it, but it's out there. Well, Nigeria is. And Amnesty, again, last year, they keep asking, where's the prosecutions for this? Nigeria, Amnesty International petitions the ICC judges to end prosecutors' delaying of justice for atrocity crimes.
Again, where is the prosecution? Just yesterday, Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment for alleged crimes that he committed. A few weeks ago, we saw the head of some of this terrorist stuff have meetings with the government. They sentenced one to 20 years, another one to 15 years, that literally did more crimes, obvious crimes. That was a partaker in the crimes being committed in multiple attacks in Kanu, in bombings and the likes. One got 15 years, another one got 20. But Nnamdi Kanu is getting life. Again, I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but the truth is this, that even the justice system is not being equal, is not served equally amongst all people.
So are they wrong too? And I do hope that, and without objection, I would ask that article be made a part of the record about amnesty. So it's very, very concerning, and I do hope that you will know that this is just par for the course. It's just not us, and it gets very, very tiresome. Show us that it's not you. Open it all up. How many of you, where are the prosecutions? We hear from so many Christians that they dial into the police and nobody shows up.
Dialing into the police is not even an option in Nigeria. Forget about that. You call the police, that some guys, there are even reports that you have some military officers that are close by and nothing was being done. And those people just came in. I mean, the reckless abandonment. I mean, have you seen this guy coming from so-called peace talk? They go as if they're going on a crusade. You see them with their guns and all that. I'm not talking about peace-loving, moderate Muslims. I'm talking about terrorists here. Since this is not a good way to solve this problem, please, do you have any way forward? All we need is peace to reign in this country called Nigeria. Exactly. Like, I don't see any. And again, I'm not saying that the government should come and divulge secrets. Again, we don't even know if they have any. But I'm just saying that where is the path for peace? Where's the path for taming this thing? It's engulfed the whole nation. 50 people were killed in our war in 22 or 23. That's 2-3 years ago. I was reading today that these bandits, they're like in 750 locations, even in the southeast alone. And that's crazy. Look at it. According to this June report by the International Society for Civil Liberty and Rule of Law, a respected Nigerian human rights monitoring group, at least 950 locations in the southeast have been forcibly occupied by armed Fulani jihadists, militia, also called, I don't want to use, Fulani herdsmen terrorists, because not all Fulani herdsmen are terrorists. But again, these locations are spread across 4 core southeast states, 300 in Anambra, 280 in Enugu, 200 in Abia, 170 in Ebonyi, total of around 950. The locations consist of deep forests, foreign reserves, abandoned farmland and farm settlement, sacred groves, and ancestral community land. Again, is what it is.
And then there's no investigation. One of my sons is a detective. You got to do detective work. Find out who it is and put them into jail if they're guilty. And that's not happening.
Put them into jail if they're guilty until they go to Kuje prison and release them again. Kanu didn't commit anything. Why is that a Yoruba man who is on the same thing of a separate movement not sentenced to prison? I believe that's what she wants to say. Man, that's a very valid question. And again, that's the duplicity, right? Like, again, I would advise Nnamdi Kanu, as he goes to appeal, because Alain is going to appeal the case, he should get a very good lawyer. The whole idea of him defending himself might not work. You have to understand the terrain at which he's walking in, and that's just it. I'm not a fan, but again, I'm just advising him. He needs to get a very good lawyer. I'm not sure his lawyers have done a very good work, although you could argue that they already have a vendetta against him, but there is no equal application of the law, because we could see that, again, Gumi is walking free. Who else is this guy also? Sunday Igboho, I think that's the Yoruba man you're referencing. They had, I think at some point, you should also recollect that they actually attacked Sunday Igboho's house and he lost a lot of his people when they attacked his house. Then he had to flee the country. But ultimately, I think they stepped the case down. And that shows duplicity when it comes to the application of the law. But I believe you know, that as this case goes to the appeal court, there's a possibility that Nnamdi Kanu won't get that life imprisonment. I'm saying a possibility, but again, I think the best solution would be that there should be a political solution, and Nnamdi Kanu should work with the government to bring peace to the Southeast, because the Southeast is also boiling at this point. A lot of problems. It's just all messed up.
Some numbers. I remember with Nicholas Ceausescu, when I fought against the Securitate, we used to have people coming around this place saying, oh, he has church, he has no religious freedom issues. He allows churches. He was crushing the Jewish as well as the Christian communities through his Securitate, the secret police of Romania. So it's like we just see seeing this reframe over and over again. So if you might want to comment on that, because again, my argument last night to that high-level delegation, we want you to succeed. We absolutely want you to rid yourself of this cancer that hates moderate Muslims and absolutely hates and kills as well Christians.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So again, we can see that he's trying as much as possible to differentiate. They're not just against Christians. They're not just against, Muslims. They want more moderate Muslims to be also saved from these brutal killings that is happening. Everybody knows. I mean, it's quite simple, right? The world is against the extremist. That's just it. So it shouldn't be a difficult thing, I think, in my own opinion. It shouldn't be a difficult thing. Trying to say that, you know what, we want to protect the Christians and then the moderate Muslims and want the extremists to burn.
Well, as you and I discussed yesterday, the designation, we hope, will sharpen minds and sharpen attention to the issue. As you mentioned, there is a delegation already here now in Washington this week, a very senior delegation. They'll be meeting with the Deputy Secretary of State. They're meeting with Department of War officials as well. And the Secretary of State has directed us at the State Department to work with the Nigerian government on an action plan and to set up a task force to address this issue and use all of the tools that are at our disposal to focus minds and focus attention on this issue. Thank you.
As you mentioned, Chairman, this is not a new issue. This has been going on in Nigeria for several years. President Trump designated Nigeria in 2020, and the previous administration removed Nigeria as a CPC in 2021, and 2022, and 2023. And so a CPC designation, as my colleague just mentioned, focuses the minds of people in Nigeria. It puts the onus on the government of Nigeria to take action to protect its own citizens, including people of all faiths, not just Christians. Muslim communities are affected as well, other communities. And so the CPC designation is a step that starts a conversation that leads to greater engagement with the Nigerian government, because ultimately this is their responsibility.
Let me just...
And again, if you talk about the CPC designation, I just want to show you guys here what's been happening since that declaration has been made. I'm going to show you how the Nigerian market has been faring. It's not been good. I'm going to start. Look at the banks. You can see that investors are taking their money out. Look at this. Let me put it on the weekly stuff. Again, it was going up. It was really going up because the economic reforms was already kicking in. And then the CPC thing came, and it's been just like, from the eyes of 25, you can see the market. The market is not taking it well, because what happens is that international foreign investors they start taking out their monies. Why? Because of uncertainties. Okay, you can see GTB was almost getting at 100 naira per share. It went to as low as 77. All of this happened when Trump started saying that what's happening in Nigeria. You can see that again, Axis Bank. And these are really, really, no financial advice here. I'm just saying, this is the impact. I'm not advising anybody to do anything. I'm just trying to show you the impact this is having on the capital market, because investors are taking their money out. You can see that all of the stuffs are down. Just today alone, just this week alone, you can see that 6% down. Zenith Bank, UBA down. Every major stock since Nigeria became a CPC, because then global companies are like, you know what? We don't know what is going to happen. Again, the gentleman that talked about world war, maybe not a world war, but again, escalation. And when that happens, there's what we call investors trying to save their monies by moving their monies out. So it's not good at all for business. Unfortunately, since Trump made that, this is Nigerian breweries. I mean, these ones, they still, you can see that the market has just been like bloodbath. Well, Dangote cement from an high of 670 is down to 534. I keep watching this and I knew it. Immediately said that money started flowing out of Nigeria. So there could also be some financial interest. It is what it is. Some companies would not just even want to do business with Nigeria once they have that designation. So it's not a good one. Hopefully we can get that out of our list and move on.
There is talk, while CPC is not a designation of genocide, there is a very cogent argument to be made that this is a genocide. And I remind people that, again, there's all this denial. I had 3 hearings on the Armenian genocide, and I had, sitting right where you're sitting, Mr. McGee, an ambassador from Turkey, who said, if you recognize, and we had a good bipartisan effort going on this, if you recognize the so-called Armenian genocide, we'll throw you out of your base in Incirlik. And I said, what a great NATO partner you are. It was just amazing. We've seen it over and over again. When I went to Darfur and met with Bashir, we then went to the UN, Human Rights Commission, as it was called then, not the Council. We were flabbergasted that they wouldn't call what was happening in Darfur a genocide. And again, I remind everybody, Article 2 says genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, in whole or in part. It's very clear. Now, we're not talking in CPC about genocide, but when we fought against ISIS, and Jeff Fortenberry did a very serious bill because the administration then would not recognize what ISIS was doing to the Chaldeans, and I went and visited with them in that part of the world. I was shocked that they wouldn't do it. We got a bipartisan piece of legislation passed that did recognize the genocide, and then finally John Kerry said, "Okay, we'll call it what it is." So, whole or in part. And that's what's happening here, at least in part. And the president did say he's worried about the extermination if it's allowed to continue onward. So I would like to ask, just for the record, the department has 7 positions vacant in our embassy in Nigeria, including individual rights, religious freedom reports, and the like. I just encourage you to fill those as quickly as possible. I think that would be very helpful if you could. And I yield to Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I noted in my opening remarks, a recent DevX article described a former program from Search for Common Ground that Secretary Rubio terminated earlier this year. This program set up critical early warning systems in communities in Yelwada, a predominantly Christian region in Nigeria's Middle Belt, that actually worked in decreasing instances of violence and deaths. In June, this same community experienced an attack, but without that early warning system. Nearly 200 people died and 4,000 people fled their homes. Security forces arrived long after the attackers left. And had this program still been in place, it could have prevented some of these deaths by sending early warning signs ahead of the attack and taking actions to prevent or respond to it. Mr. McGee, this program was funded by your bureau, the Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor Bureau. Can you explain to the committee why the department canceled this program?
Thank you for your question, Ranking Member Jacobs. As Secretary Rubio has said time and again, America is the most generous country in the world, and we will continue to be the most generous country in the world. We are looking at every option to stop this atrocious violence, but ultimately the violence must be stopped by the Nigerian government.
Okay,
in terms of programming,
will you recommend restarting this program to the Secretary?
So to your question, Ranking Member Jacobs, we do have ongoing program, including early warning and early response systems that are effective across the Middle Belt. and they have saved lives. And so we have a lot of tools at our disposal in DRL and across the State Department that is not just assistance, but is security, that is economic engagement. Across the State Department, we're reviewing every single tool that we have to make sure that this violence stops. But ultimately, America can partner with the Nigerian government, but the Nigerian government must take responsibility.
Exactly. Why do we need the US to set up early detection system for us? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. So this lady, who is clearly anti-Trump in terms of the Democrat Party, she's the ranking member in the Democrat Party, saying that that was why there was an attack in Benue State. That doesn't make sense. But again, it is what it is.
And protect religious freedom for all communities, especially Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately.
So my understanding is that most of those programs have been canceled, but I look forward to hearing from you which of those programs have continued to be funded and which you intend to restart. Earlier this month, President Trump posted on Truth Social threatening to cut off all aid to Nigeria and go into the country, quote, guns a-blazing, to, quote, completely wipe out
Thanks for the follow, Kingdom Echoes.
terrorists.
Thanks.
He ordered Secretary Hegseth to prepare for possible actions. This reckless threat provoked calls within the Nigerian government and public to respect Nigeria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ambassador Pratt, what role has Secretary Rubio been given to respond to this challenge using diplomatic and development tools?
Thank you for the question. The Secretary of State, as I mentioned, has directed us to come up with a comprehensive plan using all of the tools that are at our disposal, primarily diplomatic, but also security, also assistance, cooperation programs. This would span from security to policing to economic. We want to look at all of these tools and have a comprehensive strategy to get the best result possible.
Great. We will look forward to seeing that strategy. There were public reports that AFRICOM has laid out 3 potential military options. What is the status of this decision at an interagency level?
We have had interagency discussions about all of the tools that are at our disposal, including on the security side of the equation, and we have a live discussion with the Nigerian government about how we can assist them in responding to security threats in the country, including this one.
Have there been any NSC meetings on this issue?
There have.
Okay. And
I've not seen, just a side note, what is Akpabio doing? Like, this is a foreign country. I've not seen even the depth of analysis like this coming from the National Assembly. Let's even forget about Trump, the threats, and all of those. I've not seen them do anything. If Akpabio is not fighting Natasha today, is either they are fighting each other, or is Wike fighting Sheyi Makinde, or is this other guy just creating problems? I've not. And it's just unfortunate. This is what at least even if they can't make decisions, they should be able to advise the government. They should be able to do their own independent investigation. They should be able to call out groups. Like, what is the National Assembly doing? That might be one of the most useless bodies in Nigeria.
I want to turn to another program that I raised during my remarks, the Community Initiatives to Promote Peace. Again, this one incredibly successful, saw positive results showing that only 10% of people who received this training experienced violence in their communities compared to 41% of people who didn't. This is an extremely low-cost, effective intervention, and yet again, this program was eliminated. Mr. McGee, can you help the committee understand why this program wasn't deemed worthwhile to continue?
So again, the programming that I mentioned that we still have continuing in the Middle Belt, the early warning, early response, also includes dialogue amongst religious communities. And we have seen effective dialogue between those communities that do promote religious tolerance, addressing some of the root causes that you mentioned earlier. And so we're committed to continue to provide support to the Nigerian government. That obviously programming doesn't go to the Nigerian government. It goes to locally owned and locally managed programming opportunities. And so we're still doing that programming, and we're committed to use every tool at our disposal to help the Nigerian government take care of this issue.
Thank you. The State Department still has not submitted the annual International Religious Freedom Report that is statutorily required by May of this year. It's November. This committee has not seen this administration's analysis, therefore, of the situation in Nigeria or actions taken in support of religious freedom. Mr. McGee, when will we see this report? When will the State Department submit it?
So as you mentioned, Ranking Member Jacobs, the IRF reports are a valuable tool to give an overview of religious freedom in every country around the world and to tell the Nigerian government steps they can take and the situation on the ground. So we're working on those and will be released soon. There's also, of course, the human rights reports that have been released that are a snapshot or an overview of the human rights condition in every country around the world, 198 countries and territories. And so we're committed to releasing the IRF reports as soon as they're ready.
Okay, great. In mid-October, Senior Advisor Boulos stated that Boko Haram and ISIS are killing more Muslims than Christians. What is the State Department's assessment? Have these groups killed more Muslims or Christians? And what evidence is the State Department citing that Christians in Nigeria are at specific grave risk of atrocities?
So President Trump has made clear that we are to respect and promote religious freedom for all communities. In Nigeria, there is a particular problem of targeting of Christians, and they have suffered a disproportionate number of killings compared to their population, especially in the Middle Belt. And when we see attackers chanting religious slogans, churches being destroyed to the tune of thousands over the last several years, thousands of Christians being killed, and particular targeting on Christian holidays like Christmas and Easter and other holidays. This shows there's a religious component targeted towards Christians in particular. That being said, we stand with all communities around the world who are suffering religious persecution because of their faith. We value religious freedom as a per se good, and we're committed to protect religious communities no matter where they are. As I think Chairman Smith mentioned in his remarks, of the thousands of Christians who've been killed this year around the world, the vast majority have been killed in Nigeria, which is a problem the government of Nigeria must take seriously.
Okay. I disagree with your assessment, but I look forward to seeing the report that has it all laid out. Last question, Ambassador Pratt. Yesterday, President Trump announced this administration would start focusing on trying to end the war in Sudan. This is a welcome development, and I hope you all are successful. I am, however, concerned that the sporadic high-level attention without the appropriate staff at the working level will not be enough to bring a sustained end to the war or transition to a real peace process that includes Sudanese civilians. Could you share more about the State Department's strategy to bring the war in Sudan to an end? How many people on your team are dedicated to this portfolio? Has there been an NAC meeting about this recently? Will there be shortly? How can we be sure that this will be a sustained approach?
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Jacobs. I'm very proud to have fought very hard to retain all of the staff in the Africa Bureau during the recent reorganization that the State Department undertook. We were able to present very convincing data about the understaffing historically in the Bureau. And so not only did we retain staff, we also gained additional staff to help on the assistance side. On Sudan, we retain a very large office by State Department standards focused on Sudan, and we are very lucky to have Senior Advisor Boulos, who has brought high-level White House attention to two key issues for us, which is Eastern DRC, as you know, and Sudan. Senior Advisor Boulos has also worked on other issues to bring profile and attention to them. And so we welcome the President's comments and profile in his meetings with the Saudi leader yesterday to draw attention and resources to this issue.
Okay. Listen, I know you all are doing what you can. AF is mostly intact. Staff bandwidth is still limited by USAID cuts at embassy and the cut to the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations that I know was working hard on this issue. And the administration has yet to name a special envoy for Sudan. So I look forward to continuing this conversation to make sure that you all have what you need to be successful in this endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Baird.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here. My question deals with the responsibility, and we've heard a lot about that already, of the Nigerian government for putting an end to this prosecution or persecution. So has the United States really been able to see any progress in terms of the Nigerian government recognizing a duty on its part to reduce this persecution and targeted violence? And to what extent, if any, has the government's accountability made any improvement in reducing these persecutions?
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, thank you for your question, Representative Baird. The Nigerian government has to do more. There have been attacks where 0 perpetrators have been held to account and 0 prosecutions. Heinous attacks that cost lives, that drive people out of their homes. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of internally displaced peoples, and those individuals who caused that displacement have not been held to account. So as SBO Pratt mentioned, we're having high-level engagement with the Nigerian government. We have a great partnership on a lot of issues like security, trade, other things, but we're encouraging them to actually take ownership of this responsibility and prosecute the criminals and terrorists who have perpetrated this persecution.
So do you feel like there's any movement on the part of the government, Nigerian government, to do that, to move to protect their people? I mean, I just wanted a hint of whether they're moving that direction or not.
So I think President Trump took bold action in redesignating Nigeria as a CPC, and that, I believe, has gotten the attention of the Nigerian government. We're engaged in high-level dialogues with them, including this week at the very highest levels. We're planning engagement on the ground, both through our embassy there and other trips, to make sure that Nigerians hear our very important message that they have to do better. So I think we're making progress in the right direction. President Trump's bold action on the CPC designation was an important step. It's gotten their attention in the Nigerian government, but we need to do a lot more.
So, Mr. Pratt, I want to delve a little deeper into that CPC designation that he just mentioned. And you know, the Trump's administration was designated Nigeria as a CPC. So do you anticipate the administration will be less likely to issue a waiver in the current administration as opposed to President Trump's first term? And if the president does not issue a waiver this time, do you think that the lack of a waiver now will apply to the necessary pressure to the government to reduce these persecutions?
Thank you very much. We are putting together, as I mentioned, a comprehensive plan to use all the tools available. And so I expect, as we're cooperating with the government of Nigeria on what those tools will be, if there is specific U.S. government programs or assistance that will require a waiver, and through agreement in our cooperative relationship with the government of Nigeria on what will be effective and successful, that we may need to seek waivers for some programs. There may be other programs that we will not seek waivers for.
Thank you. Mr. McGee, do you have any comments in that regard?
I would just echo what SBO Pratt has said, that we're engaged in high levels, and if waivers are needed for certain programs, we're willing to do that. But the important thing is to get the Nigerian government's attention, including about the Sharia law that still exists in 12 northern states, up to and including the death penalty as a device of punishment. And so we're having frank conversations with Nigerians at all levels of government and are committed to do whatever it takes to continue to encourage them to take actual action and not just talk.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
thank both of you for being here, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Actual action is needed. Who killed General Akili in Plateau State was a Muslim. Again, I'm not for any Muslims losing their lives. I'm only for the terrorists being decimated. Another Army general was equally a Muslim who was killed by bandits. Yeah, okay. I'm not a supporter of Tinubu's government, but I'm love of Nigeria. Yeah, we love Nigeria, but again, they have to solve this problem. Yeah, hi, Nwachukwu. Hi, Bogogo. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, I mean, it's a very I would say critical case. It's really complex, and no one is here trying to just belittle like the sacrifices that is being made. I mean, the general was also killed. General Mbu, right, was just killed this week. So again, I think we're on the same page, and I believe we're saying the same thing, that the extremists should not be treated with a kid glove. They need to be eradicated. Now, how that is going to be done is left to the military forces to decide the best way, but we've not seen results. It's not true that there is a Sharia in northern Nigeria has been portrayed. It's not true that there is Sharia in northern Nigeria has been portrayed by you guys. I don't know what that means, really. I thought we were talking about the extremism in the north. We're not talking about nobody is talking about Sharia here. There should be Sharia in Dubai, but they're not bombing and killing people. I mean, they've been able to curtail extremism. So why can't we borrow a lead from Dubai and bring in their own level of development to Nigeria and have the north look like a Dubai, or the northeast, the northwest, and the north central look like the UAE, where you have some level of prosperity? I think we will love that than this banditry and killings that is happening, and everybody benefits. Pastors go to Dubai to do personal retreats. So again, this problem has to be solved. But again, I see that there's some level of leniency when it comes to going hard against this group, this bandit group, this extremist group. And I mean, it's not going to stop except there is a serious force, because you're not going to treat this with a kid's glove or with a negotiation. You won't negotiate with terrorists rather. Okay. So again, I'm going to move on.
I thank you very much. Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here this morning. And before we turn to Nigeria, since this is the first time we have you in front of us, in front of the committee, I just want to quickly talk about Sudan, because I do think this is so critical.
So again, see, these guys are not on ground. You don't want to take everything they're saying hook line. There are times when they say some things that is correct, and there are times also that they're saying that there are Sharia laws in 12 northern states. That has nothing to do with the extremism, okay, that is happening there.
And the humanitarian situation there, the incredible numbers. I mean, 400,000 killed, over 11 million displaced, 30 million in need of humanitarian aid. This is just a stunning crisis, and I did want to appreciate the administration's recent comments on this, particularly Secretary Rubio, when he called for action to cut off the supply of weapons to the Rapid Support Forces. And as the Secretary had previously acknowledged, it has been widely documented that the UAE has been one of the primary drivers in fueling those weapons to the RSF. So I hope that I want to urge the administration to use every piece of leverage that we have to halt that support. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and for the ranking member's leadership on this issue. I hope that we can take up the bill from Representative Meeks and Representative Jacobs. I know it was on our agenda, but I think it's important for us to take up that bill at the earliest opportunity, because this is a moment for us, I think, to all focus on the horrific crisis there. So just want to urge you to do everything you.
Okay, so we're going to go to South Sudan again. Well, I don't know much about South Sudan, to be honest. But I know they've been fighting since God knows. I mean, it's just crazy.
And we are spending a lot of time on this issue. I have a lot of constituents who are directly impacted by this in the Sudanese diaspora. So thank you for that. The devastating levels of violence in Nigeria are clear, but I appreciate that people have also recognized it isn't just the persecution of Christians. This is persecution of multiple groups, and I think we have to be careful not to portray it just as persecution of Christians. That feels to me simplistic, and it doesn't account for the intersectional diversity of Nigeria. Certainly religion is a contributing factor to the violence, but a review by the Search for Common Ground found that in Nigeria's Middle Belt region, religion was not a primary driver of conflict. Instead, violence has been directed against both Christians and Muslims, regardless of religion, at the hands of armed terror groups like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa, or fueled by differences in lifestyle between farmer and herder groups, compounded by climate change and governance issues. And so I want to start by saying I'm very concerned that a day after President Trump saw a clip on Fox News about the persecution of Christians in Nigeria, he threatened to go, quote, guns a-blazing in Nigeria and revoke all assistance. That would include all global health funding, despite Nigeria accounting for over a quarter of annual malaria deaths a year. And being home to the world's third largest population living with HIV. These are all issues I worked on in Africa long before coming to Congress. In response, the Nigerian government criticized any action that would violate Nigeria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I know, Ambassador Pratt, that you've spoken about some agreements, some conversations and a task force with the Nigerian government, but can you tell me under what authority would the U.S. military strike inside of Nigeria?
There was this time the current president was caught with deadly weapons in Nigeria. Supposing it was really, I didn't hear that. Oh, really? I didn't. I have to check that one out. A reverend was arrested with guns. Are you aware? Maybe for self-protection. Yeah.
Well, the Secretary.
I'm not aware.
Thank you for the question.
I have to check that one out.
The Secretary of State has directed us to put together a comprehensive plan that uses all tools at our disposal, including security and Department of War. And this would be primarily focused on the security that we are providing to the government of Nigeria and how they are deploying their assets. We can also share information and intelligence. We can talk about counterterrorism. And so those are the tools that we are primarily looking.
Sorry. Okay, so in 2014, according to this claim, arms deal scandal. Oh, I think I remembered. This incident you're referring to occurred in September 2014 during the administration of Jonathan. Again, I'm not so happy with the way terrorism was, treated then. It centered on controversial cash smuggling operation intended for arms procurement to combat Boko Haram insurgents in northeast Nigeria. And the plane was belongs to Ayo Orisa Jaffa, who was the president of Kanu at the time, a prominent Pentecostal pastor. While Orisa Jaffa was not personally caught with weapons, his aircraft was implicated in transporting 9.3 million in cash to South Africa for an alleged illegal arms deal, which was seized by South African authority. This sparked widespread outrage and accusation of corruption, with critics labeling it as misuse of public funds and a violation of international money laundering. So if this is the person you're talking about in 2014, I remember during that time that it had to do with the fact that the U.S. would not sell weapons to combat Boko Haram because they had concerns with corruptions and the likes. And they had to do like a kind of a backdoor or a backroom deal, to get all those things. Now, it was not directly involved in terms of procuring weapon, but I guess the Nigerian president then, or the military or whatever, used this private plane. So again, to your quote that he was caught with deadly weapons, I'm not so sure if that's a correct, accurate depiction of what happened. A reverend was arrested. Again, what's this? Of course, you will not be aware of your mindset. Now it's getting personal. Okay, I'll move on.
Looking at in our strategy.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to have the task force discussion and the alternatives presented prior to the president going on Truth Social and saying we're going to go guns a-blazing into Nigeria?
We've been working on these problem sets in Nigeria for a long time. We have a lot of programs of assistance in the country. They did undergo a foreign assistance review, but many of them continue, and we want to make.
Why is African nations such an issue to America? Is their resources they are going for? What does region have to do with anything? It's white people who are the problems. They're the ones who started it. Okay.
Make sure that we're using them strategically to get the best outcomes.
Very diplomatically said, Ambassador. I just wish we would actually stick to that playbook rather than a bully and threaten of a country that is extremely important to us and to the region. I don't think that's the
Nigeria
right
is
way to
very
go,
important.
to just go on Truth Social and threaten guns a-blazing. I think what you've described is much more appropriate, and I look forward to...
Well, that's Trump for you. That's Trump. I mean, I know you guys don't like him. And again, yeah, it might not be the best approach. It's a complicated world. It is.
To seeing...
Are you aware of the massacre of Muslims in Zango, Qatar in 1992? Just find out on YouTube. Okay, maybe I would check that out.
What comes out of that, we had Ambassador Kelly Curry here before a different subcommittee of this committee, former Trump appointee, and she said in front of the committee in a hearing yesterday, I think it's a very relevant quote, "You cannot solve problems created by men with guns by turning to men with guns for this solution." And I just would urge us to think about that. This is coming from a Trump former Trump appointee. I think if we were to do this, it would just serve to further radicalize communities and risk turning the aggression of actors like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa directly to the United States.
Okay, so that's a fair point actually. That it's complex. I mean, it's not straightforward. It's not easy. While I believe that you have to eradicate all the terrorists, it has to be well planned. I'd rather be supportive of just, going to the source of where this is coming from. And a lot of people have said most of this is even coming from outside of the country. There are foreign countries involved, interested in the resources in the north that have been funding these things. There could be some groups outside of Nigeria. I think I will take it from there first, rather than just coming in and putting your men in, because then it becomes more like a guerrilla warfare rather.
I just have 50...
Gentlelady, it's expired.
Oh, it's expired. I'm so sorry. I thought I had 50 seconds left. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hosenga.
United States of Africa.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. And I'm going to deviate a little bit from my written remarks, much to the chagrin of my staff. But I feel it needs to be addressed right from the very beginning. The simple fact is radicalized Islamists are running amok in Nigeria. They're terrorizing moderate Muslims. They're terrorizing Christians. And they are targeting Christians. That cannot be disputed. And while we see many people trying to emphasize the outside issues, lifestyle, who owns land, who is the herder, et cetera, they want to emphasize that those are the key drivers and that they're the key drivers of everything but religion. And I and many others, and I'm not just talking about those of us on this committee or Americans, I'm talking about religious leaders in Nigeria believe religion is one of, if not the main driver of targeted violence right now. We just heard from Bishop Nnamdi. A week and a half ago, I talked to President Magaji. President Magaji is the president of my own, he's the Nigerian president of my own faith sect, the Christian Reformed Church. We have 400,000 mostly from a Dutch background, 400,000 participants and members here in North America between the United States and Canada. We have 500,000 in Nigeria. We are essentially an African church that happens to be headquartered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I want to ask this question, because this seems to be sort of part of the central argument. Well, this isn't necessary. Well, certainly the Trump administration believed it was necessary the first go around. And I want to ask this question. Did things improve when the Biden administration removed the CPC?
Thank you for your question, Representative Hyde.
And just for the record, I'm seeing a number of heads shaking no in the right behind you. And these are people that may have a little better information than what the American media is, and they're all nodding their head right now. So go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga. As you mentioned, violence has increased over the last several years. It was unfortunate that the Biden administration chose to remove Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023, and President Trump's bold action to redesignate them is a wake-up call to the Nigerian government. And as you mentioned, extremist religious ideology is of course a primary motivator of these attacks. The attackers themselves use religious language. They target churches. They target Christians on holidays.
Yeah, and absolutely. It was Christmas Eve of 2023 when 200 people were murdered, killed in a church. Now, I want to ask this. So one question was, did things improve? I think the answer is no on that. Here's the question. Proportionally, do we see Christians killing Muslims in Christian areas of Nigeria the way that we are seeing radicalized Islamists killing Christians in Muslim areas of Nigeria?
What I can tell you, Representative Huizenga, is that Christians are disproportionately targeted
Thanks for the
based on
follow.
their population.
John?
Exactly. And by the way, for those that you can't pick up with the microphones, there's audible yeses behind you. Again, the people that are watching who are nodding their heads. Why? Because they have lived this. Their families have lived this. I went to school with kids from Nigeria.
Oh, really?
I've got neighbors who've been missionaries there, who have family there, who have friends there, who know this is going on. Yet we've got not just the mass media, we got people within Congress denying that this is happening, or certainly de-emphasizing it. It ought to be outrageous that it is Christians, moderate Muslims, anyone being terrorized by these radicalized Islamists in Nigeria, and we've got the Tinubu government sitting back and not doing enough. And I recently just was interviewed by Nigerian television, Arise TV, and that was really their question. Is the Tinubu government doing enough? And I had to answer, no, they are not. And I do not understand how a delegation can come here to the United States and downplay and come up with all of these other excuses as to why this is allowed to happen. It should be rejected and should be called out for what it is. And I've got a couple of other questions that my time has expired that I'm going to have to go and ask for them in written responses. But one of them I need to highlight is in Benue State, there's 1.4 million people who are considered internally displaced.
Wow.
Understanding that the administration has supported refugee assistance in dozens of other countries since taking office, what humanitarian assistance support are you providing or plan to provide to the IDPs in Benue and Taraba states, where many of those Christian communities reside? And I'll have to take the answer in writing. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just to show the breadth of this, I want to submit for the record remarks from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill from Arkansas, who also serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, the Intel Committee. And I serve as vice chair of the Committee of Financial Services. This is where many of those sanctions originate and the enforcement. And I will say this, sanctions are only as good as your willingness to enforce them. And as the chairman has pointed out, there are ways to get out of those sanctions. And that's through correct your behavior. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the letter. Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's it.
Chair
No,
recognizes Mr.
Christians
Jackson.
don't kill Muslims. Both Christian and Muslim Nigeria are the only one claiming to be religious. Wow.
Thank you.
In the actual sense, they are politicians, and that's why we're having this problem. Yeah, I mean, religion is one of the big stuff in Nigeria. Hi, Adewale. These white guys make me sick. Let me solve their issues. Religion is proven to many genocides amongst black.
Chairman Smith, thank you. Ranking Member Jacobs, the distinguished members of the subcommittee.
Yeah.
Thank you for convening this critical hearing. The crisis in Nigeria demands our clear-eyed attention, not political exploitation. I'd like to thank our esteemed panelists that have taken the time to come before us today. Thank you for your work on Africa on the ground, and at least one of you brings that experience. However, I must express my shock and, if you will, a bit of outrage that we are not putting into these top positions people who are directly from and represent the culture and the lived experiences of the African people.
Yeah, this is our brother, yeah.
Currently, we still have unfulfilled positions that are very important, which demonstrates this administration's lack of sincerity towards moving us towards more dialogue as opposed to destruction. The Assistant Secretary for African Affairs has not been appointed or even nominated. The Senior Director for Africa at the NSC has not been appointed or directed for Middle East and African Affairs. I've had the honor of traveling to Nigeria now for 4 decades and meeting with Nigerians in the diaspora for decades as well. They are unequivocally some of the most tolerant, productive, and loving people that you will ever meet. We are speaking today about a nation of extraordinary promise and complexity, a country of nearly 240 million people, home to 250 ethnic groups and 2 major religions, Christianity and Islam, that have coexisted and built a society together for generations. The idea that this nation is simply engaged in a one-sided religious war, I believe, is a dangerous fiction. The current government, led by President Tinubu, a Muslim married to an ordained Christian minister, reflects this complexity. Out of the 9 top security chiefs, 5 are Christians, including the Chief of Defense Staff and the head of the Air Force. Nigeria is a diverse, complex democracy, and we must treat it as such. The suffering in Nigeria is immense. The insecurity is a major issue for all Nigerians. We must stand firmly with every victim and survivor. Violence against any person of faith is unacceptable. With approximately 8,000 civilians of all faiths killed so far this year, the pain felt by Christians and Muslim communities alike deserve our compassion and, again, not our exploitation. The truth is that Nigeria's wave of violence stems from a complex mix of ethnic, economic, external, and religious tensions. Boko Haram and other extremist groups have killed both Christians and Muslims indiscriminately. Communities across Nigeria, from farmers in Plateau State to herders in the north, have suffered unspeakable, staggering losses. To simplify this tragedy by calling it solely a Christian genocide, I believe ignores the full, difficult truth and the suffering of all Nigerians. Therefore, the answer, I believe, is not and will never be American bombs or boots on the ground. We have not given...
It's Rep. Jackson, I think he's a congressman in the United States Congress.
...diplomacy an exhaustive chance. I have previously denounced the threat to deploy U.S. troops to Nigeria, calling it a dangerous overreach that risks reigniting colonial-era patterns of intervention on the African continent. We cannot allow the sudden interest in Nigeria's internal conflict to be a pretext for military action when this same impulse was absent in the Sudan, in the DRC, or the Central African Republic. Furthermore, we must address the sheer hypocrisy of a military-first approach when non-military support has been repeatedly undermined. As the New York Times' Nicholas Kristof has rightly stated, Trump aid cuts kill more Christians than jihadists. Deep cuts to the USAID program and global food and health programs have severely limited America's ability to provide the kind of non-military support that was estimated to be saving.
I don't understand why we should be depending on the United States for AIDS. I don't know. Yeah, this guy's giving a ballad message, true buried, that life shall rise again.
The lives of more than 250,000 Nigerians each year. When you defund USAID and shut down peace-building initiatives, you leave communities vulnerable. You don't stabilize Africa with missiles. You stabilize it with schools, with clean water, with economic opportunity, with true partnership. The path to peace in Nigeria must come through dialogue, development, and dignity, not denomination. America should be a partner in healing, not a hammer looking for a nail. I urge this subcommittee to prioritize a diplomacy-first approach, fully fund our humanitarian aid and peace-building initiatives, and work with the Nigerian government to eliminate terrorist, criminal groups, securing a safer and more stable future for all Nigerians. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the testimony. I yield back.
We don't need aids from any country. We need to manage that. Exactly. I don't even understand how this is. I don't know. Like, we get so much money from these guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to participate
So much
today.
money.
You know, as I thought about what I would talk about today, I thought of a flag that I saw flown on October 7th, 2023. It said, "First we come for the Saturday people. Tomorrow we come for the Sunday people." And as we have this hearing today, I ask myself, how many countries are we going to allow this to happen in until we take it seriously? On October 7th, 2023, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Jews. A few months ago, people yelling Allahu Akbar attempted to genocide the Druze in Syria. And here we are talking today about another group of people yelling Allahu Akbar trying to genocide Christians. How many countries are we going to have this happen to? How often are we going to allow this to be whitewashed and both siderists until we acknowledge that we have a serious problem that we have out there? You know, I want to thank President Trump for doing this. Joe Biden never should have done it. And my question when I get to it will be, why do you think he did? Why do you think he took them off the list? But I want to thank President Trump for taking a leadership role, because we must stomp out this evil wherever it presents itself. I want to thank the chairman for choosing to have a hearing on this. And I want to thank my colleague, my fellow freshman, Representative Moore, for also raising the profile of this issue around the world. It is easy for me to criticize this when it happens in Israel and when it happens with the Jews, given who I am.
Just talking about AIDS, can you imagine how much we get from the US? Look at this. 2015, we had almost $500 million. I don't get that money. Nobody gets that money. I don't know. $446 million in aids from the United States, US foreign aids to Nigeria, 2015 to 2024. 2023, we got $1 billion. Approximately, we've received $7.8 billion in foreign aids to Nigeria over the last 10 years. This is crazy. 2021, $922 billion. Who are those receiving these monies? Wow. Just wow. Just wow. We don't need more aids from any country. We need to manage our resources. Please, can I ask why you Americans fighting about Palestine and shouting free Palestine, but think what is happening in Nigeria is not genocide? Is it just more money for them to share? I don't know, man. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I was surprised when I saw that. They should do so before Christians are wiped out. Wow. Well, scared to move around.
But it is important that we call out evil wherever it is. And I am sick and tired of the fetishism and the whitewashing of the problem. This is a real problem that we have to acknowledge. In a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion. And we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings, and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay, and so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on their right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fine.
Is that on? Let's talk about KKK. Let's talk about reparations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. Africa is that's a big of particular concern to myself, a person who's been deployed there a couple times on Marine Expeditionary Units, seen some horrible things. It was interesting to me when one of the caucuses here in this august house claimed that President Bush waited too long to go into a certain country to secure the capital of Liberia after a presidential exile because he didn't give a damn about Africans. Meanwhile, we stood by during the Clinton administration in '94 when I was in Entebbe, Uganda, waiting to go into Rwanda, while about 1 million people were killed in very similar fashion to what's happening right now. People being hacked to death with machetes. I've seen some very graphic things in what's going on right now. People literally being dismembered by machetes. People digging their own graves and literally being just summarily executed. And yet the right thing to do is to continue with the diplomacy that's resulted in this all along to take them off the CPC. And this idea that this ever went away is ridiculous. We're right now considering selling arms to them, one of the most advanced attack helicopters, the AH-1 Whiskey, the Viper, or it's actually the Zulu. I'm very concerned with how that's going to be deployed and against whom. We've seen the integration of very, very radical people inside of the government agencies themselves. And we've seen this in Afghanistan. When I was in Afghanistan, we saw the same thing, where the bad actors actually get inside of the government agencies and turn upon their own people. Very concerning. We saw Tigran Gambarian, one of my constituents, taken hostage by the Nigerian government and held hostage for several months because of some business dispute they had with somebody in America. Bad acting on the Nigerian government's...
Oh, that was Binance, right? Binance, that was the guy.
...behalf. Now, you talked about, I'm going to quote you on high-level things, Mr. McGee, high-level meetings, what the next step would be, a lot more. But I'm asking for specifics at this point because I've never seen generalities ever result in anything that's been of consequence. What can we do on the by an international community, whether it be from the transnation in Africa or through the international community, through the UN, which I've seen be highly ineffective in the past, but what can we do of quantity and quality that's actually going to make a difference in Africa because we haven't been doing it? What specifically, not generalities? Can you give me those answers between the two of you?
Sir, just a clarification, please. Across all of Africa or specifically in
Specifically in Nigeria, but all of Africa can actually contribute to solving this problem. We can use several countries to help us out with this. We don't have to be the only force to be...
And on achieving better outcomes on the security side of the equation. And so he's been very, very engaged, and I believe will achieve results in terms of security on the continent.
Okay, I'm just going to once again get back to the senator point that wasn't really addressed, but I hope is addressed. Yes, we need that financial leverage on them, and I think they will pay attention to that. We have their attention, but it's not finishing the race. We need to bring the international community on board to solve this in very tangible assets, because the violence is real, it's not stopping, and Nigeria does not seem to be taking this seriously. Thank you. With that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Dr. McCormick. Mr. Oshatsky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member Jacobs, and to all our witnesses. Ambassador Pratt, thank you for your many years of service to our country. I'll just open by saying I am a man of deep faith. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. I have no problem sharing that. I am also troubled by the state of religious freedom in Nigeria and around the world. So I want to be clear up front, violence against Christians in Nigeria is a serious issue. Christians are being massacred and communities are living in constant fear. But this suffering is not just confined to one religious group. Masad Boulos, President Trump's own senior advisor for Africa, recently said, quote, "People are suffering from all sorts of backgrounds. This is not specifically targeted at one group or other. Terrorism has no color and no religion and no tribe." President Trump's own senior advisor. Muslims and Christians alike have lived under the constant threat of extremist groups like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa for far too long. And so the real story here for me is not about Nigeria's intent at the institutional level to persecute people based on faith. Instead, it's really an issue of capacity. The Nigerian government lacks the means to protect communities against groups that kill indiscriminately. To be clear, this does not abdicate the Nigerian government from responsibility. A government's duty is to protect its people. And when there's a failure to do so, whether that's neglect or corruption or governance, leaders must be held accountable. But capacity within Nigerian institutions maintain peace is a real question. And we should be asking what the U.S. is doing to help Nigeria build that capacity. Are we offering real partnerships or just threatening airstrikes and sanctions? Or instead, are we thinking about technical support, training, and investment in the institutions that prevent violence in the first place? So let's work together to fix what is broken. And I appreciate the ranking member for opening up this hearing with additional support options. And I want to thank, again, the chairman for convening this. On the issue of capacity, Ambassador Pratt, you've said that Nigeria needs to do more. If they don't have the capacity to do more, we should help with that. And so I want to know, I guess my question there is, does the State Department assess that the Nigerian government has the capacity to protect Christians and other religious groups from extremist violence?
Nigeria is a very wealthy country, very populous country. We believe that this is a question of focus. There is a security problem in Nigeria, a very serious one, that we are trying to help the country address. And we have brought tools to the table in terms of U.S. programs and assistance. In particular, on the issue we're discussing today, we would like to see more focus on that particular issue, in addition to addressing the larger security question that you referred to.
Okay, I look forward to working with you on that. One other issue that's important to me is youth and youth development. The U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom's 2025 annual report recommended broad support for Nigerian civil society organizations. The U.S. has historically done that. A State Department-funded program in northeast Nigeria called Nigerian Youth Care brought together Christian and Muslim youth leaders to promote dialogue between those two communities. These programs divided Nigerian youth with mentorship and training on how to bridge religious divides. Unfortunately, that program was disrupted for months because of stop work orders, and the State Department did not grant the implementer an extension of the project at the end of the fiscal year. To either the ambassador or Mr. McGee, can you explain?
Right now, the Hausas of Fulani people in large numbers trooping into Owerri Imo. I thought they were leaving because I saw a video showing them leaving the area and terrorizing people. Do something to help address this, please. Yeah, I mean that's a big one. I thought they said they were leaving. They were actually moving out. Free Nnamdi Kanu now. That judgment on Nnamdi Kanu. I think the lawyer spoke that they were going to appeal that ruling. We'll see what happens with that. Again, I mean, it's just crazy.
And why this project did not receive a no-cost extension at the end of the year, and would you recommend to the Secretary to reinstitute this program to reduce violence and promote that interfaith dialogue?
Thank you for your question, Representative. As I said earlier, the United States is by far the most generous country with our foreign aid, and we plan to still be the most generous country with our foreign aid, as Secretary Rubio has said. So some programming that you mentioned, we actually have ongoing programming in my bureau that leads to early warning, early response systems that also includes dialogue between religious communities. As many members have stated, this is a complex problem. It's not one that can be addressed with one neat solution. There are, of course, like every human action, multiple drivers of this persecution, and there are multiple communities being affected, not just Christians, as you mentioned. Yeah. But we must tell the truth. That begins an honest relationship with the Nigerians is to tell them that a lot of this violence is driven by religion, religious persecution, religious extremist ideology. And so in terms of programming, we're committed to the programming that we have on the ground that is effective. It's saving lives, and we are reviewing every foreign assistance dollar at the State Department to make sure that taxpayer dollars are used effectively and actually helps people on the ground.
That's great. I thank you both for your time and your testimony today. Look forward to following up on those programs with you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
I'd like to now recognize Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Smith, for convening this hearing. And I just want to recognize real quick the tremendous impact that Chairman Smith has had in this realm of human rights, Christian persecution over the decades. I'm a former staff member, actually, of this committee. I worked on this committee when Chairman Smith was on this committee. He had a very large impact on me as a staff member, and to come full circle back around to be on a hearing on such an issue that was really inspired by Chairman Smith's work here when I was a staff member. Thank you for that. And but I think one of the things that's, and I would say disheartening in this, hearing some of the media reporting and frankly, some of my colleagues on the other side of the dais here, is this misdirection of what is happening. There is a persecution of Christians in Nigeria. The witnesses have made that clear. We heard the bishop speak. I don't know how many times we have to hear it or how many reports of martyred Christians, my brothers and sisters in Christ in Nigeria, how many times we have to hear that happen to take it seriously. And one of the things that concerns me is that it feels like at times it's echoing an indifference around this, and somehow we're going to develop our way out of it through developmental programs. And this indifference sounds like echoes of Rwanda to me, where we did nothing on that. And I think, as you remember quite clearly, President Clinton has stated that as one of his largest failures in his administration. President Trump has made a definitive decision to actively engage and stop the killing in Nigeria, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. You all have used a word that I think is very apt in this, and this is prioritization. And as Chairman Smith put it perfectly in his opening statement of this hearing when he spoke with the senior officials of the Nigerian government, is that we do want to work with them. We have the opportunity here. I think the Nigerians have an opportunity to deepen and strengthen their relationship with the United States if they will prioritize the protection of these communities. Of course, non-Christians are being killed too. We're not saying that's not happening, but there is a systematic, targeted campaign that's happening here. I met with that same delegation, same as Chairman Smith did, and some of the feedback we were getting is a little bit of that same misdirection. But let's not turn a blind eye to what's happening. Let's not believe our lying eyes, right? One thing I'd want to point out here is we've had religious organizations and advocacy groups have been calling for humanitarian assistance in the Middle Belt region. And my understanding is that the Tinubu administration has not specifically requested it. That's why it's not there. They just have to ask for it, and our State Department will then provide that assistance to those organizations on the ground. That is a perfect example of prioritization and indifference to what is happening here. So that would be a great, to use your department's term, confidence building measure on the part of the Tinubu government in this, if they are serious about this. Because I can promise you President Trump is. He is very serious about this. A question that I have for you is, the Nigerian Constitution prohibits the ownership of firearms. But somehow, these Fulani militants operating in the middle belt of region of the country, they're all armed. And we're not talking about ISIS, we're not talking about Boko Haram. Why hasn't there been some type of move or campaign by the Nigerian government to disarm these militants that are operating there, where we're seeing a lot of this killing that is coming from them? They have access to AK-47s and other small arms to slaughter Christians. Is this something that you've been talking to the Nigerian government about? Because I think it would actually have a serious impact, and it is something that I raised with the Nigerian government officials when we met with them. Thank you.
That was a fair question.
Thank you, Representative Moore, and thank you also for your service on this task force that will be providing recommendations in your meetings with the Nigerian officials. Appreciate that. I think that this is an excellent suggestion as part of the strategy that we are putting together, in particular to talk about the policing aspect of this and what is happening in the Middle Belt, so that we can focus resources and have specific recommendations on actions that the Nigerian government can take. I very much appreciate that suggestion.
Yeah, it just seems to make all the sense in the world to me. It's like, here we are. I mean, I understand we're not going to get like ISIS to lay their arms down. That's probably more of a kinetic option there that's going to result in their arms no longer being brought up in anger against Christians. But in any event, this seems to be something that, obviously, I'm not saying it's easy, but it is something that they should be doing, they should be looking at. And while I got just a couple seconds left, I would urge the Nigerian government to take a look at pardoning Sunday Jackson, who is an individual who was fighting for his own life, defending his life against one of these Fulani militants. That Fulani militant lost his life in that struggle, and now that person, Sunday Jackson's facing the death penalty. Now, where's the justice in that? Where is the justice in that? And all these Fulani militants are breaking the law. They are breaking Nigerian law. And so this Sunday Jackson disarms this person with a knife, protects his own life. He's going to prison and now faces the death penalty, and Fulani militants just roaming bands of them with AK-47s, and that's no problem. You are so right about this question of prioritization. I know I'm over time, Mr.
What's the lie
Chairman, but I
there?
appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moore, for your leadership, and do appreciate it very much. Mr. Stutzman.
Okay.
Well, thank you,
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
this went on and on and on. Still have like another. Well,
thank you
I
for
have
your
to
leadership
stop at some point
on
and
not only
then-
this issue, but so many other issues related to life
possibly
and
come back later
religious
today.
freedom. I want to thank the ranking chairman as well, and appreciate the witnesses for being here. You know, before I begin, I just think it's really important to recognize that, you know, what is happening in Nigeria, it's not unique, and that's why religious freedom really matters.
Yeah.
It's the core foundation of our Constitution. I mean, I would argue that you can't have economic freedom if you don't have religious freedom. I've been doing some work with the new administration and the changes that are happening in the Middle East and Syria. And, you know, Syria is a very diverse country, and it's so critical for them.
If these terrorists can overpower an army chief and unalive him, then who are harmless citizens to challenge them? It's messed up. It's crazy because I saw that, and it's quite unfortunate that even the military is finding it difficult to clear this whole mess.
to have religious freedom and respect goes both ways. And I think it's really important, and I think could have a huge impact if Christians and Muslims and Jews and, name all of the religions, if we would all stand together and condemn violence, condemn this sort of violence that's happening in Nigeria, condemn the violence that's happening in Soweto, in Syria, against the Druze and against the Christians and against those that...
I don't think some people in the Nigerian government are involved in these atrocities. So again, not that he was a very good person. Sonia Abacha said that if terrorism or if insurgency lasts more than 24 hours, then the government is involved. So yeah, to your question, possibly. The Nigerian government has reintegrated the so-called repentant program into the military. It clearly shows that the government is an accomplice actually to these atrocities. Yeah, I still don't understand what the rationale of that was. I still don't understand. So again, they were saying that the general that was unalived, that was killed on this week or so, that was ambushed. But again, when you have these people that are loyal extremists and you're reintegrating them into the Nigerian military, I mean, I don't even understand.
Would push back. I appreciate President Trump, who I believe is the strongest diplomat. He's the strongest negotiator, and especially when it comes to religious freedom. He's been willing to call it out around the world. And so we have this opportunity as Americans to really push the importance of respecting religious freedom and it really being part of the fabric of every country. It's also important for us here at home. I mean, not only is religious freedom important around the world, but it's really important for us here at home. I mean, the last thing we want to see is threats to religious liberty in the United States. We need to be the example, and rather than just looking at others. I mean, we have, of course, a very strong, diverse nation as well. One of the things I want to ask and get to is we talked a lot about the tools that the administration has. Senator Cruz and I introduced legislation that would redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And again, of course, very disappointed to see that was revoked during the Biden administration and the steps back that has caused there. I want to ask, Daniel Ada is from Benin. He's as a candidate for president. I just visited with him. He's a friend of mine. I was asking him, since Benin is right next door to Nigeria, what are we seeing in the surrounding areas? Are we seeing some of the same attacks and atrocities in other countries? And is there any sort of coalition? I know the Nigerian government is acting like this isn't happening, but is there any sort of coalition being led by us or within the region to fight back and to push back? I appreciate Mr. Moore's comments about disarming the jihadists and those who are attacking, but is there any discussion about arming the innocent as well, as in making sure that they have the ability to defend themselves with their local law enforcement and is local law enforcement working for them? So a couple of questions in there, but I'd be happy to hear from either one of you.
Thank you, Representative. The security problems, very, very serious ones that exist across the littoral states of Africa are common and are shared, especially in the north, as we see more and more terrorist insurgent action. And so this is a shared problem. We at the State Department, but especially the Department of War and AFRICOM, have focused very heavily on sharing intelligence and trying to create the type of cooperation that you referred to between those countries, so that they're sharing information, using best practices, sharing intelligence with each other to be more.
Yeah, Boko Haram. Hi, Jones. There are Boko Harams in Nigerian military. This is 100% true, and let's not deceive ourselves. The Nigerian government cannot do anything about it. We need US to go in. Maybe Tinubu is just trying to protect his own head, right? Because if he goes all in, they can take him out, right? I'm just saying. Maybe he's trying to protect his own life too, right? Because I'm just wondering, like, the guy's really not. We don't even know what he's thinking, and that's it.
More effective. In terms of the particular problem that we are discussing today, this targeted attacks against Christians, it is most acute in the middle belt of Nigeria.
One of the things that we know in the Middle East is looking at the curriculums that are taught in schools, and especially some of the curriculum that we saw that was being taught in Gaza to the young children about killing a Jewish soldier is something worthy of. I mean, do we see this sort of education system at all in these countries? Because what are the young people learning? Are they learning to be pursuing peace and prosperity? Or are they also being taught anywhere in these schools some sort of jihadist activity is worthy of accomplishing?
Refer to my colleague from DRL as well, since they publish reports on this that cover some of these issues.
Sure. So you'll see in our human rights reports where we call out human rights violations across countries around the world. In terms of Nigeria's curriculum in particular, I don't have that information right in front of me, but we're happy to report back to you.
Thanks for the follow.
Sure.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I appreciate you both, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing.
Thank you for your questions and comments. We are joined by the former chairman of the Africa Subcommittee, who is now over at the Energy and Commerce Committee, John
so-called
James, and I want to
repentant
thank him.
Boko Haram are not
February
repentant at
2024,
all.
he
I mean,
had a very important
how?
hearing on Nigeria and
It's
other
even
advocacy
crazy.
throughout that time. So, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled.
MNK offense was agitating for freedom for his people. The government said he incited violence and sentenced him, but Boko Haram have destroyed and wiped out. I covered this thing earlier today, and I was like, we see when they come together, the Boko Haram and the bandits with the military officers, and it's like they're having a union meeting, and we see them blazing all their guns, their weapons, the artilleries and all of those, and the bullets, all those stuffs. And there is no moral justification if we're operating the same constitution, under the same country, under the same rule, for you to say this guy's going to get life. But last week you were meeting with this other bandit terrorist group. It's just crazy. Tinubu is interested in coming back in 2027. That's why he's not doing anything. Open the North will vote for him back. on the detriment of Nigeria life. You know, that's just it. Tinubu is more interested in coming back in 2027. Just like he didn't say one thing against Buhari during the 8 years of Buhari's misrule, because he felt like if he had gone against him, I mean, he's a political strategist, but my question is, at what cost? At what cost does this become a bigger problem?
That the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
Wow.
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question, how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
Oh, fair enough.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yelawada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned in our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you so very much, Chairman James, and thank you again for your great service. I'd like to, between the ranking member and I, we're both going to ask one more question and then go to our next panel. I would like to yield mine to my good friend, Mr. Hozenga, who asked a very serious question about the IDPs in Benue, and if there's any answer that you wanted to give and the tyranny of the clock precluded that, please feel free to do so, and then I'll yield to my friend and colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you yielding to me, and I think you saw my passion on this earlier, but there are serious issues, and part of that interview from Arise TV, one of the other questions to me was, well, doesn't the CPC damage Nigeria economically in a way that is going to disincentivize economic growth and foreign companies coming into the country? And my answer to them was actually, I think the current state of violence is as much a deterrent of a foreign company or a U.S. company coming into Nigeria. And I know the goal of the CPC is to correct behavior. But could you explain a little bit exactly what you would expect to see out of a CPC and what sort of changes it might bring? And then I want to address the 1.4 million who are considered the internally displaced people, IDPs, in Benue, and what the game plan would be to provide the IDPs in Benue and Taraba, what sort of assistance they can depend on from the U.S.
Thank you very much, Representative. This CPC designation, we hope, will focus the energy of the government of Nigeria, as well as our own government here, on all of the tools that we have available. And so by setting up this task force that I referred to and looking at all of the types of assistance that we can bring to bear, but more importantly, what the government of Nigeria can do to own this problem and improve security for all Nigerians, but in particular, tackle this problem that we're talking about.
But they
here
have
today.
to admit there's a problem first, right? Okay, and I think that's been one of my concerns is I have not seen an actual admission to this being a problem. It's been given excuses and veneers of a lot of other issues that get parroted both here and in the media. Can you talk about the displaced persons and the help that they could be expecting?
On displaced persons, we do have programs that address this, and we want to make that part of the action plan that we are working on. My colleague from DRL may want to provide more in particular on IDPs.
Sure. As Ambassador Pratt just mentioned, the State Department is reviewing options to help IDPs. You mentioned what actions we want to see from the Nigerian government. That includes, as we've mentioned here several times, prosecutions of perpetrators.
Amen.
That includes reduced violence in the Middle Belt. And that includes
against all.
Against
right?
all. Exactly.
Christians, moderate Muslims, anybody who is not being targeted, right?
Exactly right. So the Trump administration stands firmly for the principle that religious freedom is for all religious communities and those who don't practice a faith. It is a per se good, and we're committed to helping protect communities all around the world who are experiencing religious persecution, not just in Nigeria, not just Christians. At the end of the day, we want the number to be 0 in Nigeria. We don't want any religious persecution to happen. We don't want it to just be a reduction in violence. We want there to be 0 people who are murdered because of their faith.
Amen to that. Corruption continues to undermine Nigeria's institutions, including those tasked with protecting civilians sometimes. I've heard from some of these instances and conversations I've had with religious leaders in Nigeria who don't feel that the Nigerian government is equipped to respond to the crisis. How does corruption within the security forces hinder the government's ability to prevent and respond effectively to religiously motivated violence?
I mean, corruption is a major problem globally and in Africa and in Nigeria. I think that it erodes capability, right? It erodes the confidence of the forces, especially at the working level. If they see that their superiors are engaged in corruption, that totally undermines the whole enterprise.
And I assume that is part of State Department's and this administration's action plan that they want to see out of the Nigerian government.
Absolutely.
The Tinubu government is a crackdown on corruption.
To be more effective, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Time has expired. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. I yield to Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Jacobs, for yielding. I think this has actually been a good discussion on this committee and an important one around what strategy we use to eliminate violence against any community. And I think the issue for me is that if you define the problem as people being attacked only because of their religion, that would lead you to one set of solutions. If you define the problem as people being attacked for other reasons, it would lead you to a different set of conclusions and strategies. And I think Ambassador Pratt I resonated when you said we have lots of tools in the toolbox. One of those tools is just around the kind of assistance we give to efforts that are cross-faith, interfaith, cross-cultural, building the kinds of ties that we need to build, because I think this is not a religious oppression Olympics. We're not trying to say one religion is worse oppressed than another. We're saying, how do we get to that ending point that we all agree on, that there shouldn't be violence against any of these communities? And so I guess I want to ask you about programming that specifically promotes interfaith or cross-cultural dialogue. The foreign assistance review that was conducted earlier this year actually this administration cut many of those types of programs, and there are suggestions that there's going to be even more cuts that focus on these kinds of programs. One of the ones I was looking at very carefully that I know is Nigerian Youth Care, and that's one that provided Nigerian youth with mentorship and training on how to bridge religious and cultural divides. Given the administration's concerns about religious conflict and some of the shared goals we've articulated, can you explain why that contract was canceled?
Thank you for your question, Representative. So there is ongoing programming in Nigeria that addresses some of the issues that you've raised. Our early warning, early response programs, for instance, also have kind of an interfaith dialogue built into them. We've seen great success from people who have experienced the program, saying that they have increased, they've seen greater tolerance amongst their communities, et cetera, et cetera. So we have effective programming. Broadly, in terms of foreign assistance, the Trump administration is reviewing every foreign assistance dollar, not to cut, but to make it more effective. We've reprioritized, we've reshaped foreign assistance in a way not to eliminate foreign assistance, but to make it more strategic. The United States has been the most generous partner around the world of any country for foreign assistance. Secretary Rubio has said we will continue to be the most generous country. So I'm happy to share some of the programming success we've seen and get back to you on those answers.
I would appreciate that. And if you can look into this one in particular, and I might send you a few others, because I think that if you say that you're only going to focus on a particular kind of program and you say some of these things are not effective. My work overseas in all of these countries says that some of this work takes time to develop the kind of leadership that is not going to be divided down the road. And so it may not have the same metrics of success immediately that you see, but I think many of these programs really do prove to be extremely important in the long term. And so I just would like to know, what is the status of each of those U.S.-funded programs related to religious tolerance? Right? If you could share a list of that with me, I would really appreciate it. And what new assistance programs should we expect that the administration, maybe you can speak to this part, that the administration is going to promote? That's the second part of the question. And then the third part of the question for you is, I am concerned about some of the reports I'm hearing that certain programs are just going to be cut because they focus on particular communities, or they, are framed in a way that somehow is part of a some sham DEI initiative. And so maybe you could speak to those last two and get me the list of the first one.
Sure. So I'm happy to follow up with the committee on specific program we have across Africa. The administration is committed to using its foreign assistance effectively and strategically, and gets the most bang for its buck for American taxpayers, because ultimately we're responsible to the American taxpayers. So in terms of programming, I'm happy to get you the specific answers that you're looking for. In terms of the other questions you raised about specific communities being having greater assistance, I forget how you phrased it, more targeted programs. We want religious freedom for all communities, full stop. We don't want religious freedom for some communities. We want religious freedom for all religious communities, including those who don't practice faith. We think it's a violation of a moral law that somebody is killed because of their faith. We see that happening in all parts of the world, and the Trump administration is committed to helping countries take ownership of their own issues and actually go after people who persecute Christians and Muslims and people of all faiths, and actually shift the responsibility to where we want to help partner with these countries, but at the end of the day, the countries themselves have an obligation to protect religious freedom in their countries. And
I agree with you on what you said. I just would say I'd like to see the data that backs up what you're saying and why certain programs that seem very much in line with what you're saying are being canceled. So I appreciate your attention to this, and we'll follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member.
And thank you. Thank you both for your testimonies.
And we'll follow up.
Above
Thank you,
all,
Mr.
for your
Chairman.
leadership. It's extraordinary.
Thank you,
And,
Ranking Member.
So thank you, and we'll move on to our second panel. Thank you. I'd like to now welcome to the witness table. And we will show a very short video that was just taped yesterday from Mrs. Akpen, I should say, a survivor of the Yellowwater massacre. She lost 5 of her children, and it's just one example of the incredible heartbreak of being slaughtered because she's a Christian, because her family was a Christian. And that'll be showing in 1 second.
Someone should say something about the conviction of Nnamdi. Oh, we've covered that. We've covered that. It's I don't even know. We don't have government in Nigeria. Government is negotiating with terrorists, enriching them and empowering them to be killing the citizens more and more for their evil agenda. I'm not sure it's government puppet. Yeah, so the issue with Nnamdi Kanu, just to put it in, I think the lawyer already said that they're going to appeal. I think when they get to appeal cases, at the appeal court, there will be more consideration and more examination of the facts. Because one of the arguments of the lawyers was that there was actually nothing directly pinning Nnamdi Kanu to some of the atrocities that has happened, in the Southeast. But again, I've also maintained that thanks for the follow. I've maintained that there has to be a political solution to this problem, because the truth is, you've got these extremists, all these people doing stuffs, and they're being freed. Some of them, like I said, met with the Nigerian military and the government officials. We've seen all these bandits and all of that walking freely. Just also to note, there was one ISWAP guy that was sentenced for 20 years. There was another one that was sentenced for 15 years. And these are people that did bomb locations, okay? These are people that have been engaged in multiple terrorist attacks. So, again, when you look at that and then you compare it to what was given to Nnamdi Kanu, you could see that there's not just something. Now, secondly, I think as Nnamdi Kanu goes to the appeal court as he appeals this ruling, I think he needs to not just defend himself. He should let the lawyers do the job, because you have to understand that the terrain at which he's operating is already difficult. Like, a lot of people are saying that they don't see real justice being done to the case. And there are different schools of thought, because Nnamdi Kanu is also a polarizing figure. A lot of people love him, and a lot of people hate him. So you're gonna have to look at that and say, let your lawyers do their job at this point in time. Let them work with work based on what they know to defend you. Now, again, there's been a lot of meetings by the Southeast leaders with respect to pressurizing the government to free Nnamdi Kanu. But I also think that the Nigerian government should actually, and this is just me talking, give him a mandate to bring peace to the Southeast. I want the Southeast to be peaceful, and there'll be more discussion about that today as we go on. But I'm waiting for them to file, because then you have something to really sit on in terms of we'll see what happens. I just don't want to.
But if our witnesses could come to the table. Are you going to put the video up?
I don't want to play something right now.
Okay. We'll come back to the video in a minute. Let me introduce our distinguished witnesses, beginning with Nina Shea, a senior fellow and director at the Center for Religious Freedom at the Hudson Institute. Ms. Shea has been a human rights lawyer for over 30 years. She works extensively for the advancement of individual religious freedom and other human rights in U.S. foreign policy as it confronts an ascendant Islamic extremism that we're seeing in Nigeria, for example. And I want to thank her for her leadership. She has testified before, and her wisdom has been greatly esteemed by this committee, and particularly by this chairman. We'll then hear from Oge Bugu, is that true?
Okay, so at this point, so this is 20. Correct. I'm gonna wait.
Thank you.
For,
who is a director?
I want to start at 2015. Okay, I'll start at 2015. And that's it. So again, it's gonna be an interesting day today. I know a lot of people have covered the issue with Nnamdi Kanu and the likes. But again, we'll see what happens. I'm waiting for them to file the appeal today, and possibly should release the statement. We also heard from the wife of Nnamdi Kanu, and she did a 20 minutes video earlier on today, and that was it. Conversation between a lady and her friend sparked online debate as the lady reveals got offended after her boyfriend gave her a gift, despite her being known for accepting gifts from other men. Okay, so again, it is what it is. This is what happens when you give access to. If I blame Shaitan for thinking that access to this bunch of idiots will amount to anything. Yeah. So you've got Cubana chief priests attacking Tinubu and saying, as long as MNK remain in jail, you cannot. I will never get up to 10,000 votes in the South. Just come 2027. I will not lie to you, Papa. As a friend of your government, I have no reason to whitewash you. The MNK is the supreme leader of the South. His detention has caused us so much setback. I'm so surprised that all your useless ministers from Southeast can't even tell you the truth because they are all cowards. None of them has capacity and can do anything to make the people love and respect you. As for governors, they will all disappoint you because they will tell us. Because what will they tell us? Absolutely nothing. Only MNK release can save you. Ashayitinu, all those people on that table with you at the hotel the other day are just bags of deceit, including me. Can you imagine? They can't do anything for you. They can't even go to their house. You know, that was when Shayitinu met. So again, on and on and on. Now the APC apologists are now calling out Sheyi for phoning up to just cozying up to this guy, which is crazy. Okay, other prophecies. Let me see. Maybe this one Nnamdi they slap like house help. What is this? Okay, so again, I mean. Okay, we'll follow the case, but for now, I'm just waiting. Let him file his appeal. But again, a big warning to him, he should get a very, very good lawyer. Okay, very good lawyer. Lawyers that are very hard hitters. I'm not so impressed about the defense. Again, he decided to defend himself, which I know was kind of a slippery slope. What would you expect? Because the Nigerian case is a different one. And again, I'm just saying, it is what it is. What's this? It's time we separate Ojuku's name from this woman and call her the saboteur that she is, a traitor to Indigo. I don't know. What do you think about her? I mean, she's always with Tinubu, right? What's our opinion about the case of Nnamdi Kanu? I don't know. It's just crazy. The truth about the trial and conviction of Nnamdi Kanu
by the federal court in Abuja. Well, fact number one, this is a political trial for the simple reason that the allegation of terrorism could have been levied against many Nigerians, either Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, even the OPC in Lagos. I was lawyer to Frederick Fashion, lawyer to several of them, evangelists, Elijoko, several of the leaders of OPC, and I know the level of violence. Two, This is also a trial that has been unfair in many ways. But the real question is this. The trial of Nnamdi Kanu's conviction is a political trial of Ndigbo, for the simple reason that even if those allegations are true, there still would have been no trial. As many Nigerian terrorist enablers, those who have spoken in favor of terrorism, are free. Now, this is where it comes home. Ndigbo are facing persecution and have been tried politically. But we should resist every anger to turn this into violence or killing the Southeast. It's a trap to destabilize the region. And so the first lesson is don't do it. Second, Ndigbo is being tried because they are politically powerless. So this is the time for all Nnamdi Kanu supporters and friends who are angry to come. Let's build a strong political movement, take power in the Southeast, and bring governors and senators who have the guts, the competence, and the ball to defend, protect, and ensure equal justice for Ndigbo. Nnamdi Kanu's conviction is a conviction of Ndigbo politically, and it shows political weakness. It's time now to turn this anger and outrage into strong political movement to win power in the region, to bring governors and senators and other leaders who can stand up, who knows that we are oppressed, we're a victim. Don't.
It's about the trial. So again, no matter how you look at it, no matter how you place it, this is going to be like, except for people like me that I'm just trying to also not be kind of biased. No matter how you look at it, I don't even know if I'm biased or not. But again, no matter how you look at it, no matter what, if it goes free, there'll be some people that will not be happy. If it goes to jail, there'll be a lot of people in the Southeast that will not be happy. So if the federal government know what they're doing, I'm saying cut a deal with Nnamdi Kanu. And the deal with Nnamdi Kanu would be to bring peace to the Southeast. Just bring peace to the Southeast. Let the Southeast enjoy more peace, more development, and let them be able to compete. Again, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I had a lot of comment this morning. People were really pissed with that judgment. I mean, people come into my timeline typing war. I'm like, take it easy. Take it easy. I think it's going to be solved. I think they're going to solve this whole thing. And we'll listen to the wife's speech also. I mean, which was like, you know what? We're not giving up. So that's it. Yeah, so that's the whole thing about that. Again, yeah, we'll just see what happens. There's been a lot of brouhaha with respect to that, and that's it. Okay.
Walking out of prison. I saw Mazin Nnamdi Kanu walking out of prison. Our revelation went this morning. And that revelation, this morning, it was happening like a vision or trance. In my vision,
I hereby sentence the convicts to life imprisonment for the said counts 1, 4.
Even to save a video of this prophecy of Ebugobi, Kamara, no Buturman of.
I don't know, somebody should interpret. I don't even know.
And they say we got the video. And today, 20th of November, Black Friday, for the lover of Nindi Yomana Toto. Video I get that post today. Prophecy of Ebugobi, that he saw Nnamdi Kanu coming out from prison. And today, 20th, the sentence here, Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Oh, we're going to pardon tomorrow. Here, every video happening for those of you who still believe in the word of a prophet. For those of you who still believe in the word of your daddy G.O. For those of you who still believe in the word of your pastors, reverend, and bishop, today it is clear that Christianity have failed I mean, Christianity have failed. Every mouth is shut up. Mouth of a priest, shut up. Mouth of a so-called that the Jew prophet, shut up. Mouth of everything that represents a Christian, shut up. Mouth of leaders of Ndibo, shut up. Mouth of
why is this saying also everybody should shut up? I don't get it.
senators, leaders, anything they lead in Ndibo, shut up. It is clear that we don't have leaders. It is clear we don't have prophets. It is clear we don't have anybody leading in Ndibo. Ndibo, on a pathway of going astray. Tomorrow, that your pastor will still prophesy to you again. You see America, see London, see Asia, bar flights, they're getting prophecy. But the prophecy cannot be fulfilled. But tomorrow, they say they're able.
This woman, Bianca, American wife, at the same time that Biafra have redeclared in Latvia, Finland, United States, Biafra should come together. Wow. Wow. I don't want to disappoint anyone here, but again, these are. I think the focus should be on how Nnamdi Kanu gets out of prison or out of the life imprisonment, which I think he would get out. There must be a political solution to this. No grandstanding won't work at this point. There should be a political solution. That's why the governors, the senators should just, come with one voice and cut a deal with the presidency, possibly. And I think Nnamdi Kanu said he can bring peace to the southeast. We'll see how that goes. I wonder how a normal woman will say I'm from Nigeria. They said they're all lying. Yeah, they all. Oh, okay, that was what I was trying to say. Yeah, I mean, all this prophecy, right? It's not easy, man. Wow, this is crazy. Wow. I mean, that's crazy. I need to go now. Yeah, we, the Igbo people, are our own problem. Our governors, senators, politicians, and elites have failed us. I expect a strong outcry from our leaders over the sentencing of Kanu, but they have all remained silent. The Yoruba leaders fought for the release of Sunday Igboho. The northern leaders openly defend bandits, but Igbo's leaders have abandoned their own. Wow. Hi, Antonia. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. This is, if Nnamdi Kanu deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison, then the ambassador of peace, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, the Mufti of Nigeria, deserves a national honor from the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His contribution, what the hell is this talking about? Sheikh Gumi has never been arrested or indicted for any terrorism. He is clean. Really? I thought people said he's complicit. Yeah, all these things as it's going on is also pointing to the 2027 race. There's a lot of stuff happening right now, just in time for the 2027 elections. And you know why they are also emboldened to do what a man of God. You know why they're also emboldened to go after this? They've done their calculations. The command that Peter Obi had 2023, they've seen that they've done a lot of simulation, they've done a lot of testing, they've done a lot of stuff, and they're seeing that right now it seems like the field is set for Tinubu to have a clean ride in 2027. And I did warn people then that there were a lot of things that Obi should have done, LP should have done, the opposition should have done, so that they would be a formidable force, at least to give APC a run for its money and its incumbency. But we're where we are right now. Like most of all these governors have already declared for Tinubu. Even those that are not in APC are somewhat working for his reemergence. So again, they've looked at 2027, they've seen that, it's a clear field for them. So that's why now you just see all this impunity will just keep continuing. But we'll see what happens. we'll see what happens, bro. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for. I don't understand. No, I don't want to play this for copyright issue. It's unfortunate. That's Southwest, dear Southwest, the old southern Nigeria. Can you learn from Katsina and Northwest? Katsina used to be one of the most safest states until Buhari APC happened. If we are to go by the pattern under APC, be prepared that this terrorism will consume the Southwest and everyone if we don't act now. Tinubu fix up or resign. I agree. Tinubu should fix the country or resign if he doesn't know what to do.
2015, Katsina State used to be one of the safest states in Nigeria. The whole banditry, terrorism that was happening in the north, eastern part of the country was not happening in Katsina State. Katsina used to be one of
So I still believe in Nigeria as a country.
2015, and there's something very.
Yeah, I do. I'm not a separatist.
2 presidents.
I'm still yet to see a clear. I believe in not Nigeria as a whole per se, but I believe in each region having its own. Please consider enjoying your deep sleep. I believe in each region having its own authority, more like a federalist system, where you have each region developing at its own pace. That's what I believe in. If Nigeria would divide, and I also believe that each individual have the right to go their own way. I don't believe that you have to keep people by force into a system that they don't want to be part of. So I think what is going to happen is I think the Southeast politicians and maybe even major politicians should actually ensure that they put certain things in the constitution that if any region wants to leave, they can easily leave, either through referendum or something. Are you truly related to Fulani hunters? If not, British forced you to believe so. Okay.
Under the current democratic dispensation of our country, the late Yaradua, peace be upon him, and the late Buhari, coincidentally, both of them are even late. But that's not why I'm making this video. I'm making this video just to illustrate something that many of our southern Nigerian brothers do not yet understand, especially our southwestern Nigerian brothers that don't understand what's about to happen or what is at play right now.
Okay.
That we have been immune from the insecurity going on in the northern part of the country. Doesn't mean that it will not get home. So because...
I mean, we can see it's already in Kwara State. You know, yeah. It's in Kwara State already. So it becomes a bigger problem. It's really, really coming down to the south. I just pray that it doesn't get worse from here.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu currently is president. We feel like there is no, the insecurity will not come home. I just want to remind you guys of Katsina State that it was under the dispensation of the president, Buhari, that terrorism rose to its apex in that state. That it got to a point that Buhari could not retire back to Daura. He retired to Daura, and in a space of months, he had to relocate to Kaduna.
Wow.
Just to show how bad and unsafe Katsina became while he was president.
Imagine that. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I know that the agitation for the separation of Nigeria became kind of rekindled today with the Judgement. And again, it was also an eye-opener that, you know what, it's a game they're playing, and unfortunately, you are not in it. You know, you're not in it. That's just it. Injustice. See, injustice is trending. 43,000 posts. And that has to do with, you know, Nnamdi Kanu. Nigeria is bleeding and my heart is breaking. Every headline is another wound. Every injustice, every life cut short, live families shattered and in pain. Father, we ask for your mercy. Heal our lands, heal our leaders. All that. Okay. Yeah, that's really crazy. Who is this? Injustice. Judgement show has destroyed any hope of peace in Nigeria by attempting to jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu without a single crime known to any law in the world. And the 20th of November 2025 marks the beginning of the end of Nigeria. This is injustice. Omotosho, a Yoruba corrupt judge who sentenced a man on a non-existent law. Do not forget. Wow, it's crazy. Yeah, this guy called.
Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against?
Okay, so at this point, yeah, I'm gonna go now, and I mean, this guy. I thought he said he was having problems and he had AIDS. The Quran solution for terrorism. Yeah, maybe they should apply it to themselves first before applying it to the world. Yeah, we also saw Nnamdi Kanu's brother's speech, and that is where we are today. Hopefully peace will prevail. Thanks everyone for watching. Please, if you've not subscribed, please help subscribe. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate your help. Have a good day. I'll later come back at some point later today just to cover new development. I'll be focused on Nnamdi Kanu's case. I think there'll be more analysis done, and then I can always react to it. As always, please help. Thanks for the comments. Thanks for the shares. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for those who subscribed. If you've not subscribed, I appreciate if you can do so. Thank you so much, and have a blessed day. Bye.